Chapter 1 Me. Sorcerer Supreme, join the chat group. Himalayas, Kamartaj. A tall, heroic-looking young man who looked less than 30 years old was sitting on the table with an ancient book. He is the patron saint of the entire Kamartaj, and the patron saint of Earth, the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One. Modu, what are you looking for from me? The sitting Ancient One drew a circle with his right hand, and a golden circle appeared in front of him. A man with dark circles appeared in front of him. Sorcerer Supreme. Mordo bowed his head respectfully. Teacher, I found the trace of Caecilius. Oh? Where did he appear this time? Ancient One was still reading the book, looking a little careless. Teacher, he appeared near the holy place in London and wanted to plot against the holy place. Mordo gritted his teeth and said. Not enough to worry about. Ancient One said without raising his head. However, Sorcerer Supreme, he's practicing black magic, he's bound to be a scourge, and we must eliminate him. Mordo said anxiously. Ancient One shook his head and said. No need. But teacher. Mordo wanted to say something. Okay, I have my own plans, you go down. Yes, Sorcerer Supreme. Modu left a little unwillingly. Ancient One saw him leave and shook his head. Mordu really still has a bad mind, and is too indifferent to life. Caecilius is just a joker, and he still thinks that Caecilius will bring Dormammu over, and he will practice his hands. Caecilius is dead, what does he do? This 2 or 5 sons, what kind of apprentices are these motherfuckers? Ancient One suddenly said something that didn't fit his identity. In fact, the current Ancient One is a traveler. He was originally an office worker with a flat weapon on Earth. But because of an accident, he crossed into the world of Marvel, Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, and mastered all his knowledge and power. The Sorcerer Supreme in the Marvel world is actually a man, but he was changed to a bald woman for performance in the movie. When Ancient One just crossed over, he turned into a bad old man and was very uncomfortable. Although he has enormous power and infinite knowledge, the feeling of seeing himself old but powerless, and being able to feel when he will die, is really uncomfortable. Fortunately, at this time, he activated the sign-in system. As long as he checks in at different places, he can get various rewards. The more well-known the place, the better the sign-in effect. Using the powerful space magic of the Ancient One magician, he travels across the universe. He has been to the birthplace of Soul Gem, Asgard's royal palace, Collector's Collection, Stark Group Building, and more. After many sign-ins, his strength has become stronger than the original Ancient One, and the Book of Emperor Weishan, the source of white magic, has been learned by him. Originally, Ancient One may only be able to travel around the Earth, but now he can reach any corner of the universe in a single thought. Not only that, but he also recovered his once infinite life and returned to his youthful state. In this universe, there are no check-in locations that he has not been to. His strength has also grown to the limit. In the Marvel universe, except for a few perverts, no one is his opponent. Even Odin, known as the King of God, wearing his destroyer armor, is still no match for him. His life became a little boring. Either you can only read ancient books, or you can go outside to act as a chivalrous person and pretend to be an old grandfather. It's kind of boring. If only I could travel between universes like eternity. Ancient One sighed. The strength of the Marvel world is very broken, and many people are ruthless people who can explode planets and destroy the universe at every turn. Others are even more invincible, capable of directly erasing a person conceptually, making his traces disappear. By signing in, his strength has reached the ceiling of the single-player universe, and he is only one step away from entering the multi-universe category. Go to Galactus another day to practice your hands and see if you can go further. Among the 5 gods, Galactus is the weakest, and he can barely move. He plans to go to Galactus to practice and see if he can improve his strength. When Ancient One was making plans, suddenly I noticed that there was a space fluctuation here. A smile appeared at the corner of Ancient One's mouth, playing space in front of me. Speaking of Ancient One, he wanted to capture this volatility. Zushin chat group invites you to join the group chat. A stunned look appeared on Ancient One's face. He didn't expect it to be this kind of thing. He thought that this space fluctuates, and who is showing off space means. What I didn't expect was the Zushin chat group. The memory of the past suddenly came up from the bottom of my heart, and Ancient One was a little curious. Is the Zushin chat group really that powerful? If he can travel between different worlds, wouldn't he be able to sign in different worlds? Ding. Do you want to join the Zushin chat group? The chat group has sent an invitation again. Join in. As soon as Ancient One's heart moved, a virtual chat interface appeared in his mind. Ding. Welcome to the group chat from Sorcerer Supreme. Junzijian, Sorcerer Supreme. This title is really strange. Xianba, what a big tone, even in the name of Supreme. Itachi, Sorcerer Supreme. Prince Dali, welcome to the newcomers, welcome to the newcomers. Hello, is there really a magician in this world? I have practiced martial arts for so many years, but I have never heard of a magician. Looking at these bubbling people in the group, Ancient One is already guessing the identities of these people. Among them, the most recognizable ones are Junzijian and Xianba. The gentleman's sword is naturally Ubukan, a hypocrite. Xianba is naturally the master of the world society in Fenjiun, and he is a hero. Itachi is very simple. The most famous one in the world is probably Uchiha Itachi. The people of the Uchiha family are born with dead man faces, all of them are extremely cold. The Prince of Dali, if Ancient One guessed correctly, it is probably Duan Yu. This chat group of the heavens can really link the heavens. Then can I travel to a different world through this? Ancient One's heart is full of expectations. In the Marvel world, he has signed in most of the places, and now there are various parallel worlds that have not been developed before him. How can he be unhappy? Not to mention, he can also see different worlds and see the rules of different worlds. It must be of great benefit to his strength. Asterisk. Chapter 2 The Invincible Magician in the Crystal of Destiny. Because of the addition of Ancient One, the entire chat group became lively. Itachi, why doesn't the newcomer speak out? Don't explain what is called Sorcerer Supreme. Prince Dali, I'm also curious, what is magician? Junzijian, all my martial arts practice is internal power. Only brother Itachi's practice is a kind of power called chakra. It is estimated that magician is a special way of practice. Xianba, I think so. Ubukan and Xianba are both cunning and cunning people. Compared to the two of them, Uchiha Itachi and Duan Yu are still young after all. Just a few days after joining the group, the two of them figured out the details of these two boys, and he even tested Xianba. But Xianba is also an old fox, he didn't have time to try out anything. As Ubukan's mind wandered, someone in the group spoke again. Prince Dali, the Sorcerer Supreme, isn't that the supreme among magicians? Isn't that very powerful? Xianba, that's not necessarily true. I'm still the leader of the world. Brother Yu is also the leader of the sect. I think it's a title, right? Group owner, not only a title, but also an acknowledgement of strength. Sorcerer Supreme was the strongest magician on earth at that time. Prince Dali, the group leader, you are finally here, let me introduce the newcomer to everyone. Itachi, yes, the group owner, you know so many things, and your strength must be very strong. I don't know how strong this newcomer is. Junzijian, group leader, I don't know what this earth means. Looking at the news in the group, Qianye was actually a little flustered. He was not afraid of these group members, but the new members were too strong. Group member, Ancient One. World, Marvel World. Strength, Superpower 9th stage 9th stage. Superpower level. Chinya thought about the general division of strength given by the system. According to the introduction of the system, the cultivation stage of the power user is divided into 13 steps, which is also called the 13th step of ascending the gods. Level 1, which is at most the limit of ordinary people. At the second level, he began to have the power of the power user, which can destroy the 100-meter area. The third order, beginning to break away from the category of people, can destroy a small town. At the back, every level 1, every step of strength improvement, is an earth-shaking change. Among the previous group members, the strongest is Hokage Satake. Because of the comics, his strength is stronger, but he is only at the 3rd and 5th stage. And he took charge of the chat group for a few days and gained a lot of benefits. It's just that he has just broken through the 2nd stage. The strength of the 9 stars and 9 stages of Ancient One might be able to easily destroy a galaxy. In a universe, this is already the top strength. I'll just say, there are so many gods in the world of Marvel, and they're walking all over the place. This kind of famous person is really too strong. Chinya was horrified in his heart, but he was more or less the owner of the chat group, so he quickly calmed down. Seeing that the people in the group were chatting again, he spoke again. Group owner, the Earth is a well-understood concept. The place we live in is actually a sphere, which is also called the Earth. Junzijian, group leader, this is impossible. If we live on a ball, how can we not fall? Prince Dali, yes, the group leader, we live on a ball, how can it not fall? Group owner, this is because of the existence of gravity. Itachi, what is gravity? How come I haven't heard of this kind of thing? Group owner, gravity was discovered by a certain scientist, and it is a basic law of the universe. Chinya had some headaches. He knew that he wouldn't say so many things. These group members are all problem babies. Group owner, I won't repeat it, I can only tell you, at Sorcerer Supreme is really a big guy. Group owner, I will directly show you the Fate Crystal. As the group owner, he naturally has his own authority, and can form a crystal of destiny with his thoughts and memories, which foreshadows the future of the members, which is also the guarantee of his status as the group owner. Otherwise, how could a hero like Xianbo listen to him as a weak person? The crystal he uploaded was the scene of Ancient One fighting Dormammu. The group owner Chinya uploaded the Fate Crystal, Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One is the end. Gentleman Sword downloaded Fate Crystal. Xianba downloaded Destiny Crystal. Prince Dali downloaded Destiny Crystal. Itachi downloaded Fate Crystal. A series of information prompts sounded, and everyone unfolded the Destiny Crystal at the same time. A man who appeared to be in his 30s appeared in the picture. He swiped his finger forward, and a circle of light appeared in front of him. Through the aperture, you can still see the opposite scenery, only a deep black. Itachi, Space Ninjutsu. Seeing this scene, Itachi couldn't help but said in the group that as far as he knew, there seemed to be only 4 generations of Hokage who possessed this kind of space ninjutsu. But he can only use it on the battlefield with the help of Kunao. Compared with the Ancient One, which opened a door in an understatement, the gap is really too big. Itachi was still so shocked, and a few from the martial arts world were even more incredible. In their world, there is no such means at all. Prince Dali, what is space ninjutsu? Itachi, it is a spell that can travel 100 meters or even thousands of meters in an instant, but compared to the Ancient One boss, our ninjutsu is not worth mentioning, and his space ninjutsu may not know how much distance he has traveled. I guess, the Ancient One magician even went to another world. When Itachi explained this, the members of the group were even more surprised. It was just the beginning, and they felt the power of Ancient One. and the picture in the Crystal of Destiny has just begun. Ancient One stepped into the portal and entered that dark space. As soon as he entered, the space seemed to be colored, and various colors appeared around, making the surrounding space brighter. Suddenly, in front of them, two eyes opened, and a face appeared in the space. This kind of face is really too huge, and you can't even see the edge of this face at a glance. Seeing this scene, all the people in the group held Roar's breath. The pressure brought by this face was so powerful that they even held Roar's breath unconsciously. Is this the Sorcerer Supreme's opponent? In front of this kind of opponent, I don't even feel like I can't roar. Duan said in the group. No one else said a word, apparently caught in the mind by this astonishing scene. Itachi, be quiet, the battle should be about to start. As the strongest being among this group of people, he has undergone brutal training since childhood and participated in various battles. He has a keen intuition for fighting, and he can easily see that this confrontation will not continue. The battle between the Sorcerer Supreme and the behemoth in front of him. Immediately. Chapter 3 The Power of Sorcerer Supreme. Under the watchful eyes of the group members, Ancient One finally started. With a wave of his left hand, a huge amount of golden shield appeared in front of him. The shield was engraved with mysterious lines and kept spinning like a magic circle. Just seeing this hand, the group members were startled again. Prince Dolly, it's too powerful, I'm afraid there is a hill file size, right? If you make a move, I am afraid that a mountain can be wiped out. In their thinking, it was beyond their imagination to be able to flatten a mountain. Only Itachi, who has seen the Ninja World War, knows that this trick is definitely not so simple. The group leader Tian Lao didn't speak, this was his reenactment of the Ancient One battle, which also increased his imagination. Compared with the method of erasing a galaxy at every turn, it is not as good, but it is shocking enough for the group members. Ancient One held a golden shield, and Dormammu on the opposite side was not idle either. He opened his mouth and a thick beam of light shot out. This black beam of light has no limit to bend, just like the legendary Buzhu Mountain, in their eyes, it looks like a wall. Where the beam of light passes, the space is distorted. Seeing the beam of light hit, all the group members felt as if their hearts were tightly grasped by a big hand, unable to beat. Roar sucks, even the whole person can't. Hee. Itachi clutched his heart with his right hand, sweat dripped down his head, and the expression on his face became extremely hideous. It's really terrifying. I just watched this attack through the Crystal of Destiny, and I felt that I couldn't breathe. How much pressure should the Ancient One magician facing this attack face? I'm afraid if you wipe it, the whole Konoha will disappear, right? Itachi had a wry smile on his face, unable to imagine the destructive power such an attack would cause in his world. Ubukin was so frightened that he squatted on the ground. The head of the Huashan school had lost his demeanor at all. He originally thought that Zolangchan was a rare powerhouse in the world, but now it seems. Duan in the palace was so frightened that the teapot on the table was shattered. He had never seen such a powerful attack. Xianba directly smashed the handle of his throne, and scared his subordinates to a shiver. They had never seen a gang leader so rude. But the next scene made everyone's eyes widen, and their faces were full of disbelief. Facing such a terrifying attack, the Ancient One magician not only did not block it, but instead threw the magic shield of the file size of the mountain range. This magic shield is like a golden wheel, and it splits out against the black beam of light, directly splitting the attack that could not be blocked in his thoughts at all. Not only that, the golden magic shield went upstream directly along the black bead of light, and smashed into the face of the giant face. This is impossible. The four of them roared in their hearts at the same time, and the sound they made was close to groaning. They couldn't imagine how such an attack could be blocked. But it's not over yet. The golden shield not only repelled Dormammu, but also tore apart this dark space. In the black space, a trace of unknown size was torn out. When they looked at it, they even looked a little dizzy because the trace was too large. Through the traces, they could see that there was a starry sky outside. But compared to what they saw, this starry sky was more real, and the stars in the distance would not twinkle. After the golden shield came out of the space, it didn't stop at all. After flying in the starry sky, I don't know how far. Directly installed a fixed star that exudes flames and heat waves. Then the fixed star exploded, and the entire fixed star was directly divided into two halves, and then turned into a flame that was still burning in the starry sky. He destroyed a Sunday. The four people in the group groaned in unison, and couldn't help looking at the sky, the sun emitting light and heat, fighting a cold war. At the moment, the people in the group couldn't help but look at the sun, their faces were sluggish, and some doubted about life. Although the Destiny Crystal had finished playing, the group was dead silent, and no one made a sound. Group owner Tian Lao, as you can see, this is just the tip of the iceberg of Sorcerer Supreme's strength. Like the fixed star just now, Sorcerer Supreme can destroy hundreds of millions of them with a wave of his hand. The people in the group shivered again. After staying in the group for a long time, they naturally acquired some knowledge and knew what the concept of hundreds of millions was. This time, even the tyrant, who has always been known for being domineering and doesn't take anyone seriously, is speechless, and the scene in front of him has brought him down. Itachi, is this really a power that humans can possess? Itachi is still unbelievable. How can humans have such power? Xianbo looked at the hall of the world meeting in front of him, and suddenly felt that his industry was a joke. In front of that kind of power, everything was empty. Yu Buchan from Huashan wanted to pay attention to his appearance, but now his hair is scattered like a lunatic. It can be seen how much impact this fate crystal has brought him. Although he has never experienced this kind of power, he just saw it know how terrifying and powerful this is. In the Duan family's Duan Yu, he lost his ability to think directly. He was shocked and dumbfounded by this shocking side. Seeing the destruction of a son with his own eyes, he couldn't bear the blow. The members of the chat group were all closed, and it took a long time for someone to speak. Gentleman Sword, Sorcerer Supreme, is it a fairy? I am afraid that only the gods have this kind of method, right? Prince Dali, although I have never reached this level, are the legendary gods really so powerful? Itachi, at least the immortals in our world's legends can't do this. Group leader Tian Lao, for us, Sorcerer Supreme is no different from God. Tian Lao shook his head, the ninth stage and the ninth stage, the ultimate in the world. One step up, that is the realm of gods, which can travel between different universes. That is the domain of the powerhouse who created his system. He was even more shocked than the members in the group, because the Destiny Crystal couldn't fully demonstrate the strength of Ancient One. What this shows may only be 1/10,000th of his strength. Just as they were thinking, a message suddenly appeared in the group. Sorcerer Supreme, sorry everyone, there was a delay just now, no reply. As soon as Ancient One spoke, everyone in the group shuddered, and then spoke quickly. Prince of Dali, the boss has spoken, meet the boss. Gentleman Sword, I have seen Sorcerer Supreme. Sorcerer, Sorcerer Supreme. Itachi, saw Sorcerer Supreme. Group owner, I have seen Sorcerer Supreme. Ancient One smiled and said in the group. You don't have to be cautious, the title of Sorcerer Supreme is just a false name. Ancient One said this, but the members of the group would not think so. After seeing that scene, who would think that the name of Ancient One Sorcerer Supreme is a false name? Asterisk. Chapter 4 Sorcerer Supreme, do you want to know the future? The people in the group are all clever ghosts. As soon as they heard Ancient One's self-deprecation, they immediately started to slap the rainbow fart. Prince of Dali, the boss is really humble. This is the real boss. He treats people with kindness and is not proud of his strength. Gentleman's Sword, Sorcerer Supreme is really humble, has the world in mind, and is so kind to the weak like me. This is the way of the strong. Xianba, brother, you said a lot, and the old man admires it. Xianba really admired this time. As the leader of the World Association, he has mastered half of the people in the world. In fact, he felt a little proud in his heart and looked down on other people. Unexpectedly, Ancient One taught him a lesson directly. He felt that if he had this kind of strength, he would definitely not be as kind as Ancient One, but those who obeyed me prospered and those who opposed me perished, and used it to flaunt his own strength. But look at others, the real power is not brought out by others, but by oneself. This kind of lightness, humility, and free will, is the true style of a strong man. Compared with others, his deliberate style is really inferior. Strong people, why should they care about their words and deeds? Xianbo feels that he has learned, and he must try it when he goes back. Others don't know the small theater in Xianbaxin. Ancient One spoke directly. Everyone is a group member, you don't have to be so restrained, just call me Ancient One. Prince of Dali, I have seen Master Ancient One. Duan Yu immediately said in the group that as a child of the Duan family in Dali, although he has less experience in the arena, it does not mean that he is stupid. On the contrary, he was unusually clever, and when he heard Ancient One say this, he knew that this was a good opportunity to hug his thighs. The group owner has said that this is an amazing big guy. If he handles the relationship well, wouldn't he be able to get a lot of benefits? Other members are not to be outdone. Xianba, Master Ancient One, hello. As a tyrant who once killed his own teacher, he is the most proficient in serving the elderly, so he naturally knows how to gain favorability. Itachi, saw Master Ancient One. Gentleman Sword, good Master Ancient One. Ancient One smiled and said. Hee, you don't have to be polite. In fact, I'm very curious. Who is the group leader? Why do you know so much about the old man? Is the group leader's strength also outstanding? Really, we may be able to exchange a word or two. Ancient One is actually very curious about the identity of this group leader. Being able to become a group master linking the heavens and the myriad worlds, could it be a powerhouse stronger than him? Group owner, Sorcerer Supreme broke me, I'm just a trivial person, I've only heard of your name. I dare not compare to a big guy like you. Qinya kept his posture very low. He knew how much he weighed and he was nothing compared to Ancient One. Sorcerer Supreme, I wonder how the group owner knew about the old man? Group owner Qinya, in my hometown Earth, there are also legends about your legend, and we also made him into a movie, your great deeds for a few years. Qinya is also a master at talking nonsense with his eyes open. Obviously Ancient One was just a supporting role in Doctor Strange, and he was abruptly raised a few grades. Sorcerer Supreme, it turns out that the world is really wonderful. I didn't expect my deeds to be spread to other planets. Saying this in the group, the Ancient One is actually thinking. This group owner looks like a native of the Earth. I don't know if the Earth he is on is the Earth where I am. You must go back and have a look when you have time. After all, Marvel's Earth is different from his previous Earth, and he still wants to see the original Earth. Group owner Qinya, Master Ancient One, you just said that you were delayed by other things. I don't know what it is. How can we help you? Hearing what Qinya said, others also reacted. Prince Dali, Master Ancient One, if you send me something, I will go through fire and water, and I will do whatever it takes. Itachi, me too. Junzijian, Master Ancient One, if you are dispatched, I will send hundreds of people up and down from Huashan without a word. Xianba, my world will be the same. Seeing this group of people being so active, Ancient One shook his head and said. It doesn't have to be, it's just a small character, a kid named Caecilius, who wants to summon the Dark Lord of outer space. Prince Dali, Dark Lord? Is it that big mountain-like face in the dark space? Hearing Duan Yu's question, the other group members also widened their eyes, waiting for his answer. Sorcerer Supreme, that's right, Dormammu does look like a face, it's just that his body is so big that your eyes can't see his whole body. Ancient One shook his head, mortal eyes still have limitations. Such a huge creature, how could it be possible to see his whole picture clearly at close range? Prince Dali, didn't you defeat him? Sorcerer Supreme, I did beat him a few times, but Dormammu is unkillable in dark spaces and gets stronger every day. Dormammu is an energy creature. In the dark space, it devours the material of the main material world all the time, and naturally becomes more powerful. Sorcerer Supreme, how did you know I beat Dormammu, my friend? Group Owner Qin Ye, Master Ancient One, it was I who uploaded the Destiny Crystal, and they only knew it? If you are unhappy, I will cancel it immediately. Sorcerer Supreme, is this unnecessary? But what is the Fate Crystal? Group Owner Qin Ye, Destiny Crystals can reveal people's destiny. Sorcerer Supreme, exactly. Group Leader Qin Ye, Master Ancient One, did you mention Caecilius just now? Sorcerer Supreme, yes, he used to be my apprentice. Unfortunately, he was bewitched by dark magic and became Dormammu's lackey. Recently, Dormammu has to come. Qin Ye's heart sank when he heard this. It really was the part where Ancient One was about to be killed by Caecilius. He gritted his teeth and said, Group Owner at Sorcerer Supreme, do you want to see the future if you have the chance? I just want to advise you to be careful with Caecilius. Future. Could it be that the group owner has a future that even the Ancient One who holds the time gem doesn't know about? Ancient One wanted to know which future he held in the hands of the group master. Is it his future now, or the future of the bald woman in the movie who was killed by Caecilius? The future is uncertain and can be completely changed. In the long river of destiny, there are countless possibilities. Even Ancient One, which owns the time gem, has deduced tens of millions of futures, but still can't accurately know its own destiny. He wanted to see if the group owner could come up with something that would surprise him. Sorcerer Supreme, as for the future, the old man is curious. What is the difference between the future mastered by the group owner and the future known by the old man? Qin Ye, the future I can see should not be comparable to the thousands of futures deduced by Master Ancient One, but only the future in the world I live in. Sorcerer Supreme, then trouble the group owner and let the old man take a look at the so-called Fate Crystal. Of course, the old man definitely won't let the group owners work in vain, and will definitely pay the group owner's satisfaction. Qin Ye was overjoyed when he heard this. Group owner Qin Ye, it doesn't matter what the reward is. It is my duty as a group owner to let group members change their future. The group owner Qin Ye sent Fate Crystal. Asterisk. Chapter 5 The Crystal of Destiny, The Death of Sorcerer Supreme. After Qin Ye sent Ancient One a Destiny Crystal, he uploaded a Destiny Crystal to the group again. After the Fate Crystal is downloaded, it can be turned into a crystal-like item. As long as you hold it in your hand, you can see the picture. After Ancient One obtained the Destiny Crystal, he did not look at it first, but checked the crystal with his own magic. I don't know what material this Fate Crystal is made of, but it looks very wonderful. At the physical observation level, it is completely invisible, that is, other people cannot see this crystal at all. It should only be visible to members of the chat group. Interesting, although it doesn't have the power of destiny as I imagined, this material is interesting and has some research value. Ancient One nodded in appreciation. He valued this Fate Crystal more than the pictures in it. After researching for a while, he opened the crystal unhurriedly and began to check the so-called future destiny inside. As soon as he entered the screen, Ancient One saw Caecilius and several of his men standing opposite him. With a wave of Ancient One's hand, the surrounding space surged like a wave, and Caecilius was directly tightened by Ancient One's mirror space. 2 golden shields appeared in his hands, and Ancient One fought with several of Caecilius' subordinates alone. In the beginning, Ancient One can be said to have the upper hand. With the combination of a powerful mana shield and space spells, he was really able to deal with these miscellaneous fish with ease. With the palm of his hand, huge amounts of fluctuations would occur in the mirror space. Caecilius couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes, and was toyed with in the palm of his hand. Although they both possessed the same power, it was obvious that Caecilius was not a deliberate opponent at all, and everything seemed so easy and freehand. The group members in the group who saw the scene were a little strange. Why did the group owner say that this is the end of the magician on purpose? Looking at this situation, Ancient One couldn't possibly lose at all. Especially the kind of mastery of space, the people in the group are shaken. Junzijian, Master Ancient One is really too powerful, I'm afraid he won't make a move, just relying on the space to move can trap me to death. Xianba, that kind of high-rise building is just a plaything in the hands of Master Ancient One, too strong. Itachi, even our Hokage-level powerhouse is probably nothing in front of Master Ancient One. When the group members saw the strength of Ancient One, they all yearned for it. But at this moment, the situation inside changed. Ancient One beat Caecilius to one knee and kept talking to him. Unprepared, Caecilius' eyes were darkened, and a golden yellow blade appeared in his hand, piercing the Ancient One's body directly. A Sorcerer Supreme just died like a child's play. Prince Dali, this is really absurd, how could Master Ancient One be so powerful and die so suffocating? Xianba, Brother Duan said it well this time. Junzijian, it is really sad and deplorable that a generation of masters should die like this. Itachi, farce. Ancient One looked at what the group of people said, a smile appeared on his face. I have to say that the death of the original Ancient One was indeed a farce. Although it was only a physical death, it was too much of a child's play. A strong man capable of tearing Dormammu by hand, was killed by a 25th boy. It's more of a script kill than anything else. If the Ancient One didn't die voluntarily, would Caecilius want to kill the Supreme Sorcerer Supreme alone? Although in the movie the Ancient One magician dies directly. But in the comics, the Ancient One magician's death this time is just a physical death, and the soul travels with the eternal God to the multi-universe. Not only that, but this time they both perished, and also killed a different space beholder. It is equivalent to handing over his mess to his apprentice, Doctor Strange. Not enough it seems that this fate crystal is not comprehensive. According to his guess, it should only be based on the memory of the group owner. After watching Ancient One of Destiny Crystal, I learned that this paragraph is only the future of Sorcerer Supreme in the Marvel movie universe. For Ancient One, who has a single-player universe ceiling, it is nothing to worry about. Sorcerer Supreme, no need, it's just a little silhouette in the long river of fate. Not enough to believe. Sorcerer Supreme, but thanks to the group owner for showing the old man the Crystal of Destiny. Ancient One came back to his senses, waved his hand directly, and a space like a hive appeared in front of him. This is a collection that he has searched in the universe for so many years as a collection. He used his outstanding space skills to create a huge space for storage. In his collection, there is even a small fixed star system, and other collections are just like the stars in the universe, countless. Compared to Collector's collection, his collection is much larger. Eyes constantly swept through these collections, and after searching for a long time, Ancient One's eyes lit up. Finally found it, there are too many collections, and I am very distressed. Ancient One shook his head, his mind could even cover the entire galaxy in an instant, but now it takes so long to find something, one can imagine how many collections he has. A transparent bead appeared in his hand, which looked very wonderful. Sorcerer Supreme sent an exclusive red envelope to the group owner Qin Yet. Sorcerer Supreme, this is a collection I found on an unnamed planet. It should be useful to you. Just put it between your eyebrows and touch it with your mind. Group Owner Tian Lao, thank you Sorcerer Supreme. Prince of Dali, I envy the group leader. Bully, +1. Gentleman Sword, +1. Itachi, +1. Tian Lao didn't look at the group, and directly placed the bead between his eyebrows according to Ancient One's statement. Then he felt that the scenery in front of him had changed greatly, and the whole world had changed. He practiced the Dharma door himself, as if it was driven by some force, and it started to operate on his own. The world he lives in, the earth, is much larger than the other earths. Moreover, in the disaster of the ancient gods' recovery, many gods in the mythology immediately woke up and began to slowly regain their strength. Fortunately, their human beings are not without the power of a battle, they have a system of cultivating immortals. What he cultivated was a practice method that was searched out from a ruin. Because of the chat group, he had already become one of the strongest at this stage. But the Ancient One bead actually allowed him to advance directly. Group Owner, Tian Lao. World, Ancient Gods Revival Planet. Strength, Tier 3 and 1. It turned out to be a Tier 3 master with the same strength as Itachi. The shock in Tian Lao's heart couldn't be further increased. It was just an unknown bead, and it actually raised him to a big stage. Group Owner Tian Lao, thank you, Master Ancient One. I didn't expect this bead to be so powerful. It's too precious. If you send it in the future, you will definitely go through fire and water. Prince Dali, I envy the group owner again. The group owner is very lucky. Bully, +1. Gentleman Sword, +1. Itachi, +1**. Chapter 6 Do you want to become stronger? Ask for flowers and evaluation tickets. Because Ancient One sent a red envelope in the group, the whole group was filled with the smell of lemon. Prince Dali, group leader, come out and talk about how much your strength has increased, let us envy and envy. Group Owner Tian Lao, I haven't improved much, but I just broke through the 3rd rank. Prince Dali, what? Tier 3. This is too perverted. The group owner, have you become the 3rd strongest in the group? After spending a lot of time in the group, they also knew how to divide their strengths and their own strengths. In the group, in fact, the weakest is now him, he is only the strength of the 8th dan of level 1. It is still powerful among ordinary people, not even a martial arts master. Gentleman Sword, the strength of the group leader has improved, which is really gratifying. Although he said so, Yu Buchan was so envious that he almost smashed everything in the house. He knew that Tier 3, in their world, only Dongfang Invincible could barely reach this level of strength, and it was very likely that it would not reach this level. He is only a 2nd order level. It is the second to last in the group, and it is really difficult to make a move. Originally, the group owner was only a 2nd order, but now he is only one step up because of a red envelope. How could he not be envious and go mad? Xianba, congratulations to the group leader. Even so, Xianba is also very restless. His strength is 2nd rank and 9th rank, and he is one step away from 3rd rank. He naturally knows how difficult it is to go from the 2nd to the 3rd. This is a transition in the level of life, and he can't see the way forward at all. Now seeing such an easy breakthrough by the group leader, his heart is naturally mixed, but he believes that he is not weaker than others, and he quickly adjusted his emotions. Itachi, congratulations. Among this group of people, Itachi is the calmest. He knows that there is nothing to envy. In the group, there will be opportunities sooner or later. Prince of Dali, Master Ancient One is really amazing. Whenever the Master gives me a red envelope, I can become a hero like Xiao Feng. Junzijian, Brother Duan, you should stop dreaming, practice martial arts well, and don't be strong at everything. Although Yu Buchan is a hypocrite, when his own interests are not involved, he still likes to give advice to future generations. The only Duan Yu in the group is weaker than him, and he often mentions Duan Yu. Prince Dolly, thank you, Senior Yu, for your guidance. Group owner Qin Ye, compared with some of these, it is better to accumulate origin points quickly, at least there is no future trouble in improving strength. Prince Dolly, unfortunately, this source point is too difficult to obtain. There are only a few hours a day, which is too slow. Group owner Qin Ye, you can put some items in the group store, as long as the group members need it, won't you be able to get points? It's not good, you go to the group arena to fight, as long as you win, you also have points. Prince Dolly, I am the weakest in the group, no one can beat me at all. Qin Ye also shook his head. In the group, there is something like origin points, which is infinitely useful. It can improve strength and enhance tricks. It is simply a panacea. Every day in the group members will get a fixed number of points. Another way is to put the treasures in the world in the group mall, and other members can also get points as long as they buy them. The other is to fight in the ring, which is used by group members to fight, and the points are equivalent to the wager of the bet. Ancient One's attention has always been in the group, and it was only after the conversation of the group that they discovered this thing. He also found that, before he knew it, he had 10 points, which should be quite a lot according to the people in the group. Try how this point works. As soon as Ancient One the God's telekinesis moved, he felt a little power in his body. But compared to his original power, this power is really insignificant. If his original power is an infinite universe, this increased power is just a piece of sand. If it weren't for his strong mind, his control over his body was also very strong, and he wouldn't be able to detect it at all. Although it has no effect, this kind of power is still magical, and it can be transformed into magic power. Ancient One is a little curious, this point is simply insignificant for the enhanced strength. But the process of converting this point into magic is very magical. If he can figure out the essence of this power, he can feel that he can break through that thin film, and his strength will increase again. However, this requires more points to experiment with. Magic is to study various mysteries between heaven and earth and transform it into one's own power. The more knowledgeable, the stronger the strength. Now that Ancient One finally had the opportunity to obtain such a thing, it really made him feel a little excited after a long time. After feeling that he couldn't get anything out of the experiment with these points, Ancient One looked at the system mall. There are very few things in the system mall, and the most things are various martial arts and exercises. If Ancient One has enough points, maybe buy it and take a look. All roads lead to Rome. Studying other cultivation paths can confirm each other with his magic path and improve his strength. But now the points are relatively small, so don't waste it. There was nothing else to notice, but one item caught his attention. World Teleportation, 100 origin points. Ancient One looked at the function of the system and was very excited. This is exactly what he needs, if he can travel to other worlds. Not only can he punch in to get various rewards, but he can also study different laws in different worlds, which is very beneficial to his strength. However, this thing is also limited. In addition to 100 origin points, it also needs world coordinates. That is to say, he needs the consent of other group members before he can transmit, and if other members feel threatened, he may expel others. Ancient One also understands. Although group members can't hurt each other, there are too many ways to kill one person. For example, if he has bad thoughts, he will go directly to the world of other members and blow their sun. Without his hands, these people will slowly die. There are obviously good people and bad people in this chat group. The group system obviously does not want this kind of thing to happen, so there will naturally be certain restrictions. It seems that in the future, you need to brush more favorability in the group, and go to other worlds in the future, and it's okay to pay some benefits. Ancient One thought to himself. Anyway, to him, whatever is trash, to others, it is also a great treasure. He pays these trivial things, and can get greater benefits. It seems that we need to pay more attention to the group in the future. It's good to care about young people. As Ancient One thought about it, he focused his attention on the group again. Coincidentally, the group of people in the group were discussing him. Chapter 70. I will die. Because the Ancient One was very kind in the group lost their initial awe and began to talk about the Ancient One in the group. Itachi, for a strong man like Master Ancient One, if there is no accident, the lifespan should be infinite, right? Prince Dali, Itachi, did you actually speak up? Not like your style. Junzijian, that's right, it's really not easy to let your little brother Itachi take the initiative to speak. Itachi, it's just a feeling. Xianba, it is indeed worth sighing. Lord, is the fate of the Ancient One Master really like that in the Crystal of Fate? Prince Dali, I also don't believe that Master Ancient One is so powerful, how could he be killed by others? Group owner Qin Ye, Destiny Crystal shows a person's future destiny. If there is no accident, the destiny will basically not change. Qin Ye fooled around in the group. If these people don't believe him, how can he benefit from the group? Sorcerer Supreme, are you guys talking about me? Group owner Qin Ye, I'm sorry, Master, we have seen your Crystal of Destiny, so we have some discussions. By the way, Master, don't go to Caecilius, you will die there. Sorcerer Supreme, oh. I will die? Group leader Qin Ye, that's right, Master Ancient One, although I don't want to say it, but that's what I saw in the Crystal of Destiny. You were killed by Caecilius yourself. Prince of Dali, group leader, can't you find a way to help Master Ancient One? Xianba, if you know, can you change your destiny? Group owner Qin Ye, definitely, as long as you prepare in advance, you can still avoid death. I just want to remind the Master to prepare in advance before going to Caecilius. Sorcerer Supreme, no need. Junzijian, Master Ancient One, why do you do this? Although you are an invincible strong man, maybe that Caecilius, this thief may have plotted against you, so you have to guard against it. Itachi, sect leader you is right, Master Ancient One, this kind of thing has to be guarded against. Itachi has experienced the Ninja World War, and naturally knows that the battle is not a strong one, so he can definitely win. Many powerful ninjas died in ambush by various means. Poisoning, assassination, threats, these are the methods they often use in the war. Although they are disgusting, they are effective. According to his understanding in the group, magician should be a powerful but physically fragile profession. In case of being plotted, it is very likely to be killed. Sorcerer Supreme, that's not what I meant. Is there a way for the group owner to let everyone see my current scene? Group owner Qin Ye, you can start the group live broadcast, and everyone can see what you want us to see. Ancient One searched the group and found a group live broadcast option. Sorcerer Supreme has opened a group live broadcast. The group owner Qin Ye entered the live broadcast room. Itachi entered the live room. Soon, the people in the group chat entered the live broadcast room, and as soon as they entered, they saw a big scene. Surrounded by the twinkling starry sky, in front of them, there is a sea blue planet. Ancient One just sat in the starry sky, with a long table in front of him, with tea and fruits on it. When Qin Ye saw this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched. If he read it right, this is space, right? What are you doing in space? Group leader Qin Ye, Master Ancient One, what are you doing? Sorcerer Supreme, get some sun. Speaking of Ancient One, he turned his perspective and let everyone look at the sun. Compared with the mild sun in the planet whose radiation is isolated by the atmosphere, the sun in front of Ancient One is much more violent. Even if the group members haven't seen it before, they can still see the golden light that radiates out. Prince Dolly, is this the world of the boss? If I bask in the sun in this place, I'm afraid I'll be turned into fly ashes right away. Junzijian, yes, this is the sun. But what is that blue sphere? Group owner Qin Ye, the hard blue planet is the Earth, where we live. Now you believe that we are on a planet, right? Xianba, unbelievable, it turns out that I'm just a frog in the bottom of a well. Prince Dolly, I feel the same way. Itachi, Master Ancient One is really too powerful. Prince Dolly, I don't know when will I be able to have such a powerful strength. Group owner Qin Ye, Master Ancient One, what is your purpose for the live broadcast? Qin Ye murmured in his heart, do these big guys have bad tastes? Just want to sigh that the way they bask in the sun is unique? Sorcerer Supreme at Group Master, didn't you just say that I will die at the hands of Caecilius? I just wanted to try what you said was accurate. As the Ancient One waved his hand, a golden circle appeared, and Caecilius, who had been imprisoned by him, appeared in front of them. But at the moment controlled by his power, Caecilius is very honest. Seeing this scene, the members of the group chat went numb. Group owner Qin Ye, Master Ancient One, you must be careful. You really could die at his hands if you're not careful. Junzijian, Master Ancient One, why do you have to fight with a small character? Wouldn't it be a pity if something went wrong? Xianbaz, that's right, Master Ancient One, if you keep the green hills, you won't be afraid of running out of firewood. Sorcerer Supreme, I just want to see if fate is so wonderful. After saying a word in the group, Ancient One released Caecilius restrained. Caecilius, I know that you have always been unhappy, and you have thrown yourself into the arms of darkness. This time I will give you a chance. I will stay motionless here and give you a chance to kill me. When the members of the chat group heard Ancient One say this, their hearts went to their throats, but they saw with their own eyes that Ancient One was killed by such a black-eyed guy. Ancient One was not worried at all. He signed in the Marvel world over the years and received a lot of rewards. Among them, there are dozens of rewards for physical strengthening. Other magician may be powerful and fragile, but he does not exist in this situation, an absolute hexagonal warrior. Why is he in space? It is to practice a method of punching in to obtain a strengthening body, the polar flow energy absorption method, which can absorb all kinds of radiation energy in the universe to strengthen the body. After practicing to a higher level, you can even practice directly in fixed star. After so many years of cultivation, his body is extremely strong. Even if the planet collapses, he can resist it with just his body. Even if he stands here, Caecilius can't help him. Compared with the Ancient One of the original movie universe, the current Ancient One has completely crossed an insurmountable level, and it is not even stronger. Caecilius is not a man of harsh words, and is a decisive character. Hearing Ancient One say this, he doesn't care whether what he says is true or not. A golden magic dagger appeared directly in his hand, his eye circles darkened again, and he stabbed it directly. When the group members saw this scene, the scared boss couldn't bear it, and didn't want to see the upcoming scene. Ding! Impossible! Whether it was Caecilius or the people watching the live broadcast in the group, they all gave out incredible surprises. Asterisk. Chapter 8 Newcomers join the group. Because of Ancient One's operation, the group fell into silence again. The group members have also seen a lot of the world from Ancient One. Although I don't know the specific strength of Caecilius, but seeing the dagger stabbed out and leaving a crack in the surrounding space, I know how powerful this attack is. At least put it on them, I am afraid they can be wiped out with a single blow. But Ancient One, not only was unscathed, even his clothes were not damaged in any way. Qin Ye felt a little pain in his face. He was in the group saying that Ancient One might have been killed by Caecilius, but now. Not only did Ancient One not get killed by Caecilius, but this guy even pierced his skin every time. How can he still talk in the group in the future? It's a social death. Chinya felt a little hot for a while. But what followed was a life of skepticism. Why is this happening? There should be no problem with his memory. In his world, the Ancient One was indeed killed by Caecilius. But what's going on now? Chinya had deep doubts about the Marvel movies he saw. With a wave of Ancient One's hand, Caecilius floated back again, holding a dagger in his hand, looking like a bound mummy. It seems that you can't kill me, Caecilius. I gave you a chance, but unfortunately you don't have the ability. Ancient One's face was filled with regret, as if expecting something from Caecilius. Caecilius, since you were once my apprentice, I have given you one last chance. I can't bear you to continue to harm the world. Said Ancient One waved his hand. Caecilius floating in front of him, like a painting that had been erased from the drawing board, just disappeared in front of Ancient One. That kind of clean disappearance, not even a trace of scum was left in front of Ancient One. Seeing this scene, Itachi licked his lips, and his mouth was a little dry. Compared to the last big scene attack, this scene in front of him made him feel even more terrified. Because he can still understand the previous method, the current method is beyond his understanding. Boom. In the hall of the World Association, the other armrest of the throne of the tyrant also rotted directly. The men in the hall were so frightened that they knelt down on one knee, but Xianba didn't notice this at all. What kind of method is this? How can there be such a terrible method in this world? In the face of such methods, I am afraid it is just a child's play. With such a powerful body, how is it possible? Huashan, closed room. Inside, Yubukin felt a little chill in his heart. Such means are really terrible. Huaxia has a tradition of going to the ground for safety since ancient times. If such a method is used, the soul will be scattered directly, and I am afraid that there will be no chance to go to the underworld. This made Yubukin even feel a little secretive fear, because he couldn't know how this was done, and he was extremely frightened. The unknown is always the most feared. On the contrary, Duan Yu, because he didn't understand anything, was not so afraid. Prince Dali, Master Ancient One is really too strong. Your strength, in our world, is probably the number one in the world, maybe the number one in the universe. Duan Yu has won the essence of the family tradition, and he is a skilled person who hugs his thighs. When others in the group saw this scene, they cursed inwardly. Duan Yu was shameless, and immediately spoke up. Itachi, Master Ancient One, you are indeed unparalleled in strength, even more powerful than the immortals in our legends. Master Ancient One, you will be our idol in the future. Even if you are good at spells, your body is still so powerful that you can do anything. When the group members saw Itachi say this, they cursed in their hearts. Don't worry about Duan Yu, Itachi, a normally cold guy. When did you learn to lick people? Although they thought so in their hearts, the two old foxes were naturally not to be outdone. Gentleman's sword, Master Ancient One is truly a forerunner. For the sake of the earth, I am afraid that the whole earth will be grateful for the kindness of Master Ancient One. Xianba, Master Ancient One is really a role model for my generation. It is the honor of my life to know a senior like Master Ancient One in this lifetime. Ancient One looked inside the group. Good guy, this group of licking dogs. Are you Yubukin a gentleman? Are you not a hero? And Uchiha Itachi, isn't your family all high-cold male gods? How did it become like this? Ancient One felt that since he joined the group style has changed, and each group member has become a licking dog. Sorcerer Supreme, ahem, everyone is a group friend. It doesn't have to be this way, it doesn't have to be this way. Seeing Ancient One speaking out in the group of people were even more excited. Itachi, Master Ancient One is really a role model for me. He is so strong and humble. Prince Dali, Brother Itachi is right. Gentleman's Sword, Brother Itachi's evaluation is very pertinent. Xianba, there are really not many people who are similar to Ancient One masters who are so low-key. Ancient One didn't speak at all this time, went invisible, and started to count the origin points in the research group. Seeing that Ancient One had disappeared, the discussion in the group gradually became normal. At this moment, 2 system messages rang. Ding, Jinghu Medical Immortal joined the group chat. Ding, Voldemort joined the group chat. Prince Dali, are you a newcomer? Newcomer burst photos. Junzijian, newcomers check the group announcement, which will help you understand the group chat. Xianba, I don't know what the newcomer's strength is. Jinghu Medical Immortal, what sorcery do you use? Why is it in my brain? Hurry up and register your name, or my MO family will not spare you. Prince Dali, don't be nervous for newcomers, we are all good people. You can check out the group announcement. Ancient One, who was studying things, also heard the news in the group and knew that a new person was coming. The MO family's Jinghu Medical Immortal, could it be Duan Murong from Qin Shimingyu? Ancient One thought that if it was really her, I'm afraid this would be the first girl in the group. And she is a kind-hearted and artistic girl, although she is sometimes fierce towards people. But it's actually just a protective color. As for the other silent member, Voldemort, the Ancient One knew who he was without guessing. The big villain in the Harry Potter world is the biggest devil in that world, and the biggest villain in that world. Ancient One thought he was a little interested in him. Although many magics in the necromancer world do not seem powerful, their effects are very abnormal. Magical spells such as Avidasuozu, shape-shifting, and so on, are very meaningful to his research. However, Voldemort remained silent, making Ancient One a little puzzled. Could it be that this Voldemort has not been resurrected yet? Is it a state of being separated by the soul? The people in the group are also very strange. Prince Dali, Voldemort, why didn't the newcomer speak? Are you shy? Itachi, Voldemort, what's this name? Why doesn't he sound like a good guy? Asterisk. Chapter 9 The Arrogant Voldemort. After Voldemort joined the group chat, it did arouse discussions among the people around him. As the group leader, Qin Ye has naturally studied the characters in the movies and comics himself. He really doesn't like Voldemort. This is a lunatic. The Avidasuo life charm is powerful, but it also has side effects, which can contaminate people's souls and eventually split their souls. Group owner Qin Ye, Voldemort is indeed not a good person, he is a lunatic. He has tortured and killed a lot of people, and killed his father's family, and he did not repent and blamed his uncle. Prince of Dali, how could there be such a dehumanizing person in the world? Junzijian, such demons should be punished. Xianba, this man is so vicious, he really deserves to be the devil. Although the tyrant is a hero, with a vicious and vicious person, he is very tender towards his relatives, and he treats his daughter with extreme love, and he does not want them to be hurt a little. It's much better than Earth Demon's extermination of humanity. Itachi said he didn't want to speak. In fact, Itachi also felt that this person was vicious. The reason why he killed the whole family was to protect Konoha, and he himself was extremely heartbroken, but Voldemort was different. Listening to the group leader's description, this Voldemort is a bit far from him. Voldemort, damn muggles. What do you know? That's the damn people. How can a muggle life compare to a noble necromancer? Although everyone didn't know what muggle meant, they could hear it. This was not a good word, and Voldemort immediately aroused public anger in the group. Prince Dali, the newcomer is so arrogant, be careful to be beaten to death. Xianba, the old man would like to have a lesson, what skills do you have with such a big voice? Gentleman's Sword, everyone gets these demons and kills them. Let's go together. Itachi, why are you so arrogant? If you were in your world, you would have died 10,000 times. Voldemort, he, just a bunch of muggles, no shame. Voldemort watched the group chat with his blood-red eyes. As the villainous boss of a world, although Voldemort is sinister and vicious, he is very smart. At first, he thought that someone had used a special spell on him, but later found out that it was not. After careful diving observation, he found that the group of people did not have magic at all, just using other methods of power. In his eyes, these people are muggles. For him who believes in bloodline theory, muggles are nothing more than fuelwood-like magic materials, maybe not as high as magical creatures. The muggle's mouth still speaks like this. In his eyes, it is an unforgivable sin. Voldemort, you muggles don't know what power is. The great Voldemort will make you feel what fear. Itachi, I'm going to kill this guy. Xianba, let the old man try his fineness first. Xianba is also a proud and arrogant person. How could he bear this kind of insult? Xianba launched a challenge in the ring to Voldemort, with 5 origin points, and the senses were completely simulated. The arena function of the system is very comprehensive, which can fully simulate reality and can be adjusted. Although he cannot admit defeat, he will not die in the arena. Voldemort smiled strangely when he saw that someone had challenged him. Voldemort, damn muggles, I'll let you know what despair is. After speaking, both of them entered the ring. The arena of the group chat system is said to be a ring, but it is very large and more like a space. In fact, it is for group members to exchange ideas and experiment with tricks, which can be used by one person. The members of the group all began to watch the performance of the two in the ring. Xianba, I have practiced martial arts for decades, and I have never seen such an arrogant person as you. 3 points returned to vitality. Xianba shouted, and a 3-colored light passed towards Voldemort. Voldemort held a staff in his hand, like a symphony conductor, with a cruel expression on his face. Armor and bodyguard Protego. Petrificus totalis. Avada Kedavra. Voldemort is the big villain, so naturally he won't be as stupid and weak as in the movie. In tens of seconds, 3 incantations are uttered. The spells in Harry Potter's world are all related to mana. The stronger the mana in the body, the stronger the power. Xianba was cursed by Voldemort's spell. First, his body was petrified and could not move at all, and then he was hit by a green spell. Although he was protected by the chat group and would not die, he still felt a splitting headache, and life was better than death. The ring battle was over in these dozens of seconds. Itachi, I'll come. Itachi is arrogant, Voldemort is so provocative, he can't stand it for a long time. Even if he can't exert the most powerful strength due to physical reasons, he still has to make Voldemort pay the price. Voldemort, come on, I'll show you what pain is. Ha ha ha. Voldemort laughed heartily, accepted Itachi's challenge, and entered the ring. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. The body inside the ring space is the same as the body in the original world, so Itachi didn't use the Shaker Eye at the beginning, this kind of pupil surgery that puts a lot of load on the body. Itachi sent out a fireball with a file size of several meters in his hand, and everyone was very excited to see it. Voldemort sneered and said, Armor spell Protego. Then, without evading at all, he received the blow. The fireball hit Voldemort, and a bunch of sparks exploded, but Voldemort was unscathed. There was a gleam of scarlet in Voldemort's eyes. Quickly imprisoned, curse of imprisonment Colloporchus. Itachi cleverly avoided using the avatar technique. Fire escape, Phoenix Immortal Fire technique. Itachi used the fire escape again, but still couldn't touch Voldemort at all. In this way, you come to me for dozens of rounds. Itachi knows that he can only use the strongest means, writing round eyes. Monthly reading. Voldemort didn't notice it at all, and was unprepared for a moment, and looked into Itachi's eyes, where 3-hook jade kept spinning. Yu directly dragged Voldemort into the world created by Itachi. In this illusory world, everything is determined by Itachi. The members of the group were very excited when they saw that Itachi had the upper hand and controlled Voldemort. But at this moment, Itachi's eyes suddenly had tears and blood, and he felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if blood was spurting out, but he was forcibly held back. The tricks of the monthly reading were also interrupted, and Voldemort got rid of the control of the monthly reading. After breaking free from the illusion, Voldemort looked at Itachi in horror. If Itachi hadn't been forced to take the initiative to interrupt the monthly reading, he might have really overturned. It's a bit of a skill, but now it's my turn. Voldemort shook his head, and waved his magic wand with lingering fears, and began to cast a spell. Quickly imprisoned, curse of imprisonment Colloporchus. Engagement of the heart, Crucio mantra Crucio. Itachi suddenly felt that his body was imprisoned, and when he wanted to use the substitute technique to hide, he found that it was too late, and then the pain that was like a torn soul drowned him in an instant. What? Even with his tenacious will, he still screamed. Seeing this, the members of the group were extremely desperate. Prince Dolly, how could this be, brother Itachi lost so strong? Gentleman Sword, I am afraid that the only way to do it is to let the Ancient One seniors take action. Xianba, that's right, Senior Ancient One, please. P.S. Ask for a wave of flower evaluation tickets. Thank you readers for your support. Asterisk. Chapter 10 This is the real magician. Although Voldemort is not as good as the third-order powerhouse in pure destructive power. Like a tyrant, who can easily destroy a village, Voldemort is a bit difficult. But because of the particularity of Harry Potter's world curse, he is indeed a veritable third and fifth stage powerhouse when it comes to dealing with people. As long as he can't surpass him too much in mana, it is impossible to resist his spell. Avidasuo's life curse is so strange, and it can have a finalizing effect when the strength is not much different, and the same is true for other curses. Like his Cruciatus curse against Itachi, it is extremely vicious, and it can make people feel the pain of piercing the bone until it hurts to death. If Itachi hadn't been in the system's arena, the consequences would have been indescribable. After defeating the two powerhouses in the group chat, Voldemort became even more arrogant. Voldemort, humble muggles, do you feel the power of the great Voldemort? You are nothing but lowly maggots. Prince Dolly, don't be arrogant, if Master Ancient One takes action, you will surely die miserably. Gentleman's Sword, that's right, Master Ancient One will definitely take action. Voldemort, ha ha ha, Ancient One? What kind of rubbish is that, and still called a master, I see, Sorcerer Supreme, ha ha ha, lowly muggle, you deserve to be called a magician. Seeing Voldemort so rampant, everyone in the group chat gasped. I have seen someone who is courting death, but I have never seen someone who is courting death like this. Sorcerer Supreme challenged Voldemort to the ring with 20 origin points. Prince Dolly, give Voldemort the incense. Gentleman's Sword, serve Voldemort. Jinghu Medical Immortal, he's not dead yet, why do you want to give him incense? Prince of Dolly, Miss Duan Muo, you don't know something, and if you provoke Master Ancient One, he is not far from death. While talking, Duan Yu introduced the glorious deeds of Ancient One to Duan Murong, and Duan Murong, who had just joined the group, was stunned for a moment. Meanwhile, Ancient One and Voldemort have entered the ring. As soon as he came in, Voldemort looked at Ancient One and felt that there was no mana fluctuation in him, he said. It turned out to be a goddamn muggle, better than just those ants. How dare a muggle be called the Sorcerer Supreme? I must let you know that sometimes death is the greatest relief. There was a cruel expression on Voldemort's face, which, combined with his horrific face, made it seem like he really couldn't bear to look directly at him. Voldemort's words that Ancient One didn't care about. Just like an elephant who doesn't care how the ants shout under his feet, he cursed Voldemort without any hesitation. "You shoot first, I'm afraid you won't have a chance if I shoot." Voldemort was more cautious when he saw that there was no nervous look on Ancient One's face. "Armor spell Protego. First put a protective spell on himself, and Voldemort was relieved a lot. "Humble Muggle, feel the real fear, I will let you die in endless torture, and then I will enter your world, torture your relatives, and let you live in endless time all the time. Don't be tortured by pain, ha 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 ha." After shouting like a lunatic for a long time, Voldemort opened his mouth and shouted. "Quickly imprisoned, curse of imprisonment Colloporchus." The spells in Harry Potter's world are very characteristic. Most of them are non-directional skills, that is, the kind that cannot be locked. Even if you meet agile opponents, you can dodge, so before starting, Voldemort has to limit the actions of others. In the Harry Potter world, it's not so easy, because others will use other means to resist, and now when he meets someone who can't spell, he can cast it to the fullest. After Voldemort uttered the spell, his wand glowed and charged at the Ancient One. Ancient One stood where he was, waiting for Voldemort's attack. When the spell was about to reach his side, Ancient One reached out and grabbed it, and the power of the spell was caught in his hand out of thin air. Ancient One put his hands in front of his face and used a few detection spells to decipher the essence of the spell. It's amazing that interesting power contains a small amount of rule. Ancient One's eyes lit up, and he felt that there was something peculiar in it that inspired him. But there are too few things in it, and it is simply not enough for him to study. Interesting power, come back a few more times. Ancient One smiled and looked at Voldemort across from him. Originally, Voldemort was surprised when he saw the spell being caught, but he was quickly angered by Ancient One's attitude. "Damn Muggles! Bone rebirth, black curse mors mordra. Forgetting is all empty, forgetting spell obliviate. Shattered bones, crushing spell reducto. Stupefied, stunning charm stupefy." Ancient One's eyes lit up and his hands moved. The power formed by these spells flew out of Voldemort's wand and was caught in his hands. Fun, just so much fun. The power it contains is so thin, but there are fluctuations in law. It's really amazing. Ancient One was a little excited. Law is the essence of the world, and only when it reaches this level can one begin to get in touch with law. But Voldemort is so weak, but there is the power of law in his attack, which is really amazing and valuable to him. Anything else? Come on, these laws are too weak. Ancient One shook his head in dissatisfaction. Voldemort looked at Ancient One with red eyes. Avada Kedavra. Out of the body, Imperio. Engagement of the heart, Crucio mantra crucio. Voldemort gasped. This was the world of Harry Potter, the three unforgivable spells. Even if he used it, it was still a little difficult. "You're going to die in endless pain, haha, Voldemort just laughed halfway, as if he was directly strangled by the neck, and he couldn't laugh anymore. His three spells were directly grasped by Ancient One and studied again. Voldemort was at a loss now. Although he was evil and insidious, he was not a fool. The Ancient One over there, still researching, shook his head regretfully after a long time. "You are too weak, and the techniques you use are really weak. Since that's the case, you have no value, it's up to me. Quickly imprisoned, curse of imprisonment Colloporchus." With a finger, Ancient One cast the spell that Voldemort had used just now, without using his wand. Voldemort's face was horrified, full of disbelief. "It's impossible. How can you spell magic? It's impossible." Voldemort roared. "This kind of simple spell, what is impossible to copy? It is too shallow, if it is not for the small amount of law contained in it, otherwise it is worthless at all." Ancient One shook his head, the expression on his face a little disappointed. Let you play the last value and help me test the effect of these spells. Saying that, a gentle smile appeared on Ancient One's face. Seeing this smile, both Voldemort and the members of the group chat couldn't help but fight a cold war. Asterisk. Chapter 11 Voldemort, I'm blown up. Looking at the imprisoned Voldemort, the expression on Ancient One's face was satisfied. The arena of the system is really a good thing. It cannot cause death, which means that he can experiment with his own spells as he wants. This is too precious for a magician. I'll take a look. Ancient One casts a few detective spells on Voldemort first. He had wondered before why Voldemort became like this, in the Harry Potter world. It was as if he was the only one who looked so strange. Well, the defective soul has been divided, the mana is mottled, mixed with a lot of impurities, and there is no potential. It's really strange that you don't explode. Ancient One is amazed that Voldemort is so wicked and has not killed himself, it is a miracle. However, he doesn't have any potential anymore. In order to obtain powerful power, he estimates that he has used some devious ways. The power in his body is mottled. Although there is a lot of mana, there is no room for improvement. Shortcuts always come at a cost. Shaking his head, Ancient One spoke again. Now, let's start the experiment. Shattered bones, crushing spell reducto. Ancient One uttered a spell, and saw Voldemort's body violently shape-shifting as if being rubbed by something powerful. Ah! Ah! Voldemort let out a scream of pain, and later, the sound did not sound like a human voice. Well, the power is okay. Ancient One nodded with satisfaction. At the rule level, forcing the opponent to generate shape-shifting was barely a force, and it was two completely different things from magic. Combined with Ancient One's powerful mana, I am afraid that destroying the planet would be easy. Voldemort didn't die, it was the result of Ancient One's deliberate control. Treat. Ancient One snapped his fingers, and the inside of Voldemort's body, which was kneaded into a mass of minced flesh, made a bone-crunching sound and returned to normal. Well, try another spell. Engagement of the heart, Crucio Mantra Crucio. Ah! Voldemort, who was about to curse, let out a scream, and even he couldn't stop the power of Cruciatus. Not to mention, Ancient One's mana is very powerful, and the Crusader charm it uses is naturally incomparable. A simple torturing technique is not very powerful. It can only interfere with the enemy. It is not very powerful. But it can be used to extract confessions. Ancient One nodded. At their level, their will is extremely firm, which is rare in the world. This kind of technique that increases pain with cultivation is not bad, and can be used to extract confessions. Soul completion. Ancient One opened his mouth and said a word, and a white light penetrated Voldemort's body. The torture just now made Voldemort a little lost, and he didn't know if the group chat system could save him. Devil, you devil! Voldemort looked at Ancient One with a look of fear in his eyes. As the number one villain in the Harry Potter world, he had never felt this way in his life. At this moment, I felt it from Ancient One. Don't compare me with that kind of inferior life. After saying a word, Ancient One spoke again. Avada Kedavra. A green light emanated from Ancient One's hand and hit Voldemort. He was sent out by the system without even making a sound. It's a little heavier to start, and after training for more than 100 years, you should be able to cultivate well. Shaking his head, he began to think about the Avada Suo. The power is indeed powerful, with a taste of death law, but the side effects are also very powerful. Ancient One keenly felt that the Avada Suo life charm could pollute people's souls, and if used too much, it would split the soul and turn it into a mental illness. Voldemort has become like this. I am afraid there is also a credit for this spell. This thing is too strong and needs to be improved. Although the power is slightly weakened, it can also eliminate the side effects. Change the activation method. It can also be activated with other energy, not limited to mana. Ancient One is very satisfied and has made improvements to the Avidasa life charm. Yes, connected with will, the stronger the killing intent, the stronger the power. After transforming the spell, Ancient One nodded with satisfaction, and refocused on the group. At this moment, Xianba and Itachi also recovered from the battle and chatted in the group. The Prince of Dali, very happy. Very happy. Such people should be punished. Junzijian, Brother Duan is right. As the saying goes, good and evil will be rewarded, and if you do too much injustice, you will kill yourself. Xianba, even so, the power of this devil is really strange, and it was able to imprison me. I only felt a splitting headache and was expelled from the arena. Itachi, me too, the tricks he uses are really weird. Doing me wrong, this is like the method of the yin-yang family in our legend, but it is much stronger. The people in the group discussed one after another. Voldemort's character is inferior, and the spells that can be used are indeed very powerful. People in the group chat are also discussing. At this time, Ancient One spoke. Sorcerer Supreme, these spells are indeed unique, but the side effects are very large, and Voldemort became like this because of using these spells. Sorcerer Supreme, I changed these spells. Although the power has become smaller, the side effects have also been eliminated. If you want, you can buy them yourself. Even internal power can drive them, but it may consume a lot of money. Sorcerer Supreme has the Avidasuo life spell, crucifixion, out-of-body spell, body-shattering spell, armor spell, imprisonment spell on them all. Ancient One marked a relatively low price, 20 points for common spells, and 50 points for the 3 major unforgivable spells. This is an acceptable price for most group chat members. Prince of Dali, thank you boss, boss is awesome. Gentleman's Sword, thank you Ancient One for teaching the Dharma. Itachi, thank you, Master Ancient One. In most worlds, the Fa is not lightly passed down, the unique skills are not easily spread, and it is very difficult for them to obtain the exercises. Like a tyrant, in order to learn the 3 points of returning to vitality, he served under the hands of the old man Sanju for more than 10 years before he learned this martial art. Ancient One really appreciates the fact that they have put such a powerful spell in the group at such a low price. Sorcerer Supreme, there is no need for this, everyone takes what they need, but you must remember that no matter how powerful the trick is, it is only a sideline, and cultivation is the foundation. Prince Dali, thank you for the teachings of Master Ancient One, I will wait to know. Gentleman's Sword, +1. Bully, +1. Itachi, +1. The group owner Chinya purchased the Avidasuo life spell, imprisonment spell, and armor spell. Everyone in the group was speechless. Prince of Dali, the group leader is too inauthentic, so pretending to be so. Is it amazing to be rich? Some people in the group chat eat lemons, and the owners of this group are really rich. They only buy one at most, but looking at others, they bought all of them directly, which is too rich. Ancient One smiled without saying a word. It's not certain who has money now, but he knows that he probably won't be short of points. Asterisk. Chapter 12 Itachi's Fate Crystal. In group chats, the world that all group members live in is not a peaceful world. Even in the Tianlong world where Duan Yu is located, he may encounter danger when he goes out to explore the world. As a result, Ancient One prepared a powerful spell that could be used in all the worlds, and was naturally their first choice. Many group members choose to buy spells as their ability to press the bottom of the box. Prince Dali, it's such a pity, I didn't have enough points in my hand to improve my martial arts before, otherwise I could have bought more. Junzijian, Brother Duan, don't think too much, you can't chew too much, and besides, you have insufficient internal strength, can you use so many spells? Xianba, the head of you is right, for us, Internal strength is the foundation, and we must not give up. Prince Dali, I have been taught. Jinghu medical immortal, why do I have so few points, and I want to buy things too. Group owner Qin Ye, the points in the group are distributed according to your strength. The stronger your strength, the more points you get. Qin Ye shook his head. Qin Shi Minjia world was actually a middle martial plane. The masters in it are much more powerful than those in Duan Yuja. But Duan Murong is obviously not a master, and his strength is relatively weak, not even second order, not even as good as Duan Yu. After she came in, she successfully became the tail of the crane in the group. Naturally, the number of points was slower. Prince Dali, the group leader is right, Miss Duan Mu, you have to be patient. If you really need it, Xiao Sheng can also lend you some. Duan Yu inherited his father Duan Zhenchun's ability to flirt with girls, and he wanted to flirt when he saw beautiful women. He said that he didn't have points just now, but now he has points again, which makes people in the group despise. Junzijian, speaking of which, why didn't Brother Itachi not speak? At Ferret. Xianba, hasn't this kid been talking so little? It's bigger than the old man's. Prince Dali, Brother Itachi simply doesn't like to talk. Are you right? Before the others spoke, Gao Leng Itachi spoke up. Itachi, I'm fine. Prince Dali, oh, Brother Itachi, you are all right, I thought you didn't speak, what happened? Group owner Qin Ye, Itachi, your body won't be able to support it, right? Qin Ye groaned in his heart. Uchiha Itachi had originally suffered from a serious disease and had been relying on drugs to survive. Logically speaking, if there is a system of points, this problem can be solved. However, Qin Ye always felt that Itachi might leave Suzuki what he exchanged for the points. Itachi, I'm fine. Group owner Qin Ye, I don't think you seem to be okay. The group owner Qin Ye uploaded the Fate Crystal. As soon as they saw Qin Ye uploaded the Crystal of Destiny, everyone downloaded it and watched it. What appeared on the screen were two teenagers who looked alike. One is obviously older, the other is younger, and everyone can tell at a glance that the older one is Itachi. It's just that Itachi doesn't look good, one eye is closed with blood constantly lingering from it, and only one eye is open. His younger brother Suzuki was standing on a stone tablet, and the sky was full of thunder. The two had a conversation, and the thunder in the sky turned into a giant beast like a unicorn and rushed over to Itachi. Bang, the smog rises, and that power, I am afraid that a small city can be leveled. When Qin Ye saw this scene, he knew it. This battle is Itachi's most difficult battle. Too much force will kill Suzuki, and if you don't use force, you can't force Orochimaru, and you have to act so that you won't be able to see yourself in the sea. Itachi is the most special one among them. Originally, his power was full of 3 levels and 9 levels, and he was one step away from easily destroying the city. It seems that this battle did not show its true strength. Qin Ye once guessed that the first was because of physical reasons, and the second was because of the release of the sea. Now it seems to be the case. In the memory crystal, the power he showed was much stronger than them. Soon, the thunder disappeared, and Itachi, who was lying on the ground, stood up. His mouth was full of blood, which was constantly flowing out. Immediately afterwards, a phantom figure dozens of meters high appeared on his body. If you didn't have this trump card, you would have killed it. This is another kind of ninjutsu besides Tsukiyomi and Amaterasu, Susanoo. The clouds in the sky began to dissipate because of this, and the sun appeared. Immediately afterwards, Suzuki, who was opposite him, also changed. His hair was purple, as if he had changed into another person. Then from the left shoulder, 8 huge white snakes constantly poured out. Orochimaru's 8-hearted Orokai technique. Itachi manipulated Susanoo to decapitate the snake, leaving only the last snake head, and Orochimaru drilled out of it. However, the seal was pierced by a flaming sword from the Itachi manipulator. His brother no longer has the combat ability. At the moment, Itachi seemed to be in great pain, hugging his throat and kneeling on the ground. Blood flowed out of his mouth like a fountain, but Itachi still stood up and walked to Sasuke. The blood-stained hand was wiped on Sasuke's forehead. It seems to be saying, "Udaudu, do you see the sea I put in, like the Pacific Ocean? Then lie directly on the ground, earning big eyes." There are black flames that are constantly burning around. It is Amaterasu of the blood will I, and a little white snake that wants to escape was burned to death by this flame. The fate crystal is over, and the picture is still focused on Itachi's unrepentant face. The people in the group chat paused for a moment before someone spoke. "Prince Dali, it turns out that brother Itachi is so strong." Ubukin and Xianba were also very shocked. The power might be able to destroy a small mountain. Group owner Chinya, "Itachi, can't you not go? You have to know that the problem on your body is not insoluble. There will definitely be a solution in the group in the future, and you don't have to go to death at all." Junzijian, "Yes, brother Itachi, if you keep the green hills, you won't be afraid of running out of firewood." After half a day, Itachi spoke up. "Itachi, I have a reason why I have to go." Although Itachi didn't talk much, didn't explain, and looked cold, but everyone felt Itachi's determination. Group owner Chinya, "There must be a solution, you can ask Master Ancient One." Prince Dali, "Yes, Master Ancient One is so good and will definitely help." Itachi, "No need." Itachi still moved into the past without speaking, like an iceberg, but the people in the group are used to it. But from his words, they still felt Itachi's firmness. Seeing this scene, Ancient One frowned. It's not in his interest for Itachi to die. The power of the Naruto world is very magical, chakra, blood after the enchantment, tailed beasts and the Otsutsuki family from aliens. These can bring him huge amounts of improvement, and maybe new inspirations. He couldn't let Itachi die like that. Ancient One, actually, this matter is not without solutions, but I have a condition. When Ancient One said this, everyone in the group was very excited. Asterisk. Chapter 13 Negligible Conditions. The people in the group were very excited when they heard Ancient One say this. Prince Dali, Master Ancient One came out, it's really good, brother Itachi must be fine. Gentleman Sword, that's right, when Master Ancient One comes out, things will definitely be resolved. Xianba, Master Ancient One, what conditions do you need to help brother Itachi? Xianba and Ubukin are not really enthusiastic either. They are hypocrites and heroes, how could they care about others so quickly? It's just that the more people in the group, the more the two of them can benefit, and it's normal to perform like this. Sorcerer Supreme, it depends on whether brother Itachi agrees or not. Group owner Chinya, Itachi, you agree, this is a very rare opportunity, don't you want to continue living? There are more possibilities in life. Don't you want to watch your brother grow up? Itachi didn't care, he was already determined to die. The bloodline of the Uchiha family is very special, and the activation of the kaleidoscope is very special, and it is necessary to kill the people closest to him. It was only after he killed his relatives that he inspired the kaleidoscope shaker. He just wanted to rely on his own death to let Sasuke inspire the kaleidoscope too. But when he heard the group leader's words, he was a little moved. Since he killed the whole family, Sasuke has become his closest person, and his most important and cherished relative. He also wanted to watch his brother grow up. At this time, Chinya added again. Group owner Chinya, what's more, don't you want to know the truth that you wiped out the entire clan back then? Chinya had a detailed understanding of Itachi's world, and naturally he knew what a cruel truth was hidden behind Itachi's annihilation of his entire family. If nothing else, Itachi alone can wipe out the entire Uchiha clan. With this kind of power, You want to carry out a coup in Konoha village? Are the Uchiha family all fools? Also, even if the Uchiha family staged a coup d'état, it should have been after the Nine Tails ravaged Konoha. At that time, the Uchiha family did not participate in the war and was the strongest, while the other forces in Konoha village happened to be the weakest. If I don't choose that time, I will wait until Hatake Kakashi's group of jonin grow up to make a coup. This Uchiha family is probably not all mentally handicapped. Chinya felt that this was just an excuse. Itachi was moved when he saw Chinya say so. As he knew it for a long time, he became more and more suspicious of what happened at the beginning, especially the old thing Danzo. He always felt that this old guy had no good intentions. Now that Chinya said this, his suspicions became heavier, but he still didn't speak. Xianba, Itachi, if you want to find out the truth, you must keep yourself alive and have enough strength. As long as you have great strength, there is nothing you can't do, if you reach the level of the Ancient One Master. Reviving anyone from time to time is easy. Group owner Chinya, not to mention, stimulate one's blood. Even the Otsutsuki clan of Naruto world is nothing more than that in his eyes. Even the planet can't be destroyed, and it's not a strong person in the universe. This kind of bloodline is very low level in his eyes, and it is very simple to want to inspire. Seeing Itachi still didn't speak, Chinya was anxious. Itachi is the second strongest among them. There are many good things in the Naruto world, all kinds of forbidden arts, ninjutsu, and even the perverted things such as the 8 gates of Dunjia and the power of 6 paths. If Itachi dies, they are likely to lose access to this channel from now on. Group owner Chinya, Itachi, Sasuke still has Orochimaru and Curse Seal parasitism in his body, right? Are you really sure you can clean these off before you die? If you can't, you should know what happens to Sasuke. Group owner Chinya, you can feign death if it's a big deal, and secretly protect Sasuke in the future. Seeing Chinya say this, Itachi was truly heartbroken. In this world, what he cares most about is Sasuke. Although there is a ten-fist sword in his hand, which can seal Orochimaru, the name of Orochimaru still makes him very jealous. If he fails to succeed and finally lets Orochimaru invade Sasuke's body, he will regret it. Thinking of this, Itachi made up his mind completely and spoke coldly in the group. Itachi, Master Ancient One, what conditions do you want? Sorcerer Supreme, I want to enter the Naruto world. Besides, you are promising me 3 conditions. Itachi was stunned. It wasn't that the conditions were too difficult, but the conditions were too simple. Ancient One is the strongest kind of master in the universe. I am afraid that it is many times stronger than the 6-path immortals in their world legends. If you want to invite such a person to take action, the price you need to pay can be imagined. But Ancient One put forward this simple condition, obviously giving him a chance. I was very moved in my heart, but Itachi didn't say much, and said a word in the group coldly. Good. Sorcerer Supreme, good, after a day. Ancient One said something. Weasel, good. Ancient One nodded with satisfaction. He could go to Naruto world. He is still looking forward to Naruto world. There are many magical ninjutsu in it. Duplication of multiple shadows, reincarnation of dirty soil, ban on ghouls, 8 dungeon armors, various tailed beasts, blood follower boundary, pupil technique, and the Otsutsuki clan from aliens. Although it is not very powerful in terms of strength, it is very wonderful in many characteristics. Like Kai, relying on the 8 gates Dunjia, he could even almost kick Ludeaban to death. What a terrifying power. And according to the theory, there is no upper limit to the power of Baemon Dunjia. If his body is as strong as him, the power that bursts out will be extremely amazing, and the increase may exceed the upper limit of his strength. Although Ancient One felt that Baemon Dunjia had reached his level, there was definitely not such an astonishing increase, but as long as his strength increased by a few layers, he was already very satisfied. Any world, to a magician like him, is a treasure. Thinking of this, Ancient One became more and more looking forward to it. The people in the group are very relieved to see this result. Definitely Duan Yu and Duan Murong are really happy for Itachi. The two old foxes, Xianba and Yu Buchan, hope that Itachi can bring benefits to them. Favor. Prince Dali, this is good, brother Itachi must have no problem. Master Ancient One is invincible in the world. Duan Murong, that's right, Master Ancient One is so powerful that he will definitely be able to save brother Itachi. Although he just joined the group, Duan Murong has become Ancient One's loyal licking dog because he was brainwashed by Duan Yu. Junzijian, brother Itachi will have no worries this time. Xianba, brother Itachi, remember to broadcast live and let everyone have a look. Xianba actually had another mind. After seeing Itachi's consciousness crystal, he finally felt the power of Tier 3. Naturally, I really want to see the average level of Naruto world. P.S. There are a lot of readers who are chasing after reading. Please ask for a monthly ticket for flower evaluation. The data is too bad. TT. Leave some book reviews. Please give the author a motivation to write. What characters you want to see in the follow-up can be typed in the comment area, and the author will try his best to satisfy the wishes of the readers. Finally, I ask all readers to vote for the monthly votes for flowers. Grateful. 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 Asterisk. Chapter 14 Naruto World. The next day, according to the agreement, Ancient One directly purchased a copy of World Teleportation. Sorcerer Supreme, I'm ready. Itachi, good. As soon as Ancient One's thoughts moved, the world teleportation technique turned into a stream of light, and then enveloped him. Ancient One did not resist, waiting for the light to locate. Soon he felt a link, and when his mind moved, he seemed to be wrapped into a large cocoon by the white light and began to travel through space. Not long after, he came to a crystal wall whose edge was unclear. Ancient One knew that this was the world crystal wall, a means used by various small worlds to protect themselves. Once a strong man like him enters the small world, because he is too powerful, it will often bring disaster to the small world, and may even cause the small world to collapse. Therefore, the small world will be protected by crystal walls, which is some kind of space method. Definitely this kind of crystal wall can also be broken through, but once inside, it will be targeted by the will of the world. Soon, the white light that enveloped him merged into the crystal wall like ink immersed in clear water, and then he felt like he had entered the world of Hokage. And the world recognized him as a native creature. It's a magical power. The mystery of this space interferes with the will of the world. Ancient One closed his eyes and felt the peculiar mystery. Before he knew it, he was pulled by an idea. Near Xiao organization, mountains, and forests. Itachi stood here, expressionlessly waiting for the arrival of the Ancient One, frowning occasionally, as if he was enduring some pain. Silently, there was a sound like an egg breaking next to him. Itachi turned back and saw a handsome man with closed eyes appearing behind him. He was wearing casual clothes and looked like he was traveling. The technology of Naruto world is not considered backward, it is already considered a modern society, and he does not feel weird about such clothes. Itachi didn't speak, quietly waiting for Ancient One to wake up. After half a day, Ancient One guessed that he opened his eyes and looked at Itachi in front of him. Compared with the Crystal of Fate, Itachi looked much more handsome and his temperament was very cold. However, facing Ancient One, Itachi couldn't get cold and bent over. Master Ancient One. Ancient One nodded, glanced at Itachi, and said, "You know you're dying, right?" Knowledge. Itachi nodded expressionlessly. Is it worth the constant use of strength beyond what your body can handle, coupled with being born with an incurable disease? Ancient One said solemnly. Worth. Itachi spoke without hesitation. Ancient One sighed inwardly. It is no wonder that as a Uchiha family, there are so few chakras in Itachi. It turns out that there is a congenital reason. In order to keep the bloodline pure, the Uchiha clan should have intermarriage within the clan, and Itachi may be a congenital deficiency. Coupled with the powerful power of frequent use of shaker, the burden on the body has already reached its limit. Itachi has been able to sustain until now, and he truly deserves his reputation as a ninja genius. If he were an ordinary person, he should have died a long time ago. Ancient One reached out and grabbed it, and a cloud of white light appeared in front of Itachi out of thin air, waving his hand into Itachi's body. Well, it's just a welcome gift for the first meeting of the group members. Thank you, Master Ancient One. Itachi finished playing, and then returned to that indifferent face again, not even willing to read or say a word in the face of Ancient One. But he did feel in his heart, he felt that his body, which had been drained of oil, seemed to be nourished by something, constantly being replenished. And that kind of power can last for a few years, even if there is no group chat. I am afraid he can recover by himself. As expected of Master Ancient One, what I call trouble is just a gift in his eyes. Itachi sighed in his heart, but was even more grateful to Ancient One. Because Ancient One didn't have to give him this gift, it was all kindness. Well? Itachi, did you bring someone? No. Itachi frowned and said. Ancient One grabbed his hand, and a white-faced man appeared in front of them. Absolutely. Why are you here? Baiju looked at Itachi with a blinded face, felt the powerful power, and felt a little flustered in his heart. He had never experienced such a powerful power. Hey, Itachi, I'm just curious about what you're doing here. Don't have to. Who is this? Itachi looked at Master Ancient One to see how he handled it. Ancient One looked at Baiju with a happy expression on his face. What a wonderful creature. Ancient One is very satisfied in his heart. If he can study Baiju, he will definitely get a lot of benefits, but there is no need to tell Itachi. Baiju looked at Ancient One, his face full of horror, and the shock in his heart couldn't be further added. He is a creature created by Heiju combined with the phantom of the outsider who was addicted to the ancient infinite moon reading. This news should only be known by Kaguya Itsutsuki and Heiju. This person can see through his details at a glance. Who is this person? Who are you? Baiju's eyes were full of horror. Ancient One did not answer him, and said to Itachi on his own. It's best not to leak the news that I'm here. I'll keep this guy, and his body won't find it. Itachi nodded. Ancient One put Baiju in its own collection space. Far away in Xiaozhangju, he suddenly felt something. Damn Itachi, dead man face, really don't say anything. Who made you curious? Itachi is like this, I told you not to go. After asking and answering some questions, the space fell into silence again. Ancient One, who was far away in the woods, was very satisfied and got a perfect test product. He was very happy. Itachi, how are you going to solve your problem? Itachi looked at Ancient One. I decided to fake death once, and then the matter of Orochimaru will trouble Master Ancient One. No problem. Ancient One nodded. Itachi's decision was not unexpected. After so many years, Itachi has become very paranoid. I am afraid that only Sasuke is the thing he cares about the most, and other things are completely ignored. Okay, I'll be there when the time comes. With a single step, Ancient One disappeared in front of Itachi and entered space. Ding. Sign into Naruto World and get void stripping. Ancient One's eyes lit up, and the sign-in system is awesome. What he wants most is space magic. The Ancient One is getting more and more excited by constantly receiving information from the system. Void stripping is a powerful spell. Able to peel off a space and create a new one. Similar to the Buddha in the palm of myths and legends, but much stronger than the Buddha in the palm. He can split any space into his own space, and these spaces can exist forever, naturally absorbing the energy of the void to grow. Definitely, he can also destroy the space in a single thought, causing a powerful destructive force, a deep level, and even able to peel off a small world. Sure enough to come to Naruto world, it is the right time. Ancient One is more and more looking forward to his trip to the Naruto world. Asterisk. Chapter 15. What should I do if I meet a boss? Online waiting, very urgent. Ask for a flower evaluation ticket. The next day, Ancient One was on time for the appointment. He spent a day exploring the universe last night, hoping to find the origin of the big wooden barrel family, but unfortunately he didn't find it. When the time is up, it can only be teleported back to the planet where Naruto is located. When he appeared, Itachi was already waiting in the woods. Master Ancient One. Itachi bowed his hands and said. Ancient One is also used to Itachi's appearance, so he said so little, not much to say, he said directly. What are you going to do? It's still very easy to fake death. I can give you a drug when the time comes, and no one can see that you are still alive, but remember to have your body grab it back. Ancient One spoke up. Thank you, Master, that's fine. Itachi said succinctly. Give you the medicine, you just need to take it? Orochimaru and the curse mark, I will solve it, your brother can't see it? Thank you. Weasel said. Okay, go ahead, I'll show up when the time comes. Ancient One waved his hand. Itachi bent over, turned around and left. Ancient One took Baiju out of the storage room and studied it. The soul of life is a very wonderful thing, and he was very curious how Baiju could maintain such a strong humanity. At the same time, there was an aperture in front of him, and inside the aperture was Itachi, and this aperture followed Itachi so that he could monitor the situation. At the moment Itachi is talking to Ju. Absolutely, you come with me this time. If something goes wrong, you must bring my body back. Well, Itachi, this is not the task of the organization, you owe me a favor. Said without hesitation. Itachi gave him a cold look. Okay, I can't go, I admit, I'm curious. Somewhat helplessly said. Itachi looked at him coldly and said. Remember, don't do superfluous things. Understood, I understand, your brother. Ju said a word, and then the two jumped side by side between the branches, and soon Itachi and Sasuke met. Seeing this, Ancient One also traveled through space and appeared above them. However, no one could find his trace. By the time he arrived, Sasuke and Itachi had already started all sorts of squabbles and then fought. Itachi is very strong with full firepower, and with the addition of the Ancient One's body, he would have been a little bit stronger. All kinds of ninjutsu novices come, what kind of ninjutsu, such as Ho Fireball, Phoenix Fire, Ha Long Fire, and so on. However, his younger brother Sasuke is also very powerful. He was originally a genius. After all kinds of unscrupulous strengthening, his combat power is also very strong. The two fought hard to separate, and soon Itachi was forced out of Sharingan. However, after all, his body had been eroded by Sharingan for many years. After a short time, his body could no longer support it, and his eyes began to bleed out. But in this way, Sasuke was also forced to use his unique trick, Kirin. The sky was suddenly filled with thunder. Interesting, relying on chakra, it is interesting to be able to communicate the power of heaven and earth. Ancient One touched his chin. After all, chakra's power is the power he cultivated, which is different from the magic that communicates the power of heaven and earth. The ninjutsu that can communicate with the world is indeed a unique way, and there are probably not many in the ninja world. These two brothers really deserve to be from the Uchiha family, they are both geniuses, this bloodline. Ancient One gasped in amazement, watching the battle below. Soon, Itachi directly relied on Susanoo to resist Suzuki's Kirin and stood up from the ground again. The chakra in Suzuki's body is exhausted, and even the chakra used in the body to suppress Orochimaru has very little left. Orochimaru came out directly from the curse mark on his body and turned into 8 big snakes more than 20 meters high. Interesting technique, this turned out to be the flesh and blood of existence. The Ancient One can tell at a glance that this is real flesh and blood, not a phantom created by energy. With chakra, it can change cells and multiply rapidly. This Orochimaru is really a genius. Ancient One praised Orochimaru very much. This Naruto world's #1 scientist is indeed well deserved, and he has studied such a wicked ninjutsu. Ancient One was distracted, and Itachi operated Susanoo to use the 10-punch sword to slash the Orochi. Then the 10-fist sword pierced directly into Orochimaru's soul body, intending to seal it. Seeing this, Ancient One waved his hand, and Orochimaru's soul body was directly in his hand, along with the curse mark on Suzuki's body. This innate magical power of the curse was directly extracted from Suzuki's body by the Ancient One. Then he saw Itachi finished the play, and he fell to the ground decisively and threw himself on the street. Ju, who had been hiding for a long time beside him, immediately hugged Itachi's body and turned around and ran, which startled Suzuki. Ding! Congratulations to the group members for changing the plot and rewarding 1000 origin points. Ancient One's eyes lit up, and he looked at Itachi in the distance, feeling that the aura on his body was changing. So that's how the origin points come from. No wonder each member has a fixed number of points. Ancient One knew it. When a group member joins the group chat, his fate has actually begun to change. The group chat system relies on these changes to obtain energy to provide points. Definitely the bigger the change, the more points you get. This time, he directly attacked Suzuki, the son of destiny in the Naruto world, and naturally gained a lot of points. Itachi and his younger brother are closely related. When Ancient One was thinking, Ju was thinking too. Itachi, what do you want me to do with his body? Is this guy really dead? Why don't you experiment? Before he was ready to start, he felt a flower in front of him and saw a handsome man appear in front of him. The whole person was floating in the air, and there was a table in front of him with food on it. Ju felt a little panic in his heart. As a product of Kaguya Itsuki, he has a lot of knowledge. The powerhouses who can float in this world are all powerhouses without exception. Hello, my lord, I don't know what your orders are. A strange smile appeared on Ju's black and white face. Put the ferret down. Yes. Putting Itachi down without saying a word, there is absolutely no sense of loyalty at all. With a wave of Ancient One's hand, Itachi, who was lying on the ground, suddenly became conscious and began to cough violently. After coughing several mouthfuls of blood on the ground, he barely got up from the ground. Master Ancient One. Itachi bowed. Come and sit, have a drink, it's good for you, but you're too weak, don't drink too much. Another table appeared in front of Ancient One who was talking, and Itachi sat down obediently. He picked up the cup in front of him and started drinking, his face was visibly rosy. Ju standing next to him was a little flustered in his heart, not knowing what to do. What do you do when you meet a boss? Online wait. Very urgent. Asterisk. Chapter 16 I like smart people. Itachi drinks wine to repair his body, while Ancient One is studying Orochimaru. There is only one person left, standing there, neither walking nor not walking, embarrassing. Sir, can I go now? In the end, he gritted his teeth, stomped his feet, and said. When he said that, Itachi and Ancient One both looked at the past. A ruthless look flashed in Itachi's eyes, and he said. Master Ancient One, he has found your trace, do you want to give him? Itachi, as a ruthless man from Umbu, killing someone is just uncommon for him. Except for Suzuki, I am afraid that there is no one in the whole world that he dare not kill. Now that he feels absolutely threatened, he will naturally not be soft-hearted. Hey, Itachi, we are all organized people, it's fine if you don't talk to me, you still want to kill me. In a hurry. At the same time, he was trying to find a way to leave. He couldn't put his hope in others. However, he found that all the power in his body was silent, and he was like an ordinary person at the moment. Whether it is chakra, spores, or even the power given to him by Otsutsuki, he can no longer use it. He was absolutely terrified, he had never encountered such a situation before. No, I will erase his memory, but he wants to lend me a few days to study it. Then you can just use illusion to make up some memories for him. By the way, be careful in the future, this guy is not easy. Ancient One glanced at Juju, and Juju instantly felt the enormous pressure. He has a very strong power hidden in him. He is a duplication of the will of a strong man here. Ancient One spoke casually. This made Itachi a little puzzled. The strong? We shouldn't have such a strong person here, right? Itachi is also considered a shadow-level powerhouse, and he feels that he is already the ceiling of the fighting power of the 5 major ninja villages. The will alone can become such a strong man, how could they have such a strong man in the Naruto world? Definitely yes, have you heard of Six Paths Immortal? This guy was created by Six Paths Immortal's mother, Kaguya Otsutsuki, and at the same time, he is also the origin of ninjutsu in your world. What? Itachi was a little stunned. The origin of ninjutsu, he has only heard of the Six Path Immortals who created their world. What do you mean? Itachi asked curiously. Seeing Itachi was confused, Ancient One told Itachi about the Otsutsuki family. Ding. Itachi Uchiha knows about unknown events and unknown changes in fate, and rewards 200 origin points. When Ancient One heard the news, his eyes lit up, and there was such a good thing, so Ancient One cleared his throat and said. It's normal that you don't know, let me tell you the truth of this world. Speaking of Ancient One, he told Itachi about Madara Uchiha. Itachi. Ding. Itachi Uchiha knows about unknown events and unknown changes in fate, reward 100 origin points. Soon, Ancient One told Itachi a lot of the secrets of Naruto world, and got a total of 500 origin points. In the end, Itachi left with a suspicious look on his face. Anyone who heard that his ancestor who had been dead for decades was still alive would definitely not be able to accept it. Seeing his origin points, Ancient One nodded in satisfaction. He was very satisfied, but Ju stood there, terrified and trembling all over. You, how did you know? No one should know about mother's affairs. Ancient One glanced at him, then spoke. You don't need to worry about it, you won't remember it soon anyway. With a wave of Ancient One's hand, he was absolutely unable to speak. Then he waved his hand again, and a translucent soul appeared in front of him. It was none other than Orochimaru's soul. As soon as he came out, Orochimaru said in a hoarse voice. Who are you and what have you done to me? Even though Orochimaru, as one of the 3 ninjas, has been in the ninja world for so many years, he is a little flustered when he encounters such a situation. Come, sit down and talk. Ancient One spoke calmly. Orochimaru's soul is still strong, because he practiced ninjutsu and has undergone soul transfer many times, his soul is already extremely powerful. Sitting in front of the Ancient One, it turned out to be almost the same as the entity. Who are you? What do you want to do? It doesn't matter who I am, and you don't need to know who I am. Orochimaru, Sarutobi's apprentice, one of the 3 ninjas of Hokage village, right? That's right. Orochimaru couldn't figure out the number of Ancient One's paths, and opened the mouth with squinting eyes like snakes. I'm very interested in your ninjutsu, especially the kind of ninjutsu you grow a white snake. The number of Orochimaru is not strong, and in terms of destructive power, he feels that it is not as powerful as Sasuke. But this method of chakra turning into an entity is really amazing. This method of stimulating the rapid regeneration of the body is very meaningful to him. There is a corresponding way in polar flow as well, but it is quite different from this. If he also mastered this method, he would be able to make his physical combat power stronger. Physical enhancement is nothing more than the destruction of the original muscle structure, regrowth, and repair of wounds. This novel approach was very inspiring to him. What price do you want to pay to get my ninjutsu? Orochimaru suddenly felt relieved. Since he wanted his ninjutsu, he must have something to ask him, so he naturally no longer panicked. You may have done something wrong, I'm not dealing with you, I'm asking. Ancient One snapped his fingers, and Orochimaru's soul was like a person who had been electrocuted, shivering and groaning in pain. Ju, who was next to him, was shivering non-stop, and at first glance, he was frightened. Okay, what do you think now, do you agree? Orochimaru's soul trembled. He didn't want to experience the pain just now in his life, not to mention that his life was still in the hands of others. He didn't want to die, so naturally he could only agree to his request. Okay, I agree, I hand over the ninjutsu. Very well, I like smart people like you. Ancient One nodded with satisfaction. Ancient One snapped his fingers, and Orochimaru's soul body quickly filled up as if it had become a real body. If you can satisfy me, I will keep you in this form forever, and your lifespan will definitely be longer than your fragile body. For the Ancient One, there is no difference between a spirit body and a mere physical body. It's just that he was originally a human being, and when he transformed into a spiritual body, he might lose the space for ascent, and he disdained to use this method. But for Orochimaru, it shouldn't make any difference. Because the spiritual body is basically immortal as long as its energy is not depleted. He felt that Orochimaru should like this form. Orochimaru felt the state of his body and nodded with satisfaction. I'll leave all the ninjutsu to you. Fine, I like smart people. Ancient One nodded in satisfaction. Asterisk. Chapter 17 Sign in to Hokage Rock and reward the dimensional blade. Orochimaru is a very sensible person. After seeing the methods of Ancient One, he decisively chose to cooperate. After depicting these ninjutsu techniques into scrolls, Orochimaru obediently handed the things over to Ancient One without daring to say a word. Very good. Ancient One nodded in satisfaction. Many of the ninjutsu mastered by Orochimaru are still very unique, such as the triple Rashomon. In the legend of Fuzang, Rashomon leads to life and death. It is extremely strong and there are many pictures of death on the door. Triple Rashomon, however, can manifest this legendary door and turn it into a real substance. It is said that it is a psychic technique, but it is not like it, and it also contains some magical mysteries. After reading the ninjutsu scroll, Ancient One nodded. Triple Rashomon. Orochimaru listened to Ancient One saying this, and almost didn't laugh out loud. After reading the scroll once, I want to learn what he is good at. Isn't this a joke? Before he was too proud, he felt that the sunlight in front of his face suddenly darkened, and he looked back. The sun had been blocked by a wall that broke through the sky, and Orochimaru's proud smile suddenly stiffened on his face. Impossible. He could clearly see that the Rashomon pattern was on the wall. That is to say, the wall in front of him that is as high as the mountains and covers the entire sky is Rashomon. Ju next to him also had a broken expression. He had also seen Rashomon, but he had never seen such a big one. Compared with the Rashomon summoned by Ancient One, the Rashomon summoned by Orochimaru is really like an ant at the foot of an elephant. Compared to the dumbfoundedness of the two, Ancient One was somewhat dissatisfied. It turns out to be the case. Summoning a projection of a powerful item has no meaning to be replicated. Shaking his head, Rashomon may be very powerful in the Naruto world, but in other worlds, the effect will be greatly reduced. Then Ancient One experimented with Orochimaru's other ninjutsu one by one, and Orochimaru was a little suspicious of life. Seeing that my specialty ninjutsu is used in the hands of others, and it is used better than myself, that feeling is really very sour. After studying these ninjutsu, Ancient One really found it very enlightening, and it was also good for his strength improvement. Chakra's energy is indeed not as high as his magic high level, but in this way, to achieve the same effect as magic with chakra, it naturally requires some whimsy. This was very inspiring to him, and the secret technique of the first layer of rapid regeneration of flesh and blood that he concluded from it was the technique of the eight-headed snake that was born out of Orochimaru. Nodding with satisfaction, Ancient One looked at Orochimaru again. Orochimaru fought a cold war and immediately regained consciousness. "My lord, I don't know what your orders are." "You're good at psychics." "A little gain." Orochimaru said obediently. "Very good, summon a psychic beast." Ancient One is very curious about the psychic beasts in the Naruto world. Although their strength is low, their intelligence is not low. This is unimaginable in many worlds. In many worlds, unless they have strong strength, the intelligence of beasts is very low. "Yes, my lord." Speaking of Orochimaru, he patted the ground, and a python the size of a bucket appeared in front of him. "Hey, Orochimaru, what are you calling me to do? Is there another prey?" Orochimaru stood honestly, not daring to speak. The snake also seemed to have sensed something, turned its head suddenly in horror, and saw Ancient One standing behind him smiling. "A strange life, obviously so weak, I didn't expect chakra to have such a magical effect." He could see at a glance that the snake was much more powerful than many beasts in terms of brain and soul, which should be the reason for his strong intelligence. It seems that chakra still has room for further study. Sure enough, each cultivation system has its own uniqueness. Ancient One nodded inwardly. With a wave of his hand, Ancient One brought Ju in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the essence of Ju he had already studied was nothing more than the incarnation of will. Some strong people have extremely powerful thoughts, and it is possible that just by means of their thoughts, they can destroy the galaxy, and the split thoughts are naturally very powerful, and they have unique skills, nothing unusual. Erasing Ju's memory, Ancient One threw Ju aside. "Go, take a trip to Konoha with me." Regardless of whether Orochimaru agreed or not, Ancient One stepped out in one step. In the next instant, he appeared on Hokage's most famous building, Hokage Rock. Ding! The host signs into Hokage Rock and rewards the dimensional blade. Ancient One's eyes lit up, and he didn't expect an unexpected harvest. The dimensional blade is a method of compressing space to the extreme as a weapon. Compared with the magic shield he often uses, the power of the dimensional blade is much stronger. The dimensional blade he condensed, even cutting the body of a strong man like Galactus, is easy. Regardless, he said to Orochimaru next to him. "Where is Konoha's forbidden technique?" A flash of light flashed in Orochimaru's eyes, and he said. "Near the Presbyterian church, where Umbu ninjas are stationed." "It does not matter." Ancient One shook his head, his mind wandered away, instantly enveloped the entire Konoha, and found the location that Orochimaru said. Taking a step, the Ancient One reappeared where he had found it. Ancient One took Orochimaru and walked leisurely in the room where Konoha displayed forbidden arts. None of the Umbu members who were guarding around found the two of them. A scroll that Ancient One picked up from time to check. Orochimaru next to him, watching those Umbu members who kept walking here, but turned a blind eye to them, was horrified in his heart. "You, how did you do it?" Ancient One looked up at him and said. "It just opened up another space." Ancient One directly formed a reflection of the space here through its own space spell. Not to mention these Umbu people, even if the five gods appeared here, it would take a lot of effort to detect him. "How can space ninjutsu reach this level?" Orochimaru said incredulously. "This is not ninjutsu." Ancient One smiled and recorded most of the forbidden arts here. Among them, more than half of the ninjutsu was created by the second generation of Hokage, which made Ancient One have to sigh, born perverted is powerful. After recording these ninjutsu, Ancient One did not rush to leave Konoha, but searched in Konoha village. Of the few people he was looking for, the first one was naturally Mate Kai, the guy with 8 dunjia, and the second one was Tsunade. Ancient One was curious about her so-called strange powers and medical ninjutsu. The third is Naruto, the son of Naruto. With the thought, a smile appeared on Ancient One's face. Very good, found it? Asterisk. Chapter 18 Returning with a reward seeking a flower evaluation ticket. When Ancient One found Kai, he was running in the playground with Rick Lee. Judging from the ease with which they looked, it was obvious that they had done so many times. In fact, in the Naruto world, Ancient One admires the two masters and apprentices the most. They really rely on hard work to reach the ceiling of the world's force. Others, like celebrities and Sasuke, are either the sons of destiny or have bloodlines. Although they have worked hard, they are not comparable to these two masters and apprentices. They are the real ordinary people who have changed from nothing to masters. After decades of hard work, he has finally become a strong man recognized by Liu Daoban, and this is not just because of the 8 gates of Dunjia. The power of the Beiman Dunjia increases according to the strength of the body. The stronger the body, the greater the power of the Beiman Dunjia. To be able to reach that level, Kai is definitely the strongest person in the entire Hokage world. The real body of a mortal, standing shoulder to shoulder with gods. A dodge appeared on the playground. When Mate Kai saw someone suddenly appear in front of him, his thick eyebrows twitched. Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. I only want 8 armors. If you give it to me, I will naturally pay you a satisfactory reward. Ancient One spoke calmly. Humph. Appeared in Konoha sneakily. I don't know what to do. I'll take you down first. Xiaoli, you go first. Matty kicked Li Lok away with one kick, and then rushed up. As soon as they met, Kai opened 3 doors directly, exuding green energy from his body. That speed is actually much faster than Itachi. As expected of the blue beast of Konoha. Ancient One sighed in admiration, stretched out his hand, and controlled Kai. Feeling that powerful force, Kai frowned and said. Wounded door. Open. Duman. Open. Feeling the powerful impact from his hand, Ancient One felt helpless. He didn't know that the situation in Konoha was relatively sensitive recently. He didn't appear here, so it's no wonder that Kai didn't do it. Enough, Mate Kai, I'm not your enemy. Ancient One reached out and grabbed it, and his power penetrated into Kai's body, directly breaking his chakra and closing the 8 doors that Kai had opened. At the same time, he also peeked into some of the secrets of the 8 gates of Dunjia. This thing is the real forbidden technique, right? If you use it frequently, you are lucky to live for decades. He now almost understands the 8 Dunjia, which is similar to the disintegration of the demon, but it is nothing more than burning the source of the body in exchange for strength. It's just that this process is controllable, because long-term exercise can control its own damage. But with the aging of the body, Kai will inevitably decline in strength and eventually die. However, the momentary power obtained by liberating the body from confinement is indeed extremely powerful. Might K, don't struggle, even if you open 8 doors, you are not my opponent. Seeing that Kai was still struggling, he spoke directly. I don't have any thoughts about you Konoha, I just want the 8-door Dunjia. Although Ancient One can be obtained directly by searching for souls, he is not a pervert and will not use this method unless it is a last resort. You can kill me, but I will never give it to you. While struggling, Mate Kai said stubbornly. Ancient One had a bit of a headache, he was the most annoying of this kind of iron. I think you should agree. You shouldn't want Konoha to be destroyed, right? Saying that, Ancient One waved his hand, and a glass ball of file size appeared in his hand, and inside it was the shadow of Konoha. You might as well take a bet. After I crush this marble, will your Konoha exist? Mate Kai looked at the glass ball and felt a strong pressure. Even when he faced the Nine Tails back then, he never felt such a strong pressure. And he had a strong hunch that if the marbles in front of him were broken, Konoha might really be destroyed. Meti's eyes were splitting, the expression on his face was hatred, but he was quickly discouraged. He didn't dare to gamble. It's not that he lacks courage, but that Konoha is too important to him. I can give you 8 dungia, but you can't deal with Konoha. I didn't want to deal with Konoha in the first place. Ancient One let go, and everything returned to calm. Under the threat of Konoha, Kai didn't care too much, and directly wrote down the cultivation methods of the 8 gates of Dungia, and handed the scroll to Ancient One. I want you to keep your promise. I will definitely keep my promise, but the premise is that if this scroll is real, I will give you one last chance. If I come next time, Konoha may not be able to keep it. A gentle smile appeared on Ancient One's face. Mate Kai is Konoha's Jonin, an existence on the same level as Kakashi. If you really think he's a tough guy, you'll look down on others too much. Mate Kai gritted his teeth angrily, then retrieved the scroll and wrote it again. Ancient One looked it over and nodded in satisfaction. Very good, the deal is done, and you will get the reward you deserve. Ancient One put away the scroll, stretched out his hand, and a ball of golden light entered Kai's body. This is the essence of the essence he extracted from the fragmented planet. Just a little bit can make an ordinary person's source become extremely strong and create a strong man. He gave Kai such a large group, and by the way he also gave Xiaoli a little. Keep working hard, I hope next time I see you, you can become stronger and bring me a little surprise. Saying that, Ancient One dodged and left. What, it turned out to be really a deal. Feeling the warmth of his body, Kai let go of the dangling heart. After all, the pressure that Ancient One brought to Kai was not small. Forget it, don't want so much, Xiaoli, let's run 1,000 laps with the sunset. Looking at Kai, who started exercising again, Ancient One turned and left. This time he went to Tsunade and Naruto again. I studied Tsunade's strange power, and the 9 tails in Naruto, and tried the celebrity's spiral pill. Then I went to the gathering place of Hokage psychic beasts to study, and studied the huge amounts of Turtle Island. Signing in again was rewarded with a couple of innocuous rewards. After roughly turning around the Naruto world, he finally felt the call of that mysterious power. He knew it was time for him to leave Naruto. His strength is really too strong. If he doesn't leave, even with the help of the system, he will still have an irreversible impact on the world. Like a whale trying to get into a small mud pond, it will definitely bring disaster to everything here. In addition, Ancient One felt that he had collected enough things, nodded with satisfaction, obeyed the guidance of the chat group, left the world of Naruto and returned to the world of Marvel. But he just got to his chassis and didn't rest for long. His great magician came over. Sorcerer Supreme, we detected a very strong dark atmosphere near the holy place in London. According to our experience, it is the smell of Dormammu. Hearing this, Ancient One's eyes lit up. Asterisk. Chapter 19 Collapsed Dormammu. Many years ago, Ancient One built 3 holy places according to the magic nodes on the earth to monitor all the changes on the earth. Among the holy places, there are also a large number of magicians that he has cultivated to guard these places. Under the protection of the Holy Place Network, the evil gods in outer space want to invade the earth, which is a very long process. And this time is enough for Ancient One to come to the door and exchange feelings with them. In addition, Ancient One has indeed obtained some items after signing in these years, and many of them have been dropped on the holy place. The earth is now impregnated by his strengthening, Dormammu wants to devour the earth, and he will find it at the first time. Just when Ancient One got the news, the group chat also changed. In the group chat, there are many modules representing different functions. The moment Ancient One knew the news, a module named Jaya Grocery Store in the group made a move. The bounty task is generating, help the group member Sorcerer Supreme to solve the Space Lord from the dark space. World, Marvel World. Difficulty, 9 stars. Such an announcement suddenly appeared in the group chat, which naturally attracted the attention of the group members. Prince Dolly, group leader, what's the situation? Group owner Chin Ye, this is a task automatically generated by the group chat. After we complete it, we will get rewards. After Chin Ye's explanation, these people also understood. Jaya Grocery Store is actually no different from the Bounty Union. According to the group members, various tasks will be released in the group. Some things are released by the system, and you will get a lot of points after completion, and you can also spend points to release tasks among group members. Junzijian, great, I just didn't have the points to improve my martial arts recently, so I decided to take this quest. Xianba, take a good look at the mission introduction before you speak. Itachi, who was peeping at the screen, frowned when he saw this scene. Is there any mystery in this? Then he opened the task panel of Jaya Grocery Store. Mission, Upheaval in Dark Space. Difficulty, 9 stars. Please cherish your own life, don't arbitrarily seek death. Looking at the scarlet prompt above, Itachi was black in front of him. Thinking about it, how could he be able to participate in the battle of Master Ancient One? It seems that repayment will have to wait until later. Itachi shook his head. Group leader Chinya at Sorcerer Supreme, Master Ancient One, what happened? Just as he was about to go to the dark space, Ancient One was stunned for a moment. When he received the news, he looked inside the group, and he was stunned. So he opened his mouth in the group. Sorcerer Supreme, watch live. Sorcerer Supreme opened the group live. Members of the group chat immediately entered the live broadcast room. In particular, Duan Murong, who had just joined the group, was very curious about the strength of Ancient One, so she quickly entered the live broadcast room. And in the world of Marvel, the Ancient One is taking over. Since he's here, I'll deal with it. Ancient One said to the magician under him, and as soon as he stretched out his hand, he tore the membrane of the dark space and broke in. The dark space is actually a small space attached to the main material world, and it is the exclusive space of Dormammu. He often drags planets from the material world for food, similar to Galactus. However, Dormammu is not a picky eater, and can devour any planet. Energy creatures are so unreasonable. Ancient One. As soon as Ancient One stepped into the dark space, the sound of huge amounts of sounds rang out from the dark space. Dormammu opened two mountain-like eyes and greedily looked at the earth behind Ancient One. Ancient One, do you still want to protect the planet this time? Since I was defeated by you last time, my body devoured 10 material worlds, and now my power is not what it used to be. Mine dragged the earth into dark space, and no one can stop me. Even if you, Ancient One, with the Eye of Agamotto, can't stop me. Ancient One was too lazy to talk nonsense with Dormammu. The Lord of the Dark Space is indeed very powerful. He improved his strength by devouring, and turned other material spaces into fuelwood for his own growth. Unlike Galactus, who dared to devour only for hunger, Dormammu was entirely for the sake of improving his own strength. The key is that he has no upper limit to improve his strength. If it was him in the past, still in the dark space, maybe he really couldn't deal with him. But now he's not what he used to be. Ancient One was too lazy to talk nonsense with Dormammu. What to do with so much talk? Let's do it. Ancient One, this time you are dead, even if there are those gods behind you, you will die. Dormammu growled loudly. Prince Dali, is this the Lord of the Dark Space? Very scary. Jinghu Doctor Immortal, how could there be such a powerful monster in this world? Xianba, even if it's not the first time I see this monster, I still feel extremely frightened. Group Leader Qin Ye, definitely, Dormammu is an opponent who has been entangled with Master Ancient One for hundreds of years. While the members of the group were chatting, Dormammu had already launched an attack. A thick black beam shot at Ancient One. According to the beam is extremely thick, in the seriousness of the crowd, it seems to be an endless wall, and no other places can be seen at all. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a torrent of energy. Ancient One shook his head. Although Dormammu is powerful, what is reliable is that Original's power is strong. In terms of magician, it means that he has a lot of magic power, which is many times stronger than Ancient One. But there is also a problem, his power is not pure, and there is no subtle way to use it, it is very stupid. Ancient One shook his head in disappointment. After all these years, Dormammu, you still haven't grown much. Saying that, Ancient One stretched out a hand alone. Void, peel off. This is exactly the spell he got from the Naruto world sign-in. After the Ancient One spoke, the dark space was visibly distorted by the naked eye. The sturdy beam that spewed out of Dormammu's mouth seemed to be compressed by something. Slowly shrinking, it finally turned into a light beam the size of a thumb, which was directly taken into the hand by Ancient One. Impossible. Why can you resist my attack? I'm afraid there is power, but I don't know how to use it, but it's just an appearance. Ancient One shook his head. The real power of Dormammu is that in the dark space, his power is infinite, and he cannot die. But now, this advantage is useless. Blade of the Void? Ancient One pointed his finger, and a black blade with a file size of several meters appeared in front of him. Ancient One waved it and threw it out, and the black blade disappeared directly into the air. Seeing the Ancient One's attack, Dormammu sneered. Ancient One, is this your means? I am immortal in the dark space. Before the words were finished, the void blade thrown by Ancient One had appeared beside Dormammu like a jump. Dormammu is like a shattered mirror, constantly cracking and breaking into pieces. Asterisk. Chapter 20. A new member has arrived. In the group chat, there was silence again. Qin Ye felt that since Ancient One entered the group chat, the style of this group has changed. Why did this weird silent picture happen again? Qin Ye thought for a while and felt that the strength of Ancient One was beyond their imagination. The martial arts you can understand are nothing, like Yu Buchan watching Dongfang undefeated, although he knows he is not an opponent, he can still understand. But Ancient One shot, they couldn't understand it at all. How could such a small attack take out Dormammu? And hasn't Dormammu always been the Ancient One's nemesis? Why is it so vulnerable now? While Qin Ye was still thinking about it, someone in the group spoke up. Prince Dali at group leader Qin Ye, is this the old enemy? Feel like this Dormammu is no match for Master Ancient One at all? Gentleman Sword, just know that the Ancient One Master is invincible. Xianba, that Dormammu blows a lot, but it's actually useless. Jinghu Medical Immortal, I think the people in the group are strong enough, but I didn't expect that Master Ancient One is the strongest. Duan Murong's heart was full of shock. Even the 4 sacred beasts of the Mo family were probably just toys in Attaka's hands. But now Ancient One's methods are beyond her imagination, whether it is changing the means of attack between waves? Still the black sharp blade, she couldn't even imagine what kind of attack this was. Group leader Qin Ye, Master Ancient One has become stronger again, which is really scary. Prince Dali, when will I be able to be as strong as Master Ancient One? Envy. Junzijian, Brother Duan, you still have to be down to earth and not too ambitious. After seeing the masters in the group, Yu Buchan no longer took Wu Yujian sect and Zoleng Chan in his eyes. Instead, he started to improve his strength. He realized one thing: as long as the strength is enough, the 5 mountain sword sect is just a puppet. 2 flowers, 1 on each table. The members in the group chat discussed. Ancient One didn't care. Right now he's dealing with Dormammu. It's not without reason that the Ancient One can only banish Dormammu each time. The reason why Space Lords can be called Space Lords is because they have been integrated with space. Although they lost a certain amount of freedom, in the dark space, their strength can be improved to the maximum. And as long as the space doesn't collapse, they won't die at all. Ancient One, I remember, you are indeed stronger than ever, but I am constantly growing as well. Wait, I'll be back again. Although Dormammu was split into pieces by the space blade of the Ancient One. But they still shouted loudly in the dark space in unison. Ancient One ignored him, but let go of his will and began to spread throughout the dark space. Dark spaces are different from ordinary spaces. They are large spaces, larger than ordinary small material worlds. More importantly, this dark space has a master. This is also one of the reasons why he cannot break the dark space. Void, peel off. Ancient One stepped out of the dark space with one step, and the magic of the profound sea burst out on him. If someone can check it in the space mezzanine, they will find that the originally huge dark space suddenly starts to gradually shrink like dough that has been clenched. What eventually became Ancient One's hand, a black ball similar to marbles. Ancient One nodded in satisfaction. This time there is another killer. Whether it's treating this as a prison, dealing with some enemies, or directly collapsing the entire space as a weapon, it's very cost-effective. This void stripping is really a long way to go. It seems that I am still far from the road of space. With a sigh, Ancient One focused on the group chat. While he was diving to observe the news in the group, 2 messages came from the group. Ding. New member Lao Tianqi joined the group chat. Ding. New member God King Zhang Taixu joined the group chat. When I saw people coming from the group became lively. Prince Dolly, welcome new members, welcome new members. Gentleman Sword, newcomers, please see the group announcement. Xianba at group leader Kanyi, who are the new members this time? Why is the air getting bigger? God King Zhang Taixu, you and others, what kind of means is this? Can you actually enter the sea of my knowledge? Prince Dolly, don't worry about this God King, we are not a crooked way. For specific matters, please see the group announcement. Junzijian, why do you worry, my dear friend? I have no ill intentions, my dear friend, don't worry. Xianba, I didn't expect that there are people with such a big tone in the group. The title of God King is so arrogant. God King Zhang Taixu, arrogant. Can't you claim the title of God King as me? When Xianba saw that this man was full of confidence, he immediately stopped talking. Group owner Qin Ye, God King calm down, Xianba brother is also unintentional. If you want to know about this, you can read the group announcement. Lao Shenqi, it's amazing, is this the virtual space that those young people are talking about? Prince Dolly, this is not a virtual space, this is a chat group. Lao Shenqi, what is the chat group for? Prince Dolly, it is a magical means of communicating with the heavens and the world. God King Zhang Taixu, it is interesting to communicate with the heavens and the world. I am afraid that even the great emperor cannot be so powerful. Itachi, great emperor? God King Zhang Taixu, the great emperor is the most powerful person in my world, and there can only be one in 10,000 years. My heart yearns for it. Prince of Dolly, I wonder if the Ancient One Master can reach the level of a great emperor? Group leader Qin Ye, Master Ancient One must be the great emperor. Qin Ye made a final decision in the group. The emperor and the strong are only at the level of the 9th order, 8 stars and 9 stars. Even if Ancient One is the most powerful emperor, it is considered a strong man, and I am afraid that it can be comparable to Ye Fan, the great Emperor Wu obey. God King Zhang Taixu, there is no such possibility. Group leader Qin Ye, what the King of God said is too sure. How can you be sure that Master Ancient One is not a strong emperor, but we are all in different worlds. If you've ever seen a Master Ancient One take a shot, you certainly wouldn't say that. God King Zhang Taixu, in the future, we must see and see. Ancient One looked at the conversation in the group and found it really interesting. God King Zhang Taixu, if he guessed correctly, this should be the white-haired God King Zhang Taixu in the world of covering the sky. As for the other one, if he guessed correctly, this one is the heavenly master of Longhu Mountain. An old man who cultivated immortality in the martial arts world is the strongest in that world. He once heard others say in detail that one person is an old man with blood, and the protagonist is the old master. The newcomer this time is very interesting. An interested smile appeared on Ancient One's face. Asterisk. Chapter 21, Heavenly Master's Request. Time passed by in the blink of an eye, and the two new members have also entered the group chat for several days. During this period of time, Ancient One has been studying what he gained in Naruto world, and his strength has improved a lot. He felt that he could already touch the film. But this boundary, like the ravines of the sky, is not so easy to break through. He still needs to enter more worlds and study more things in order to gain inspiration. The more knowledge the magician masters, the stronger the strength. Ancient One is best at space spells, but that doesn't mean he doesn't know other spells. After getting the Book of Weishandi, he can do all the white magic in the Marvel world. But if you want to become stronger, it is not feasible to follow the path of others, you have to walk out of your own path. Compared to this, the check-in system is more like icing on the cake. When Ancient One was researching, he was also paying attention to the group, and many people in the group were chatting. During this time, Zhang Taixu and Lao Tianqi also knew the environment in the group and completely integrated into the group. God King Zhang Taixu, fortunately, joined the group chat, otherwise in this purple mountain, it will be really boring. Prince Dali, King Zhang, is the Zishan you said really that powerful? God King Zhang Taixu, there is more than that. Lao Shenxi, although I can't reach it, my heart yearns for it. The world is so wonderful, and what you said is probably more powerful than our legendary immortals. Junzijian, I can't say that. Every world has its own uniqueness. Although I am not as strong as I am, I don't need to be too inferior. Lao Shenxi, this little friend sees it thoroughly, haha, but the old man looks at it. Lao Shenxi, but is there really that magic in the group? Prince Dali, definitely, you don't know, as long as you have enough points, you can do anything, as long as you have points, you can do anything, you can even let Master Ancient One shoot. Xianba, that's right, if the Ancient One Master makes a move, even if the decedent is resurrected, it will be easy. The corner of Ancient One's mouth twitched as he peered at the screen. Good guy, this just blows him up. The resurrection of the decedent is not something that ordinary people can do. If it is a person who has just died, Ancient One does have a way. But the kind that has been dead for a long time, the soul has entered the rule of heaven and earth, and he is reincarnated, he is also incapable of returning to the sky. If he wants to reverse the long river of time and space and resurrect other people, he can't do this. Group owner Qin Ye, why did the Celestial Master suddenly ask this? Does the Celestial Master have something to ask for help? Lao Shenxi, I do have something to do. I don't know if there is any means of erasing other people's memories in the group. Prince Dali, I'm just a newbie. Xianba, I can't do such means. God King Zhang Taixu, I can erase other people's memories, but I'm trapped in Zishan now, I'm afraid I'm powerless. Zhang Taixu was also a little helpless. He actually wanted to help the old master, not because he was warm-hearted, but because he felt the benefits. The origin points of the chat group can actually supplement the origin of his exhausted light, which is really amazing. In the past few years in Zishan, he has been close to running out of oil and light, and maybe he will fall here. Origin points have given him hope. When Lao Tianqi heard this, he was a little disappointed. Master Tian, is there really no way? His junior brother, not only has his limbs been crippled and become a crippled person, but he also dared not sleep in order to keep a secret. If he hadn't used the golden light mantra to help him warm up his body over the years, his junior brother might not have been able to hold on long ago. He naturally wants to help his junior brother now. The best way is to erase the junior brother's memory. If the junior brother can be cured, it will be even better. Gentleman's sword, it's not that there is no way, but it needs enough source points. If the old master has any exercises or treasures, you can put them on the store to exchange for points, and there will naturally be a solution at that time. Group owner Qin, yeah, that's right, it really doesn't work. Master Ancient One, who can be hired by the old master, can solve this problem. The old master Zhang Jiwei also felt reasonable when he heard this, so he opened the mall and put his own things on the shelves. Lao Shenqi has listed Long Hushan Piyuan Dan, Kingxin Dan in the mall. Lao Tianqi suddenly listed more than a dozen kinds of medicinal pills in the mall, doubling the types of medicinal pills in the mall. Don't look at it in the anime, the old celestial master only knows the golden light spell, and he doesn't seem to know anything else. But Longhu Mountain has a complete heritage and a wide variety. Whether it is alchemy, qi refining, drawing talismans, etc., it is not inferior to other sects. Longhu Mountain was originally the place for their ancestors to concoct alchemy, and it was only later that the 4 generations of heavenly masters opened up the Daemon line of Longhu Mountain again. Factions such as Tang sect, Zuch family, etc., may have their own uniqueness in these methods, but the background is naturally not as good as Longhu Mountain. As the heavenly master of Longhu Mountain, Lao Tianqi naturally has a lot of medicinal pills in his hands. When the members in the group chat saw this, they suddenly came to the spirit. The medicinal herbs listed by Lao Tianqi are authentic Long Hushan medicinal herbs with good effects and powerful effects. More importantly, the medicinal properties are neutral and peaceful. They can all be used, and they cannot be bought anywhere else. So group chat members basically bought some. Even Ancient One bought one. This medicinal pill was useless to him, but he could see the way of alchemy. In this way, the heavenly master directly gained a lot of points. Ding! Jaya Grocery Store, new mission released, save Tian Lao. Difficulty, 5 stars. Task details, repair Tianjin's limb damage and erase his specific memory. Task reward, 300 origin points Dragon Tiger Mountain Pill, Talisman. The Prince of Dali, I really want this reward. God is so rich. Junzijian, unfortunately, I do not have such strength. God King Zhang Taixu, if I was in my prime, it would be easy, but now. The people in the group looked a little greedy, but they didn't have the strength. Even Itachi can't do anything about it. He is extremely strong in combat, but he is not very good at these other means. Maybe he is not as good as Xianba. Can only look at Wang Yang and sigh. Ancient One spoke at this time. Ancient One, I can take this quest, but I want to enter the view of your Longhu Mountain Tibetan scripture pavilion. In the world under one person, in addition to the 8 strange skills, the inheritance of these various schools is also very powerful, and they do not lose the 8 strange skills. For example, the old master has no 8 magical skills, but only practiced the golden light spell, but he is stronger than anyone else. If you let him take action, you must pay a sufficient price. Hearing Ancient One's words, the celestial master was a little silent. The inheritance of Longhu Mountain has never been leaked. But thinking about his junior and junior brothers, and thinking about the changes in the times over the years, the Master of Heaven smiled casually. Lao Shenqi, yes, but the Ancient One Master cannot be passed on. I inherited from Longhu Mountain. Ancient One, yes. Laoshenshi, well, this old man and other Ancient One masters are here. Ancient One took over the task and rescued Tian Lao. Asterisk. Chapter 22 Rescue Tianjin. Ancient One accepted the quest and immediately bought world teleportation from the store. After listing those spells, he uploaded some of his improved ninjutsu in the group mall. Like the death of the ghouls, he changed the summoning method and weakened the side effects, but the power is stronger, definitely, as the world is different, the gods representing the concept of death are different, and the power is different. If in the Marvel world, the goddess of death will be summoned directly. There is also multi-shadow duplication, which changes stability. The reincarnation of the dirty earth was made into a psychic technique by him, and he directly summoned the projection of the powerhouse recorded in the heaven and earth, without using other people's bodies. This wave of listings brought him a lot of origin points, and there was no pressure to buy world teleportation. Ancient One was familiar with it, and once again followed the lead. It came directly to the crystal wall of the world, like an egg yolk that slipped out of an egg, and integrated into the world. Following the guidance of the Heavenly Master, I came to Longhu Mountain, a world under one person. Puff. As if being squeezed out of space, Ancient One appeared directly in front of the old Celestial Master. The old Celestial Master was wearing a long robe, his beard and hair were all white, and he looked very immortal. However, Ancient One also knows that this is also an old urchin who is very in line with the times. See Master Ancient One. Although the old Celestial Master was surprised by Ancient One's youth, he didn't show it, but said respectfully, "Master, you don't have to be polite." Ancient One smiled and nodded. "Let's go, take me to see your junior brother, we will solve the problem this morning." The troublesome Ancient One Master. The old master nodded and led the way. This time, Ancient One did not rush to teleport, but looked at the scenery slowly from behind. Longhu Mountain occupies a very wide area. The front part is now a tourist attraction, that is, Longhu Mountain for ordinary people, and the back is the real Longhu Mountain. This is where many disciples practice and truly worship their ancestors. In front, there is also a very large competition field, which is used for basic competitions. The Luo Tian ceremony that Zhang Hulan participated in was held here. The scenery behind Longhu Mountain is very good, and there are many ancient buildings. Ancient One is very interested in watching it. Soon, Lao Tianqi brought Ancient One to his younger brother Tianjin. Ancient One's vision is very good. One can tell at a glance that Tianjin may have run out of oil and his lifespan is running out. Even if the omnipotent acting head doesn't kill him in the future, he won't be able to live for long. If you think about it, ordinary people will die if they don't sleep for a few days. Tian Lao has so many years and so little sleep, and he can still live to this day. As soon as the old Celestial Master brought Ancient One in, Tianjin opened his mouth somewhat unexpectedly. "Senior brother, why are you here? Who is this young man?" "Junior brother, this is Master Ancient One." The old master hurriedly introduced. Tianjin was taken aback when he saw that the Heavenly Master was so respectful. You must know that the strongest person in the world today is his senior brother Zhang Jiwei, and he is also the one with the highest rank. Even if the leader of the country came, the old Celestial Master is a peer, and now the old Celestial Master is so respectful. What kind of identity is this young man? "Senior brother, you have suffered so much all these years. It's your brother who is useless." Looking at Tianjin sitting in a wheelchair, Zhang Jiwei's face was sad. "Even if you were a Celestial Master? Aren't you helpless about some things?" "Senior brother, what are you talking about? It's not your fault that happened back then. You haven't introduced it to me yet. Who is this?" "I am Ancient One, and it was your senior brother who invited you to heal your wounds." Ancient One spoke calmly. "Junior brother, this is the powerhouse I invited. It can treat your injuries. If you agree, he can also erase your memory. That way, you don't have to worry about that secret. The old Tianchi had a sad look on his face. His junior brother had been suffering so much all these years. That one darn secret had harmed him for so many years. Although he didn't realize the secret was worth his younger brother's life, he still respected his younger brother's choice. Clear memory, seriously. Tian Lao looked at Ancient One with hope. Yes, as long as you want, I can clear the memory you want clear, and it is impossible for anyone to copy this memory. Your world should have some means of copying memory. If you don't sleep, that doesn't mean your memory won't leak out. Ancient One glanced at Tianjin and said, "Help me clear that memory, help me." As soon as Ancient One opened his second sentence, Tianjin became anxious and almost fell off his wheelchair. "Junior brother, don't worry." Zhang Jiwei supported him. At this time, he calmed down and asked, "However, Master Ancient One, how can you promise not to spy on this memory?" Ancient One laughed when he heard this. "Tianjin, your world is too small, not everyone covets that memory. Your so-called secrets are nothing to me. Not to mention, I know a lot more secrets than you, such as the source of all this." Ancient One smiled, but Tianjin felt a chill in his body. "Junior brother, don't worry, these things are nothing but insignificant to Master Ancient One." Hearing Zhang Jiwei's assurance, Tianjin K gritted his teeth, and a trace of expectation flashed in his eyes. "Please help me to erase my memory." "Good." Ancient One put a finger on Tianjin's head and took it away in the blink of an eye. "All right." Zhang Jiwei blinked. "Ahem, Master Ancient One, is this all right?" Zhang Jiwei was a little unbelievable. The old man's face was slowly full of surprise. He didn't see anything, so that's it? As far as he was concerned, nothing happened. "It's not a complicated matter, you can just ask him later, and this is for you." Saying that, Ancient One took out a bottle of potion and gave it to him. Reshaping the body and reshaping the meridians can make up for his 20-year lifespan. I think this should be enough, right? The old Tianchi took the bottle with trembling hands. Enough, thank you Master Ancient One. Huanjin, you take Master Ancient One to the Tibetan Sutra Pavilion. The old celestial master called a fat man outside and said to him. Yes, master. The fat man was taciturn, his eyes narrowed, and he said respectfully. Master Ancient One, please come this way. Ancient One nodded and followed. Ding. The host changes the fate. Disturb the joint nodes of the world, reward 500 points. Ancient One nodded in satisfaction. Although Tianjin is not the protagonist, the secret he masters is very important in the world under one person, and it can bring him enough points. Satisfied, Ancient One followed Zhao Huanjin, the foundation of the old master, to the Tibetan Sutra Pavilion. And the old master, with his hands behind his back, looked at his junior brother, in a daze, not knowing what to think. Asterisk. Chapter 23 Signing into Longhu Mountain, Diamond Golden Light Curse. Zhao Huanjin took the Ancient One to walk inside Longhu Mountain continuously, and there were always disciples from Longhu Mountain to greet him roar. Uncle Master! Uncle Master! Zhao Huanjin nodded and led Ancient One forward. This is your third-generation disciple of the Tianchi mansion in Longhu Mountain? It seems that the things he has learned are a bit complicated. Reporting to Master Ancient One, the Tianchi mansion has a long history and has a lot of internal inheritance. Naturally, I will not interfere with the disciples' choices. However, the Master's golden light spell is the strongest in our Tianchi mansion. Zhao Huanjin said respectfully. Kindness. Ancient One nodded. This is also normal. The Tianchi mansion has been passed down for thousands of years, and there will always be some ancestors who are not doing their jobs. The things that are researched will naturally be handed over to Longhu Mountain, and naturally become various inheritances. Ancient One suddenly looked forward to the inheritance of Longhu Mountain. Soon Ancient One, under the leadership of Zhao Huanjun, came to the front of a small 4-story building. This was the bookstore of Tianji Mansion, and there was an old man guarding the door. "Uncle Master asked me to bring people into the Tibetan Sutra Pavilion." After bowing his hands, Zhao Huanjun made a salute. "Your Excellency Ancient One, this is my Tianji Mansion Sutra Collection Pavilion, where the 1,000-year inheritance is contained." Ancient One nodded in satisfaction and stepped in, but the old man who guarded the door didn't say anything. Ding! The host clocks in the Longhu Mountain Tibetan Sutra Pavilion under one person, and rewards the primordial thunder inner law. Ancient One's eyes lit up. Lafa. Except for the Odin family, Marvel doesn't seem to be a master of thunder, but he didn't expect him to get it from here. Not in a hurry to see the Lafa obtained by signing in, Ancient One began to quickly flip through the books in Longhu Mountain. Longhu Mountain has been inherited for thousands of years, longer than his cultivation time, and its natural heritage is rich. Every year, various ancestors create books by themselves or collect books from the outside world and bring them back to Longhu Mountain for collection. So it's really all-encompassing in it. As mentioned earlier, it's all basic methods, and there's nothing special about it. The higher up, the more strange exercises, and the Ancient One also saw some evil things from the outside world, and these Ancient Ones also recorded them one by one. It took nearly an hour for Ancient One to write down the 1,000-year-old Tibetan book on Longhu Mountain. His biggest gain is not any cultivation technique, but the side doors such as alchemy, tool refining, spells, and formations. In the world of Marvel, there is no such thing as a legacy. With a happy mood, Ancient One walked out of the Sutra Pavilion and threw a yellow-looking talisman to Zhao Huanjun. "Find me a room, I want to stay in your Longhu Mountain for a while, this will be the accommodation fee." After saying that, Ancient One dodged and disappeared. Seeing the disappearance of Ancient One, the old man who guarded the Sutra Pavilion got up from his chair at once, as if he was bitten by something, and asked solemnly, "Huanjun, who is this?" "I don't know, the master brought it?" Zhao Huanjun scratched his head honestly and looked at the spell in his hand. Just a glance, he was stunned, and then his whole body trembled, and after a while, he was full of incredible openings. Shangqing Sun Palace Jade Tower 5 Thunder Talismans. What? The old man also gave a strange cry and snatched the talisman from Zhao Huanjun's hand. "It's really the 5 Thunder Talismans in the Jade Tower of the Shangqing Sun Palace." The old man was shaking all over. "The sky has eyes, and the sky has eyes. I was fortunate enough to see this talisman in my life. I thought that since the talisman passed down by the ancestors, I would never see it again. Quick, follow me and enshrine this talisman," the old man said excitedly. High-level talismans can be reused, but they need to be enshrined at all times, and they are also used to recharge and enhance their power. Before Longhu Mountain, there were 3 talismans that had been passed down for thousands of years, and they could not be used unless the prestige of destroying the door. But now there is only one left. A few years ago, foreign enemies invaded their Dragon Tiger Mountain. They took out and used 2, and wiped out 10 of their mechanical brigades. It can be seen that the power of this first-class talisman, how can he not be excited when he encounters such a talisman now? "Uncle, I have to prepare a room for the distinguished guest," Zhao Huanjun reminded. Yes, go quickly and arrange a room for the distinguished guest. This is a great opportunity. Prepare a good room for the distinguished guest, the best treatment, and promise him everything the guest wants. Go quickly." Seeing Zhao Huanjun leave, the old man danced with excitement, like a 100-year-old child. "Ha ha 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 ha, the sky has eyes. The sky has eyes. In Tianjinzong's room, Zhang Jiwei took the medicine for him, and when he saw that he was sleeping peacefully, he came to the door. His junior brother hasn't slept for decades, it's really hard for him. As soon as I went out, I saw Ancient One standing outside the door. Master Ancient One, you came back so soon. Long Hushan's classics have been read. Ancient One nodded. Zhang Jiwei must not believe it in his heart. There are tens of thousands of Long Hushan classics. How could he read it so quickly? Most of the time he only read the important parts, but he definitely won't say it. I don't know what Master Ancient One wants. Make a deal with you. Ancient One spoke indifferently. Master Ancient One said that you are so kind to me, I can promise anything. Zhang Jiwei said with a smile. I want your golden light spell. No problem. Zhang Jiwei smiled. The golden light mantra is just the inheritance of Longhu Mountain, all the disciples can learn it, and the sutra collection pavilion has read it, so what if the golden light mantra is given? Master Ancient One doesn't know what else to ask, but if you put it together, I will naturally agree. Zhang Jiwei said. Anything is fine. Ancient One glanced at him with a smile. Anything is fine. Zhang Jiwei said calmly. Then what if I want to see the Heavenly Master? The expression on Zhang Jiwei's face suddenly froze. Heavenly Master is the world's biggest secret and the source of all chaos. How powerful is this thing? He only said that the 8 wonders were learned from it, and from this we can see how precious it is. The 8 magical skills that have definitely been realized are completely different from the Heavenly Master, but this is still the biggest secret of the entire Longhu Mountain, and it is also a secret that every generation of Heavenly Masters must keep. Master Ancient One, stop joking, even if I want to give you this thing, I can't say it. Zhang Jiwei said with a wry smile. He didn't expect that even the biggest secret of the Celestial Master's mansion, Ancient One knew. However, seeing the strength of others, Zhang Jiwei was relieved. I am afraid that the people who have become immortals in the legend are just like this. It is normal to know a little secret. I'll take these things in exchange for you. With a wave of Ancient One's hand, 5 golden talismans floated in front of him, much more gorgeous than the one he gave to Zhao Huanjun. This was when he was learning talismans, and he made it out of hand. Zhang Jiwei didn't take it seriously at first, then glanced at Fu Lu. His expression immediately froze. Then he said with a very serious face. Master Ancient One, I don't think this is non-negotiable, not for the talisman, but mainly for your kindness. Asterisk. Chapter 24 Heavenly Master Degree and 8 Magical Skills. Ancient One smiled and looked at the old master in front of him. Not reluctantly. Not reluctantly, not reluctantly. At this moment, the old celestial master does not look like a celestial master at all, and his saliva is almost left. This is a talisman that only exists in legends, and their ancestors had such a thing. Old man Lu's Tongtianzuan in front of this thing is a spicy chicken. Zhang Tianqi, if you are really reluctant, I will not force it. After all, Tianqidu is the secret of your Tianqifu. Not reluctantly. Not reluctantly, the Ancient One Master has learned our classics, even if it is half a person from the Tianqifu, it doesn't matter to see the Tianqidu. Besides, this thing is a scourge, and for us, it has no effect at all. Zhang Jiwei said decisively. In his eyes, Tianqidu is indeed a scourge. Zhang Huai, the elites of various sects, and the Jiashan rebellion were all because of this. If it wasn't for the ancestors' order, he would have destroyed this thing long ago. Okay, the deal is done. With a wave of Ancient One's hand, several talismans were thrown into Zhang Jiwei's hands, and Zhang Jiwei cherished them. He took out a pamphlet from his arms, gave it to Ancient One, and put the talisman in it with great care. Master Ancient One, this is the golden light spell, nothing magical. Looking at the printed golden light spell, Ancient One sighed. Sure enough, he shouldn't have expectations for this thing. It's the old Tianchi who is stronger, not the golden light spell. Just like Ancient One, opening the portal is as easy as roar sucking, and his apprentices need tools. They practice the same things, but their abilities are completely different. This is the ability gap. Lao Tianchi is the person with the strongest ability under one person. Maybe there was Zhang Huai many years ago who could rival him. But after Zhang Huai's death, the heavenly master Zhang Jiwei was the strongest and most talented. For the rest, he was inspired by Tian Shidu and Beiqi's skills. This has to talk about the relationship between Tian Shidu and the Eight Wonders. It was Zhang Huai and the 36 thieves headed by Wu Jinshen who caused the Jiashan rebellion. These 36 people are all elite disciples of various sects, and because of their rootless personality charm, they gathered in everything. Then Zhang Huai wrote down the rune of Tian Shidu and brought it to his 36 brothers to crack it. But this thing is the consensus of the major sects and cannot be contacted. So these young people were defined as thieves, and they were hunted down by famous families. 27 died in the end, leaving 9 people. It is these 9 people who, based on what they have learned and combined with the Heavenly Master, have realized what belongs to them. This is the origin of the 8 wonders. For example, Zhang Huai learned the origin of the Qi body based on the spiritual things he had learned, while others realized other magical powers. Heavenly Master degree is very important, but the talents of these people should not be underestimated, and the 8 magical skills are still very powerful. Later, the 8 strange skills of these people were coveted by many people, and the pursuit and killing began for many years. In order to avoid the chaos in the world and the leakage of Zhang Hulan's memory, Zhang Jiwei planned to pass the Heavenly Master to him, and with the help of the prohibition of the Heavenly Master, Zhang Hulan could no longer leak the secrets in his memory, and naturally it would not cause chaos. Heavenly Master is a kind of power and a limitation. After the Celestial Master inherits the Heavenly Master degree, it is very likely that he will die. Therefore, Zhang Huai and Zhang Hulan did not accept the Heavenly Master, just because they were afraid that someone would die. However, Zhang Huai, a prodigy in the sky, although he did not accept Tian Shidu, he wrote down the rune of Tian Shidu, which is also the beginning of the tragedy. Ancient One believes that this is estimated to be a small part of the world's valuable things. When Ancient One was thinking, Zhang Jiwei had already prepared something. Master Ancient One, please come to the quiet room with me. Once the Heavenly Master appears, we cannot be disturbed. Ancient One nodded and followed Zhang Jiwei to a great hall. After closing the gate of the hall, Zhang Jiwei turned on the light, making Ancient One stunned for a while before he spoke. Master Ancient One, Tian Shidu will definitely not be passed on to you, but you can check the Tian Shidu rune, which should also inspire you. Okay. Ancient One nodded. The power of Tian Shidu is in the runes. It doesn't matter whether it is inherited or not. Doesn't Zhang Huai also have this kind of power? Zhang Jiwei's face was solemn, golden light radiated from his body, and he shouted loudly. The golden light on his body swam around like tadpoles, and with the movement of these tadpoles, golden runes constantly appeared on the ground. Ancient One watched intently. But in his eyes, these runes are not runes, but the incarnation of the laws of heaven and earth, and each rune is a rule. Good trick. Ancient One praised. There are rumors in the world under one person, this thing is left by the immortal fairy. He didn't believe it before, but now he does. If it wasn't for the cultivation base, who could cut this kind of thing out of the heaven and earth? It seems that this world also has a glorious history. Ancient One sighed while doing 2 things, and recorded all these runes. After he finished recording, Zhang Jiwei silently put away these runes. His face was very flat, and he didn't see the slightest effort. This caused Ancient One to give him a high look. If it was in a stronger world, Zhang Jiwei would definitely become stronger. He was able to suppress in this world for many years and was respected by countless aliens in the martial arts, not because he was a celestial master who inherited the celestial master, but because he is Zhang Jiwei. However, this time, the harvest from him is quite large. If Tianqi saves him, it is equivalent to the rule of a world. His strength will definitely be greatly increased, and he is even more curious about the remaining 8 strange skills. This time, I have gained a lot, and I will stay in your Longhu mountain for a while, and the talismans I painted during that time will belong to your Longhu mountain. Ancient One spoke calmly. Zhang Jiwei immediately lost the bearing of a celestial master. It's on me, Master. Ancient One can stay in Longhu mountain as long as he wants. Kindness. Ancient One nodded with satisfaction, very satisfied with Zhang Jiwei. This old man is definitely a person who knows what to do and what not to do. He is definitely a master. Bring Zhang Hulan to me tomorrow, and I will help him erase relevant memories, so you don't have to pass it on to him. The expression on Zhang Jiwei's face suddenly collapsed. What exactly do you want to do? Nothing, make a deal. I want to see the origin of the body. Ancient One spoke up. I'm afraid it's not that simple, is it? Zhang Jiwei said solemnly. Does it matter? I won't hurt him anyway. To a certain extent, I can solve your troubles. Ancient One said with an unpredictable look. You can't tell him something secret, it's going to cause a lot of trouble. Zhang Jiwei was silent for a while and then said. That's just what you thought was troublesome. Ancient One laughed and disappeared. Leaving the Heavenly Master in the room, with a deep sigh, he shook his head and left the hall. Asterisk. Chapter 25. Comprehend the rule under one person. The runes of Tianqidu are actually not that complicated, and Ancient One wrote them down in one go. The rune is just a carrier, and the law contained in it is the most important. It is the so-called one law to pass all the law. If Ancient One wants to break through, it needs to master spatial rules. But time and space are the 2 most powerful rules in the world, how can they be so easy to master? He naturally needs to understand other rules more, to see if he can take a side view and improve his understanding. This is how magician progresses. Ling Kong drew a rune, Ancient One slowly realized it, and carefully tasted the rules behind it. All kinds of mysteries flashed constantly in his hands, and he experimented with various spells from time to time, as if he had learned something. For a week, all Ancient Ones had not come out of the room, and they had been comprehending the runes of the Celestial Master. In other words, it is more accurate to understand the rules of the world under one person. The rules of each world are different, which creates the characteristics of each world. For example, in the world under one person, the Taoist practice is the Golden Light Mantra, but in Duan Yu's Tianlong world and Yu Buchan's Xiaoyao Jianghu world, the Taoist practice is internal power. Every practice method that appears in one's own world of practice is naturally the most suitable for one's own world. The rules of the natural world are also different. It seems that in the same martial arts world, the strongest in the Tianlong world are stronger than the strong in the Xiaoyao Jianghu. This is because of the gap in the world's personalities and the subtle differences in the rules of heaven and earth. The world rule that Ancient One comprehends in the Marvel world has come to an end. Now that he has come to a world under one person, based on the origin of this world, through comparison, he can naturally speed up his understanding of the rule. One day 7 days later, the old master was chatting with Zhang Hulan. Zhang Hulan, let me ask you, if you knew the truth of your grandfather's death, would you take revenge? Zhang Hulan's face was solemn. He knew for a long time that his grandfather was killed by Sister Bauer, but Sister Bauer was not the real murderer at all, those who forced him to death were the real murderer. Haha, God Master, what are you talking about? You know, I have always been a peace-loving person, how can I take revenge? That's the meeting. You two are indeed the same temperament. Then I won't stop you, I will take you to meet someone today. The old master got the answer, and it did not surprise him. Ah! Zhang Hulan was a little surprised, and felt that the heavenly master would stop him. But at this moment, Zhang Hulan suddenly felt a powerful coercion. That feeling was like suddenly encountering a tiger in the forest. From the bottom of my heart, there was a feeling of horror, and then the whole person was directly suppressed by coercion and fell to the ground. The old Tianchi on the opposite side was not much better, and the energy in his body burst out to fight, but in an instant, the old Tianchi was still suppressed by this coercion and fell to the ground. Not only the two of them, but the entire Longhu mountain, everyone was awakened by the coercion and was shot to the ground. Moreover, this coercion spread along Longhu mountain, and spread directly to the whole country and even the whole world. Many masters felt this pressure and were slapped on the ground. Fortunately, mortals do not feel this kind of coercion, otherwise it will definitely cause a lot of confusion. Countless practitioners, either from their practice or from other places, woke up with horror on their faces. The coercion came and went quickly, and soon the coercion disappeared. The old Tianchi patted his body and stood up from the ground, and said, "Zhang Hulan, you didn't see anything today, right?" "Yes, God, I suddenly lost my memory just now, as if I fell asleep." "What happened just now?" Zhang Hulan immediately pretended to be stupid. Zhang Hulan is worthy of being a human being. Seeing the appearance of the old master, he immediately pretended to be stupid. The old master nodded in satisfaction. He knew that most of this was done by Ancient One. This feeling is too powerful, and I am afraid that the entire Longhu mountain will feel the pressure. At this time, a mobile phone rang in his arms, and the old master hurriedly picked it up. The caller was a courier company on the surface, but in fact it was an organization of thugs who answered all tasks, an emergency contact number that could be reached anywhere. "Lao Tianchi, what happened? Your Longhu mountain suddenly burst into a coercion. According to our statistics, the whole country felt it, and this is not the limit. We felt it in the Lun Squat branch." When Lao Tianchi heard this, the expression on his face was sluggish and a little shocked. A beard was directly pulled off by him, and it split directly. He had long known that Ancient One was powerful, but he didn't expect Ancient One to be so powerful. He cleared his throat and said, "It's okay, it was an ancestral treasure from Longhu Mountain, so don't panic." No matter what the other side thought, he hung up the phone directly. "Let's go, I'll take you to see a senior. I tell you, remember to be cautious in words and deeds. This guy is not as good-tempered as me." Zhang Hulan listened and followed behind obediently. The Ancient One on the other end walked out of the closed room in a happy mood. The movement just now was indeed made by him, his strength had broken through, and he accidentally revealed a little coercion. Fortunately, he restrained such fluctuations in time, otherwise a planet might be crushed by coercion. As soon as he came out, he noticed that the old master brought Zhang Hulan over. Waiting in place, soon the old master came over. "See Master Ancient One." The old master bowed his hands. Zhang Hulan, who was following behind him, was shocked in his heart. He had known for a long time that the old heavenly master had a very high status in the alien realm, and the 10 elders respected him very much. He had never seen such a respect for a person before. Zhang Hulan was very clever and suddenly realized that this was a big shot. "Participate in Ancient One Master. You are Zhang Hulan." Ancient One glanced at him, and he could see that this kid was shrouded in a strong power of luck, and at first glance he was the child of destiny. "Master Ancient One, I am Zhang Hulan." Ancient One didn't say much, and said directly, "I want the origin of the body, how about making a deal with you?" Zhang Hulan's eyes rolled. "Why is this? Master Ancient One wants the source of the chi body, I offer it with both hands, but I can't." "What a wicked and slippery boy, I naturally have a way to obtain the origin of your chi body." Ancient One smiled. This kid is tricky and slippery. If he asks him to make his own bid, it is naturally impossible for him to ask for a lower price. Otherwise, he is a senior and bullying a junior. I will tell you the secret of your grandfather's affairs, and help you seal the memory, lest the person next to you be worried all day long, and help you improve your strength. Are you satisfied with this? Satisfied, satisfied. Zhang Hulan was overjoyed. What did he come out for before? Wasn't it just to find out the truth about his grandfather? And find his father? Ancient One has said so, and naturally he will not have another opinion. Asterisk. Chapter 26, The Origin of the Qi Body, the Tong Tian Lu. The 8 wonders under one person are very interesting. Obviously it is a technique, but sometimes it can be passed down through blood. But Zhang Hulan's inheritance was indeed taught by his grandfather himself. The reason why he is so weak now is because he has not developed this kind of power at all. It seems that Lu Jian, who also mastered Tong Tian Lu, has mastered the 8 strange skills, but his combat power does not seem to be high. But these 8 strange techniques are actually very powerful. The origin of the Qi body is the technique that Zhang Huai learned from the heavenly master, and it is called the origin of the technique. As long as you use Qi's techniques, you can crack it, and you can learn it. For the world under one person, it is simply invincible. Tong Tian Lu is also one of the 8 strange techniques, and the techniques that break the limitations of the original techniques should not be weak. It can only be said that the user is too weak. In order to stimulate the origin of Qi in Zhang Hulan's body, Ancient One must first improve his strength and let him stimulate this kind of strength. Therefore, he expended his strength and directly took away a portion of the world and threw it to Zhang Hulan. Zhang Jiwei, who was next to him, was blushing. The milky white light group contained amazing attraction. As soon as he appeared, his body instinctively had a desire, and he had never seen such a feeling for other treasures. It took an amazing amount of willpower for him to endure it. At the same time, it was a burst of admiration. Ancient One waved his hand to be a treasure of this level, which made him somewhat unimaginable how powerful Ancient One was. On the other hand, Zhang Hulan, after accepting the milky white light group, immediately began to meditate cross-legged. The blue and gold Qi began to appear on his body very soon, and his aura seemed to be very astonishing. But the strength, Ancient One even feels like a waste of good things. If you give it to the old celestial master next to it, everyone can break through the realm, but compared to people of the same age, it is not bad. The origin of the Qi body is all-encompassing, the 5 elements are interdependent, and the root of all Qi is. The old master sighed and said. Ancient One nodded, this is a special rule. Just like in other worlds, the rule is called the Dao. The so-called source of the body is a Dao similar to chaos, but it is not that powerful, just the foundation. Ancient One looked at it for a while, and probably already understood the operation of the source of the Qi body, and will study it later. When Zhang Hulan woke up, Ancient One told him the truth about his grandfather. Ding! The truth of the world that the protagonist Zhang Hulan came into contact with, the fate has changed unknown, and the reward is 2,000 origin points. Ancient One nodded. Sure enough, the protagonist is the center of the world's luck. He easily obtained enough origin points. Very good, the deal is done. You take this kid, I think he should digest it. Ancient One looked at Zhang Hulan, who was lost. And you should know an old man named Lu Jian, tell him I want his Tong Tian Lu. Are you planning to collect the 8 magical skills? The old master asked. It's not a collection, it's just a reference. Ancient One shook his head. He just looks at it and forms his own thing. Among the 8 wonders, what he valued the most was actually the Kimandalo cave temple of the Queen of the Wind, and the rest was the Tong Tian Lu, which was 100 refinements of magic. Feng Hao Kiman is the most perverted among them, and even involves the use of Bagua Kiman to control time and space, which inspires him. Daludongwen is suspected of space means, and it can make people crazy. Not to mention Tongtian Lu, it can be superimposed to form a talisman out of thin air. This ability is terrifying. Because of the serious talisman, not only need to set up an altar to communicate with the gods, but also to take a bath and choose a day. Then use the good material to carry it, in order to draw the symbol. Although Ancient One is powerful, it also needs to use a carrier. This method of drawing symbols out of thin air is already a very clever method. Needless to say, refining magic tools, like an assembly line, is indeed very powerful. Although getting other worlds, this method will definitely be limited, and the power will decrease, but it can be studied all the time, and it is not an avenue. After seeing Lu Jin, he would naturally take a trip to Wudang Mountain. The old Tianji naturally knew that he couldn't stop Ancient One. What's more, he didn't need to stop. Ancient One was very reasonable. They got a lot of benefits from Longhu Mountain, at least they mixed up a lot of spells from the bottom of the box. Lu Jin was his old friend, so he naturally had to take care of him. On the same day, he called Lu Jin to Longhu Mountain. I said, Zhang Jiwei, what do you want to do? I still have something to do. Old Lu, what can you do? The old master glanced at him. Is it possible for you, God, to have something to do, but not for me? Lu Jin blew his beard and said with a stare. Let's go, I'll take you to meet someone, and I'll be back soon. What do you want to do then? The old master said. Meet someone? Meet someone? Old man, let me tell you, don't you fix those things for me? Did something happen to your Longhu Mountain? I heard that today's fluctuation came from your Longhu Mountain. Lu Jin is a straightforward person, even if the heavenly master doesn't invite him, he will come today. The old master looked at him and said nothing. Soon, the celestial master brought Lu Jin to Ancient One. Master Ancient One, I brought it to you. Master? Can this kid be called a master too? Lu Jin blurted out when he saw the young man in his 30s in front of him. The old Tianji kicked Lu Jin's knee, and Lu Jin fell to the ground. Master Ancient One, he is also unintentional. Lu Jin just wanted to scold someone, but when he saw the respectful look on the face of Lao Tianji, his heart throbbed. Although he is one of the 10 elders, he also knows that the old master is very strong. A person whom an old master should respect. Lu Jin fought a cold war and stopped talking. Ancient One shook his head. It's okay, get up. As soon as Ancient One waved his hand, Lu Jin stood up, then looked at Ancient One with horror on his face. I want your Tongtian Lu, make an offer. Come on, this is your chance. The old celestial master gave Lu Jin a smack again. Offering price? In my whole life, I have boasted that I have no time to spare, and I am full of children and grandchildren. If I have any wishes, it is to sweep the whole. Can you do it? Lu Jin said. For him, in this world, there is really nothing to pursue, and he is full of children and grandchildren. Perhaps the only regret is that he didn't pay the sect, and he didn't pay any attention to these things. He didn't expect Ancient One to do it either, he just opened his mouth. The old master next to him sighed when he heard this. Ancient One looked at Lu Jin and said. Yes, it's a good price. Said that the will of the whole person enveloped the whole world, and the next moment, nearly 30 people appeared in front of them as if they knew dumplings. All-round masters are all here, and I will leave them to you. Ancient One spoke indifferently. Ding. Ancient One changes the fate of the whole SX, reward 1000 points. Chapter 27 Drawing Zhangfu. The whole earth was alerted. Seek a flower evaluation ticket. Lu Jin was stunned when he saw a group of people who suddenly appeared here, and the same was true of the old master. Although they knew that Ancient One had made a move, these people would definitely not be able to escape, but they didn't expect it to be so straightforward. In the blink of an eye, all members of this group are here? Lu Jin's face was even more sluggish. He glanced at it and found a few famous people. But he also saw a few people who shouldn't be there. These people are all of the same S***X. Lu Jin stammered and said. That's right, all the masters are here, leave it to you, give me Tian Lao. Ancient One said indifferently, not taking these people to heart. The heavenly master next to him was also a little surprised, many of whom he knew. People from the Lu family, people from major families, and even people from their dragon tiger mountain. Master Ancient One, are these all omniscient? Yes, you can just ask him yourself, but before that, Lu Jin, give me the Tian Lao. Ancient One spoke indifferently. Lu Jin has recovered from the shock, his face is blank, and his whole body emits blue light, turning into blue talismans. Ancient One waved his hand and took all these in his hands. Then he snapped his fingers and said, All-round master, hand it over to you. After talking, he turned around and entered the secret room, leaving Lu Jin and Lao Tianqi to stare at these people in a daze. After half a day, Lu Jin spoke. Old guy, who is this person? What method did he use? Lu Jin's heart is full of shock. I'm afraid only the legendary gods have this kind of method, right? No, I am afraid that the fairy in the legend is not so powerful. If it wasn't for the heavenly master standing here, he would even think all this was an illusion. Hey, Lao Lu, don't ask what shouldn't be asked, let's deal with the troubles in front of us. You say what you said is bad, and you have to sweep the whole S***X, I see how you end now. The old master shrugged helplessly. In this world, black and white are not clear, and there are many people who are not as good as Quan Xing, even though they are righteous, and not all of them are the kind of people who are bad to the end. But now that their all-round masters are in front of them, they naturally feel a little tricky. They are ignorant, and all-natured people are even more ignorant, like the four arrogant among the masters, and the elders are even more ignorant. Looking at Lao Tianqi and Lu Jin in front of them, they were scolding mothers in their hearts. Why did he suddenly appear in Longhu Mountain when he was doing his own business? And what frightened them even more was that the qi in their bodies could not be used at all, as if they had become ordinary people, only their heads could move. In this case, facing the contemporary celestial master, it is natural to be very frightened. Old heavenly master, your dignified number one person in the world, the Dragon Tiger Mountain heavenly master, will also use this kind of indiscriminate means. Someone in the whole nature opened his mouth. It's not my fault, you have to ask him. The old Tianqi sighed and looked at Lu Jin next to him. Lu Jin looked at Lu Liang and a few decent disciples in the crowd, and also sighed. What is this all about? It's not the trouble you caused yourself. You're a lot of age, and you still don't know where the trouble comes from your mouth. The old master waved his sleeves. After arguing for a while, the two began to deal with these people. Ancient One did not care about these two people, but was silently studying Tian Lao. Among those blue talismans, there is the information of Tian Lao. This is a method of leveraging the rule with runes, and then absorbing the power between heaven and earth to create a rune. I have a real chapter, try it out. Ancient One used the mana in his body and was eager to try it. The right hand turns into a sword finger and draws a talisman directly in the air. Advanced talismans are very complicated, and there can be no mistakes. As a top-level expert, Ancient One has a calm mind and strong will, so naturally there will be no mistakes. But to draw a talisman out of thin air, there is no spiritual power in the material, so naturally it is necessary to absorb the spiritual energy from nature. In a world under one person, this power is called qi. With the manipulation of Ancient One, a large amount of qi gathered from the air into the talisman in front of him. As he wrote, more and more qi gathered in the air. Slowly, the qi near Longhu Mountain was naturally not enough, and the chi from the outside world was supplemented. The celestial master, who was outside to discuss countermeasures with Lu Jin, naturally found something wrong. Looking back, a funnel-shaped whirlpool like a tornado, directly connected to the sky, appeared above the secret room where Ancient One was closed. "Old Lu, look, what is that?" "What, old thing, you won't get dizzy." Lu Jin turned around, and the boss who opened his mouth all of a sudden almost dislocated. The omnipotent masters behind him also looked at all this with surprise. The sky-piercing cyclone simply surpassed their imagination. Because of the large-scale gathering of chi, the clouds in the sky gathered together, forming a thick black cloud, bringing huge amounts of pressure to people. At the same time, the headquarters is connected to everywhere, and the bells of the monitoring department are ringing non-stop. "Report, found an abnormal chi gathering, the highest level." "The highest level?" a middle-aged man asked. "Where did it appear?" "Longhu Mountain." "Why is it Dragon Tiger Mountain again?" This scene happened among all the alien forces in the world. The movement caused by Ancient One was so great that the chi of the entire earth was affected, and it rushed towards Longhu Mountain. At the moment Lao Tianqi and Lu Jin in Longhu Mountain naturally didn't know. The two of them opened their mouths as if carved out of a mold. "Old thing, why do I feel that this seems to be the fluctuation when I use Tongtian Lu?" After looking at it for a long time, Lu Jin recalled it and said, "How is that possible? Don't you know the level of your Tongtian Lu? If this is really Tongtian Lu, what are you?" The old master said ruthlessly. "If it is true, Ancient One is the Tongtian Lu." The cyclone that was drawn out had already reached the sky, and Lu Jin was at most a child's slapstick. "It's not possible for me to lift it, but this kind of fluctuation is indeed very similar." "And do you feel that the chi of your Dragon Tiger Mountain is improving?" Lu Jin felt it, and spoke again. "It is indeed improving, and the cyclone is about to disperse. Although Lao Tianqi is old, his eyes are very good. Your Dragon Tiger Mountain is so lucky, the feeling of chi has improved at least 10 times, and your Dragon Tiger Mountain has become a paradise. Old man, I will send my family to practice for a while." Zhang Jiwei did not speak, and his heart was a little broken. Ancient One just drew Zhangfu, why is there such a big movement? I am afraid the situation can be seen all over the country. And their Longhu Mountain, which was originally a blessed land, is now a real Taoist ancestral court. The goddess is in pain and happy. Asterisk. Chapter 28 Harvest, Return to Marvel, seek a flower evaluation ticket. Huge amounts of tornado-like cyclones appeared in the sky of Longhu Mountain, causing a sensation all over the world. Fortunately, the official news was soon blocked, and the cyclone in the sky began to slowly dissipate. However, the concentration of Longhu Mountain chi was directly increased by 30 times compared to before. In some places, the rich chi even condensed into a liquid state. The old master doesn't know what to say about this. It's a chance, and it's also a huge amount of trouble. Regardless of these matters, Ancient One walked out of the secret room with a blue translucent talisman in his hand. This is Tongtian Lu. But how can this become reality? Lu Jin felt that his common sense of practice for so many years had been challenged. How could Tongtian Lu become a real object? As long as you gather enough energy, it can naturally become substance. Ancient One drew the talisman, and was naturally very satisfied, so he was happy to give some pointers. But Lu Jin thought back, the corner of his mouth twitched at the almost sky-high cyclone. He will not think about it in his life, it is impossible to reach this level. Let me show you what Tongtian Lu is. With a wave of their hands, they entered space. The old master was still thinking about ability, but Lu Jin was immediately blinded. Ancient One randomly found a lifeless planet, the talisman in his hand turned into a first-class light, and flew out directly. The talisman exploded and turned into a thundercloud. The surrounding area of several light years was filled with thunder, and an incomparably thick thunder was smashed out of the thunder cloud. Then the lifeless planet chosen by the Ancient One was split into two halves as if it had been split by some big axe. A large number of fragments and red magma scattered in the starry sky, exuding red light. Because of the lack of necessary media in space, the heat dissipated very slowly, and the red magma was still red as if it had just erupted. The Heavenly Master and Lu Jin at the back were already dumbfounded. They can naturally see that the volume of this planet is probably a bit larger than that of the Earth. If the Ancient One can destroy the planet, destroying the Earth is easy too. Compared to these two guys, Ancient One is much calmer. He often looks for various materials in the universe. He has seen the destruction of planets many times, and there is nothing unusual. It seems that the power of this talisman is not bad. Ancient One nodded in satisfaction. The narrators, Lao Tianqi and Lu Jin, were both dumbfounded. A planet is destroyed with a wave of your hand. If there is life, tens of billions of life may be lost. Is this a good power? Is the world of the boss really like this? Lu Jin and Lao Tianqi looked at each other and felt that they were very ignorant. After seeing the power of the talisman and collecting a few materials, Ancient One brought the two back to Longhu Mountain in one step. Lao Tianqi, I'll find a few people to come over later, and you can help me be the middleman. So Ancient One waved his hand and summoned several other people who possessed the 8 magical skills. Under the introduction of the old Tianqi, he had a cordial exchange with these people, and then switched to the 8 wonders. And because these people are considered very important roles in the world under one person, Ancient One also got a lot of origin points. It can be said that he came to the world under one person this time, and he made a lot of money. Kimin after the wind is a technique derived from Kimin Dunjia and gossip. Through the 4, it can manipulate time and even space. Although the power is not comparable to his own means, it is very useful for his enlightenment. Needless to say, God Machine 100 refinement is a fast method of refining, which can greatly increase the speed of refining. The same is true for the other 8 magical skills. Although the improvement is not much, they have improved. This time, when he came to the world under one person, not only did he gain a lot of origin points, but his strength also improved a lot. Not to mention his strength has also increased by 30%. He was one step closer to breaking through that thin film. Ancient One got the benefit, patted his butt and left the world under one person. But because of his action, the entire world under one person turned into a mess. The first is Longhu Mountain. Because Ancient One painted such a talisman on Longhu Mountain, the concentration of Qi in Longhu Mountain increased by 30 times. The aliens who know this news all want to come to Longhu Mountain to practice. The old Tianqi had no choice but to sign agreements with many people, so that they would send many people to study here every year. Quan Xing, who was originally picked by Lao Tianqi alone, was directly arrested by Lao Tianqi and Lu Jinquan because of Ancient One's intervention. Some wicked people were killed immediately. A small number of people were directly abolished and turned into ordinary people, and only 1 or 2 can escape. All the masters of the whole nature disappeared, and all the sects were extremely shocked, and they all shrank their power. The rest of the scumbags can only keep a low profile and dare not make a move at all. This has made the social atmosphere a lot better, and it has to be said that it is a kind of irony. As for the protagonist Zhang Hulan, he took Feng Baobao on the road of revenge. After knowing the truth of the world, coupled with the improvement of his own strength, he naturally had to deal with several culprits who were chasing and killing his grandfather. However, his grandfather made mistakes first, and he did not go too far. At that time, as long as the culprit died, he was not involved. Not only that, but other influences left by the Ancient One are also very far-reaching. A large amount of Qi has been pulled back from the universe, the concentration of Qi on the Earth has been greatly increased, and the entire planet has been changed. the chances of aliens appearing on Earth are much higher. Naturally, Ancient One didn't know about these things. After he returned to Marvel, he returned to the holy place contentedly. Looking back on his experience this time, he was very satisfied. Just when he was about to take a look in the chat group, he suddenly felt that the eye of Agamotto placed in the camartage was touched. Ancient One frowned, and a flash appeared in front of the eye of Agamotto. Holding the eye of Agamotto in his hand, a picture appeared in front of him. Galactus and Thanos, how did these two guys get together? Could it be the butterfly effect I brought that affected all this? It's really interesting. Ancient One watched with great interest the image that appeared in the eye of Agamotto. That's the vision of Galactus and Thanos invading Earth. Galactus is still strong, Thanos is a little weaker, I hope he can come back with infinite gems. Ancient One thought with anticipation in his heart. His recent strength has improved a lot, and he just wants to try it out. Galactus, as the weakest of the 5 gods, is the opponent. After thinking about it, Ancient One became extremely expectant. Asterisk. Chapter 29 Black Order Strikes. Fate is not static for anyone. The stronger he is, the more incomprehensible his fate will be, and the greater the impact will be. With the strength of Ancient One, any action may have a profound impact in the universe. For example, when he went to collect materials last time and searched a planet, the Kree fleet came directly to the door. For him, it was just a small thing, but for the Kree Empire, it was a very big thing. For so many years, in order to sign in, he has often wandered in the universe, and naturally left traces in many places. What kind of butterfly effect is caused is really normal. Galactus and Thanos, these two guys, together, there is nothing surprising about it. After snapping his fingers and waiting for a while, a magician walked in. Sorcerer Supreme, what are your orders? Master Merkel, improve the monitoring level of the 3 holy places, it may not be peaceful recently. Ancient One spoke lightly. Among the magicians under the Ancient One, they are naturally graded. The little magician who is the most elementary level entry, the next is the normal magician, and then the master. Although these masters are no match for him, there is no problem with Iron Man a few hands. The monitoring system of the 3 holy places not only covers the Earth, but can monitor the entire solar system when the full power is turned on. However, in this way, the consumption is very large, and they generally do not turn on. Now that Time Gem has an omen, he naturally wants to raise the warning level. It's Sorcerer Supreme. The magician nodded and stepped out. Then Ancient One felt a wave of huge amounts of mana, and huge amounts of golden shields spread across the earth. But no one noticed, not even S.H.I.E.L.D, the world's largest agent organization. After turning on the monitoring system of Holy Place, Ancient One began to study its own things again. Asgard, Bifrost. Heimdall's golden eyes swept across the entire 9 realms and looked at Midgard, then frowned. Titan's ship? Why go to Midgard? Although Asgard's Protoss is arrogant, it has indeed protected the Earth from being invaded by foreign enemies for so many years. It's just that they are now being held back by the giants of Jotunheim, and they can't squeeze out any extra power. You can only report to the king, let's see what he thinks. Shaking his head, he called Odin using the communication device Roar. S.H.I.E.L.D Delta Wing Headquarters. Nick Fury was looking at documents in the office when his central agent, Agent Hill, walked in. Fury, here's something you need to look at. As she spoke, she handed the tablet in her hand to Fury in front of her. If you could see the screen, you could see that there were 3 huge amounts of flight devices in the shape of a ring. Fury glanced at it and frowned immediately. When did this happen? Just now there was news from the probe we deployed on Mars that the spacecraft will soon arrive on Earth. It seems that the visitor is not good. Hill frowned. Ms. Falk, these bloody aliens deploy missiles and shoot him down. We may not be able to do this, Director, we can't lock the flight device. Hill spoke calmly. Damn. Fury scolded with a smile, the expression on his face was a bit ugly, the model of this kind of spaceship was not like any of the spaceships he had mentioned. Send out the fighter jets and surround the flight object. Determine their purpose. Director, I don't think they came with good intentions. Hill spoke calmly. Nick Fury looked at the disgruntled muzzled ship with an ugly expression on his face. Start the air carrier, let's go and see what happened. Nick Fury opened his mouth with a sigh. He felt that his plan should be put on the agenda. This feeling is too passive. No matter how you look at this kind of technology-level spaceship, they are not able to deal with it now. But now, when it's time to use your whole cards, why should you try it first? Just as they were about to leave, the door to his office was violently pushed open. Director, the base under A11 has been invaded. What? Nick Fury's face turned gloomy, but fortunately he was so dark that no one could see it. Report specifics. A minute ago, there was an unknown disturbance in the doctor's research equipment, and a black-haired man appeared in the base. According to reports, Tesseract has been intercepted. Block the base, let the troops move, and don't let the Tesseract fall into the hands of the enemy. Hill, let's go. Flicking his cape, Nick Fury led the way outside. At the same time, the spaceship they discovered just now had also entered the atmosphere and charged straight towards New York. All the people in New York today saw a terrifying scene, a ring that took up half of the sky appeared in the sky. Nick Fury looked at the ring in front of him from among the helicarriers in the sky, his face heavy. Evacuate the masses and let the ground troops take over and see where they're going. At the same time, dispatch a fighter jet and shoot him down. With Nick Fury's order, the fighter jets of the air carrier were dispatched directly. When there are Avengers, there is naturally no need to send out fighters. But now, Nick Fury has not had time to form Avengers, and to deal with this kind of goal, naturally only fighters can be used. A dozen fighter jets, like a swarm, flew over the huge amounts of the ring. Fire! Nick Fury gave direct orders to fire. Among the fighter jets, the missile flew directly towards the circular flight device, causing huge amounts of explosions. Unfortunately, this explosion did not even leave any traces on the ring. Huge amounts of circular flight device, the muzzle on it turned, red light shot out from the muzzle, and all the dozen fighter jets exploded. Nick Fury's heart aches to see, there is their most elite flight crew. Director, that spaceship dropped the land army, but it seems that there are only 5. Hill next to him looked at the monitoring equipment and said, let the ground troops fire, common sense catches them alive, and if they can't catch them alive, shoot them on the spot. Nick Fury said with a gloomy expression. The country has the most elite military in the world, and it assembles very quickly. On the ground, the army has surrounded 5 ground targets. After getting the order, their tanks and infantry opened fire directly. However, the shells flew in front of the 5 people, only to see an ugly person beckoning. All the shells stopped, and with a flick of the finger, all the ammunition was shot back. Boom! An explosion sounded, and the army suffered heavy casualties. Despair spread all around. Asterisk. Chapter 30 Hanging and Beating the 5 Generals. Thanos is still a very powerful giant in the universe. Although the strength of his hands is not comparable to that of a large-scale empire like the Kree. But the Kree Empire generally did not dare to provoke Thanos. Among his subordinates, the Black Order is naturally the 5 most powerful people. Corvus Glaive, Proxima Midnight, Proxima Centauri, Ebony Maw, Supergiant, Black Dwarf. Although in the movie, the most powerful performance is Ebony Maw among the 5 people. This guy took advantage of the powerful psychokinesis and even captured Doctor Strange alive. But in fact, among the 5 people, Corvus Glaive is the strongest one, and also the most powerful in combat. Supergiant is also not to be underestimated. The amazing mind control ability is better than superhero on the earth. Corvus Glaive's lover, Proxima Midnight, is another fighting master in the level universe. He has the spear given by Thanos in his hand, and the light it shoots can kill you when you touch it. Black Dwarf is to protect the ups and downs of the ethnic group Thanos, and is also the most powerful warrior in the ethnic group. Each of the 5 people has magical powers, and they are not much weaker than the superhero in the Avengers. These ordinary Earth armies are naturally not their opponents. The 5 people were like wolves entering a flock, raging in the army, and Nick Fury, who was on the air carrier, could only helplessly issue an order to retreat. Looking at the tragic situation below, Nick Fury's face was heavy, and he took out a communicator in his arms. Just as he was about to press down, Hill next to him suddenly spoke up. "Fury, look, they disappeared." "What's gone?" Fury opened his eyes wide and saw that the 5 people who had been intimidating on the ground actually disappeared. Naturally, they won't disappear out of thin air, they're just mirrored spaces pulled into by the Ancient One. The first time they were pulled into the space, these 5 people gathered in everything and saw the Ancient One suddenly appearing in front of them. Corvus Glaive asked, "Who are you?" "It doesn't matter who I am, you should come to Earth for infinite gems, right? It's in my hands now, come and get it if you want." Ancient One held a green eye-like metal ornament in his hand. The metal protective cover was opened, and the green gemstone could be seen inside. All 5 of Thanos' subordinates were a little excited, but they didn't act rashly. Corvus Glaive made a color, and Black Dwarf, the most naive of the 5, charged straight up with a big axe. "Don't say I bully you, I only use physical strength." The Ancient One stood there waiting for Black Dwarf to do it. The inside of Black Dwarf's nose spurted 2 white air, and the bucket-thick arm became thicker, and he swung the giant axe and slashed down. There was a shrill sound in the air. Black Dwarf's axe was very large, it looked like it was half the file size of a car. Such a big axe was swung by him to make a piercing sonic boom. One can imagine how great his power and how fast he was. Seeing that the axe was about to slash Ancient One, Black Dwarf had a grim smile on his face. He had already imagined the scene of Ancient One being chopped into pieces. Too slow, too weak. Ancient One shook his head, stretched out his right hand, and clamped Black Dwarf's axe directly between his 2 fingers. The rest of the Black Order shrank their eyes. They knew how powerful the Black Dwarf was, so they felt terror in their hearts. Black Dwarf was also furious, grabbing the axe he wanted from Ancient One's hands. But no matter how hard he tried, the veins on his body burst out, and his face was hideous, and he still couldn't pull out his axe. "If you want it, I'll give it to you." Ancient One loosened his fingers and flicked it, and Black Dwarf flew out holding the axe that was missing a mouth. The handle of the axe was embedded in his chest. The other Black Orders saw that it was not good, and went straight up together. Ebony Maw moved his hands, and the powerful psychokinesis directly picked up dozens of stone thorns from the ground and charged at the Ancient One at an astonishing speed. Ancient One stood motionless, golden light flashed before his eyes, and the stone thorn appeared behind Ebony Maw. Nice psychokinesis. Black Order is very experienced in combat and naturally will not be disturbed by Ancient One. Supergiant's eyes lit up, and a huge spiritual force rushed towards Ancient One, trying to control Ancient One. Because of the race, Supergiant is born with outstanding spiritual power and is very powerful. Although it is not as good as the Mantis girl who can control Thanos, the difference is not too big. The Black Bolt King, who once controlled the destruction of the planet, shows her power. However, this kind of spiritual power is nothing more than an axe in front of Ancient One. Ancient One glared. Supergiant seemed to have received huge amounts of shock, rolled his eyes, bleeding from his 7 apertures, and passed out. The couple, Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight, rushed forward, ignoring their fallen teammates. The blade in Corvus Glaive's hand looks ordinary but is very powerful and extremely sharp. This thing can not only easily pierce the body of Heimdall, the strong Asgard, but also pierce the body of Vision's vibranium. How sharp it can be imagined. And there is also a part of Corvus Glaive's soul sealed in it. As long as the blade is not damaged, he will be reborn infinitely. A dazzling knife light flashed in the space, and Corvus Glaive was in front of him. Ancient One stretched out a finger and directly touched the blade. Nice weapon, but still too fragile. With a flick of the Ancient One's middle finger, this incomparably sharp blade shattered to the ground like a shattered mirror. Corvus Glaive spat out a mouthful of blood and lay on the ground. This seals his soul, and the blade is broken, which means that his soul is also shattered. No. Proxima Midnight let out a whimper and charged up with the gun in hand. 3 death rays shot out from the spear at Ancient One. Interesting weapon. Ancient One glanced at her and snatched the weapon with his hands. He drew a blue talisman out of thin air and hit her directly. Proxima Midnight was directly split into a piece of coke by the Thunder Talisman. In just a few minutes, the Black Order was defeated in his hands. Only Ebony Maw and Black Dwarf were left languishing on the ground. Ancient One walked up to Ebony Maw, looked at him and shook his head. The strength is good, but unfortunately it is under the hands of Thanos' mental illness. Lord Thanos will definitely avenge us. Ebony Maw coughed while bleeding from the corners of his mouth. I'll wait for him. Ancient One said something and stepped out of this mirrored space. In it, Black Order, with the fragmentation of space, was also swallowed by the endless void. After processing the Black Order, Ancient One returned to the holy place, feeling extremely boring. I hope Thanos's are better than them. Shaking his head, Ancient One continued to study his own things. Asterisk. Chapter 31 The God King's Help. The Black Order, for the Ancient One, was nothing but a very small matter, and he went back to Camartage when he was done. Instead, it was the weapon he held in Proxima Midnight's hand that was very interesting. The materials used in this weapon are not very precious, but are metals made by other civilizations in the universe. But the effect attached to it is very amazing. After being activated, 3 black rays of death can be shot at the tip of the gun, as long as the person who touches the light fails the judgment. Will die immediately. This kind of authority is only possessed by death among the 5 gods. It's said that Thanos secretly has a crush on the goddess of death. It can't be true, can it? Ancient One shook his head. It's a pity that he didn't learn death rules. Otherwise, this thing is indeed a treasure for him. But now, this thing can only be studied for a while, and it has no value. It's really too much trouble to improve your strength. Let's see if you can enter another world again. Ancient One thought about it, whether it was through quests or transactions, entering other worlds, signing in, and understanding the rules, his strength would definitely increase faster. Consciously entered the group and found that these people happened to be talking about the task. Group owner Tian Lao, King Zhang, your task is too difficult. With our strength, it is to find death. God King Zhang Taixu, don't ask you to save me, just inform our Zhang family. Zhang Taixu was no ordinary god king with no background. He was the god king of the Zhang family thousands of years ago, with a big family standing behind him. As long as the news spreads, everyone in his family will naturally come to rescue him with imperial soldiers. The group owner Tian Lao smiled bitterly. Group owner Tian Lao, King Zhang, your world level is too high. After we go, our strength will be greatly suppressed, and we may not be able to report. The world and the world are also different. In some worlds, the pressure of the rule is not great, and the strength can be exerted to the greatest extent. In some world rules, the oppressive force is very powerful. The same strength, the destructive power exerted is naturally different. Just like the bigger the planet, the stronger the gravity, and the stronger the world, the stronger the pressure. In this kind of world, they can't exert their strength at all. However, this continent that covers the world is still very large, and it takes a long time for them to run out of position. How are they going to report? Hearing Qin Ye's explanation, Zhang Taixu could only sigh. God King Zhang Taixu, maybe my life is like this, and my life should be absolute. Fortunately, I have passed the inheritance down, and I am not afraid that the 9 secretaries will have no successor. Prince of Dali, why should King Zhang be pessimistic? You can turn to Master Ancient One for help. Lao Tianqi, yes, Master Ancient One is very generous. When the old master said this, he was bleeding. Master Ancient One is indeed very generous, but it brings a lot of troubles. Now they are still the focus of the world at Longhu Mountain, which is very uneasy. God King Zhang Taixu, unfortunately, all the points in my hand have been used up by me. Zhang Taixu sighed, he was already exhausted, and he might be trapped here at some point. The points obtained in the group can only be used to supplement himself, so that he can last for a while. There is really no extra points, so please ask a great god like Ancient One to take action. Gentleman's sword, it's okay, God King Zhang and I can give God King some points, even if God King opens his mouth. Xianba, that's right, brother you is right, I'm equal to being in the group, which is what it should mean. God King Zhang Taixu, how can this be made without merit? Jinghu Medical Immortal, the words of the king are too bad. If the king can get out of trouble, it will only take a wave of my hand to give me a reward. Group owner Qin Ye, God King doesn't need to refuse, is it that God King is afraid that he won't be able to pay back our favor? The group owner Qin Ye sent a red envelope to the God King Zhang Taixu. Several members of the group sent red envelopes to Zhang Taixu. Sorcerer Supreme, it doesn't matter, I can give you one shot. As for the reward, it will be paid later. Prince Dali, Master Ancient One is here, these are not problems anymore. Xianba, I also ask Master Ancient One to take action and save the God King. The people in the group opened their mouths whether it was true or false. God King Zhang Taixu was also very moved. God King Zhang Taixu, thank you for your comments, then I will trouble Master Ancient One. God King Zhang Taixu, but I don't know if Master Ancient One has reached the realm of the Emperor. The place where I am is the tomb of the Emperor, which may be dangerous. Sorcerer Supreme, no problem. Ancient One smiled and said, he has reached the pinnacle of the universe in the Marvel world. This kind of strength, in the world of covering the sky, is at least the level of a great emperor. Maybe you can still touch the threshold of Hongchen Immortal. In Zishan, there are only the emperor's soldiers of the great emperor Wuxi, and some ancient races. To him, it doesn't matter. Zhang Taixu didn't persuade when he saw Ancient One's affirmation, and said directly, God King Zhang Taixu, I will trouble Master Ancient One to rescue me this time, and I will be rewarded in the future. Sorcerer Supreme, no problem. After calmly replying, Ancient One purchased teleportation in the mall. However, this time, the price of transmission has increased tenfold. Are the prices of different teleports different in the world? Ancient One had a clear look on his face. In different worlds, the strength of the rule is different, and the strong people in it are also different. For example, the world of Marvel has 5 gods, the Court of Life, the God Group, and this series of powerhouses. If the system wants to control a person to pass through in the chat group, it will naturally cost more to cover it up. Otherwise, as soon as you enter the world, you may be discovered by the strong. The same is true for the world of shading the sky. Although the upper limit may not be as high as that of Marvel, there are definitely strong enough powerhouses. If Ancient One wanted to enter this world without being noticed, chat groups naturally had to pay a higher price. However, the level of the sky shading world is very high, and there are many strong people in it, and there are many secrets hidden. After entering Ancient One, you can definitely get great benefits. I don't know what the great Emperor Wuobei and the immortal Emperor look like. We must meet him. Ancient One smiled and purchased the teleportation technique without hesitation. Then, without any resistance, he was wrapped in a white light and squeezed into the space. However, compared to the time he went to other worlds before, the time he experienced this time was obviously longer. White light enveloped him, constantly drifting in different worlds, and finally arrived in front of a huge amount of world. The size of this world is bigger than the world he has experienced before. I am afraid that only the Marvel world can compare with this world. Covering the world, here I come. Smiling, Ancient One let the white light wrap him without hesitation and squeezed into the huge world in front of him, leaving a trace of ripples in front of the incomparably wide crystal wall. Asterisk. Chapter 32 The Living Emperor? The world of Covering the Sky is a very huge world, so the power level is also very high. After the white light sent Baya into the world, it was consumed, and it did not locate Zhang Taixu at all. Ancient One looked at the huge amounts of forest in front of him, his face darkened. He didn't even know where the chat group was sent to him. A chat group that immerses consciousness. Sorcerer Supreme, give me a breath of yours. Zhang Taixu immediately passed the red envelope system of the chat group, sending a breath of breath directly to Ancient One. Ancient One closed his eyes and felt it for a while, and then walked past in one step. However, unlike the previous smooth and unobstructed, this time he finally felt a sense of being blocked. That feeling, as if breaking through a thin film, entered something. The purple mountain left by the great Emperor Wuxi is really extraordinary, and it can stop me even a little bit. Ancient One was amazed. The status of the world of Covering the Sky is really high enough. He was invincible in the world before, but now he can find an evenly matched opponent. If the great Emperor Wuobei is here, I'm afraid it won't be so easy to come in. Ancient One let out a sigh and began to stroll through the streets in Zishan. Within the Purple Mountain, there are a lot of corpses, as well as strange creatures that have been corroded by the Source Ghost, but they are all hidden when they feel the breath of Ancient One. When Ancient One walked over, Zishan regained its vitality again. The living Emperor. How is it possible? Why is there a living great Emperor? Could it be that the great Emperor Wuobei has returned? Ancient One walked over, and all the creatures inside Zishan shivered and hid in fear. Naturally, Ancient One didn't have the trouble of looking for these weak creatures, and just followed Zhang Taixu's breath, thinking about walking into Zishan. Soon he found Zhang Taixu, who had sealed himself in the stone wall. At the moment, he looked very weak. Although Zhang Taixu in the stone wall is already very weak, he is also conscious and can observe the situation outside, otherwise it would be impossible to pass one of the 9 secrets to Yefan. Ancient One made no secret of his information, and he was naturally able to discover Ancient One. Great Emperor. Feeling the breath of Ancient One, Zhang Taixu screamed in shock. He has experienced the Emperor's armament, and he has stayed in Zishan for a long time, so he naturally knows the breath of the Great Emperor. The powerful aura on Ancient One is definitely the Great Emperor. Zhang Taixu then directly drowned. He knew that Ancient One was very strong, but he did not expect Ancient One to be an Emperor-level powerhouse. Naturally, Ancient One didn't know what Zhang Taixu was thinking, and with a wave of his hand, he rescued Zhang Taixu from the inside. "See Master Ancient One." Zhang Taixu said respectfully. "You're welcome. Do you want to follow me to see this Zishan, or do you want to send you out first?" Ancient One looked at Zhang Taixu up and down. This man was skinny, and he looked like he was in his 80s or 90s. The messy hair behind him was longer than his body. How long can it last? Ancient One asked him to go out early, but Zhang Taixu didn't think so. Hearing Ancient One's words, he looked excited. "I can still hold on for a while, I hope Master Ancient One can show me Zishan. Good. Ancient One nodded. For him, it didn't matter if he brought Zhang Taixu, he waved his hand to summon a piece of spiritual energy, allowing Zhang Taixu to recover his body, and Ancient One walked towards the interior of Zishan step by step. The terrain where Zishan is located is called Zhulang Gongju. Zishan is in the center of the 9 dragon veins, and the 9 source stone veins are outside. There are also mineral veins in Zishan, so the cave looks like an ancient mine excavated, and there are misty purple flowers flowing inside, not dim, and it looks like a hazy feeling. Although it looks beautiful, it is very dangerous here. There are dead bones everywhere on the ground, there are some yin-chi creatures, and there are even creatures that look like monsters. Although they were scared to hide by Ancient One's aura, how could they hide from Ancient One's perception? However, Ancient One had no intention of caring about these weak creatures, and walked forward with Zhang Taixu. Zhang Taixu looked at the surrounding environment, but sighed a little. After tens of thousands of years, how many dead bones are buried in it? Ancient One didn't care about this, and kept going inside, while observing the surrounding environment and trying to figure out the mystery. As he walked, Ancient One waved his hand, and a piece of transparent material about the height of a person appeared in front of him. This ignorance was like amber, and a 6-armed creature with blue-faced fangs and scaled armor was sealed inside. God Source. Primordial creature. Zhang Taixu next to him sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "The immemorial creatures sealed in this divine source are not weaker than others. Fortunately, the Ancient One took him, otherwise he would surely die. Is this what you call the source of the gods? It's interesting." Ancient One nodded, and he naturally saw the mystery in it. It was amazing that this divine source could isolate time. Continue to walk forward, and the passage becomes wider, and soon a large space appears. There is nothing else in this space, just a huge amount of stone books. The Sutra of No Beginning, this is the Sutra of No Beginning. Zhang Taixu opened his mouth and said, "Go up and have a look." Ancient One stepped forward and took a lot of effort to open the book in front of him. The Taoist texts circulated in it, and it looked amazing. There were constantly rules flashing through it, pointing directly to the avenue. In his strength, it can be regarded as a good classic. As expected, who is the peak at the end of the immortal road, the great emperor of the beginning who sees the beginningless Tao and becomes empty. Although the sutra has requirements for physical fitness, it must be a congenital holy body Taoist womb to be able to practice, but there are still places that can be used for reference. He didn't speak until Zhang Taixu wrote it down. Go, keep moving forward, and see what the great Emperor Wuxi left behind. As he spoke, he continued to move forward with Zhang Taixu. It didn't take long for them to enter the center of Zishan. The first thing they saw was a huge clock with mysterious patterns on it, which looked very magical. Beginningless bell, Supreme Dao Emperor Soldier. Zhang Taixu's eyes flashed with fiery heat, but he quickly suppressed it. Nice weapon. Ancient One nodded. This weapon does look very powerful, he can use it more than enough, but unfortunately it belongs to the owner. Ding. The host signs into the Zishan, the source of the gods in the world of covering the sky, and rewards the embryo of the Xian Huang Pagoda of heaven and earth. Ancient One raised his eyebrows. This was the first time the system had rewarded artifacts. Feeling the sinking in his hand, Ancient One looked towards the small tower in his hand. This kind of power is not bad. Ancient One nodded with satisfaction. Although it was still an embryo, it had such a powerful power. If it was cultivated well in the future, it might be even stronger than the beginningless bell in front of him. Asterisk. Chapter 33 The Emperor's Immortality. Zishan was designed by Wuxi the Great, and I don't know what it was used for. Not only are many immemorial races sealed here, but there is also the bell of the Emperor without beginning. Here Ancient One comprehended the Daoist text on the beginningless bell for a long time. Unfortunately, the great Emperor Wei did not follow the same path as him, otherwise his strength could be improved. Under the protection of Ancient One these days, Zhang Taixu no longer looked so weak, and had become a handsome young man in his 30s who looked similar to Ancient One. Master Ancient One, there seem to be a few medicine kings here. Zhang Taixu said excitedly. Once the medicine king reaches the level of 10,000 years, it is already dead man medicine, and the effect is extraordinary. With a wave of Ancient One's hand, these medicine kings arrived. It's true that it's a lot of years, it's a rare treasure, but unfortunately it's useless to me. It is a pity for Ancient One. If these medicine kings are the legendary medicines that are not death god, they will still be useful to him. It's a pity that he didn't find it in Zishan. It was estimated that it was the magic medicine of psychic, and he felt his breath and escaped. Give you one, and compliment yourself. Ancient One gave Zhang Taixu one, and took the rest into his hands. Anyway, this medicine king is not of great use to him, so why not use it to keep a karma? Thank you, Master Ancient One. Zhang Taixu bowed his hands gratefully. Let's go, take you out, there is nothing important in Zishan. Shaking his head, Ancient One took Zhang Taixu out of Zishan. You'd better recover from your injury before returning to your Zhang family. Not everyone in this world wants another god king in the Zhang family. After reminding Zhang Taixu, Ancient One disappeared without a trace. When you come to Baidu, how can you not visit the restricted area of life? Zhang Taixu looked at the place where Ancient One left, bowed sincerely, and then left. Ding! The host changed Zhang Taixu's fate, rewarded with 1,000 points. Ancient One was stunned when he heard the news in the empty space, and then he understood. In covering the sky, Zhang Taixu played a very important role, not only passed it on to Yefan's Zhuzi, but also helped Yefan support him many times. In the end, even in order to kill the supreme being in the restricted area of life, he bravely died and changed his fate, which is not unusual. Shaking his head, Ancient One continued to travel through the void, and soon came to one of Baidu's forbidden areas of life, the Undead Mountain. The forbidden area of life is a unique existence in this world that covers the sky. The great emperors, ancient emperors, and gods who longed to become immortals did not want to die. Some people are born early for some reason, and they need to absorb the essence of life in the universe to complement themselves. This is the origin of the dark turmoil. Every time a great emperor appears in the human race, it must suppress the dark turmoil. Like the void emperor of the human race, in order to suppress the turmoil, he didn't even live out the second life, which really made Ancient One sigh with embarrassment. Naturally, Ancient One despised these people very much. If he had no ability to live longer, he would wield a sword against the weak. In the end, being entangled in karma is just the end of being beheaded by others, and becoming immortal is even more impossible. But it is also because of these people that the Undead Mountain has become a forbidden area for life, and the mountain is full of various patterns of great emperors. There are also various magic weapons and an ancient tea tree for enlightenment. Ancient One is very interested. Ancient One restrained its breath and walked from the outside world to the Undead Mountain, comprehending the pattern of the great emperor in the Undead Mountain while walking. There are also magic circles in the magician practice system, but the composition is completely different from this pattern. This pattern is more like an embodiment of the emperor's original mastery of the rule, leveraging the power of heaven and earth through the pattern of the emperor. Magic circles use special compositions and items to activate their power. Although the power of the two is similar, but the composition is very different, they can naturally confirm each other. Ancient One walked among the Undead Mountains, as if strolling in a leisurely courtyard. All kinds of evil things in the Undead Mountain seemed to have not found the Ancient One at all. Even if he saw it, he thought he hadn't seen it. Ancient One glared at him and went back faster. In this era, a living emperor suddenly appeared, how dare they provoke? The Ancient One soon entered the heart of the Undead Mountain. Ding! The host signs into the undying mountain in the world of covering the sky, and rewards the emperor for immortality. As soon as the sound of the system fell, Ancient One felt the aura from the outside swarming towards him and began to transform his body. At the same time, there was a dark cloud in the sky that did not know how many miles of coercion, and the thunder was flashing, and the momentum was extraordinary. Leiji, interesting, I haven't experienced it yet, go in and see. Ancient One's eyes flashed with excitement, and he rushed straight into the thunder cloud. The Marvel world is free of thunder tribulation, and even if the strength increases, it will not attract any attention. He had never seen Leiji before, so he was very curious. He didn't know how big the movement of the thunder tribulation he attracted was, and the whole Big Dipper felt the movement. Not to mention the sleeping supremes in the Undead Mountains, who were awakened directly by the Ancient One. The Undead Mountain is a very special restricted area. It has been suppressed by the Void Emperor for 100,000 years. There are only 2 supremes in it, and there is also an old emperor. Ancient One made such a big commotion in the Undead Mountain, which naturally attracted the attention of the 2 of them. Great Emperor? Living Great Emperor, this is impossible. Shi Huang said in shock. How is it possible that the throne of heaven and earth has not been occupied? How can there be a great emperor? It is still a great emperor at the peak. The old emperor of the Undead Mountain also opened his mouth in shock. Not only them, the breath of Ancient One radiated directly from the entire Big Dipper. The phantom of thunder tribulation reflected half of the Big Dipper's starry sky, and all the major forces were awakened by old antiques. Whether it was the major holy places or the divine dynasty in Zhongzhou, they were all shocked. In the holy land of fluctuation, the black golden cauldron with the dragon pattern continued to vibrate, and the emperor rhythm radiated. There is a great emperor born, how is it possible? Zhongzhou, July dynasty, and July II were prompted even when no one urged them, obscuring the sky and the sun. The contemporary emperor looked at the Undead Mountain with a panicked face. How is it possible that there is still a great emperor born today? All dynasties with imperial soldiers, the imperial soldiers were inspired by Ancient One, and they automatically protected their masters, and the major forces were extremely panicked. The other supreme beings in the restricted area of life also woke up from their slumber. In the ancient minds of the very beginning, several supremes communicated with each other. The peak emperor, how can it be possible without occupying the throne? The human race actually has a living emperor in this life. It seems that in this life, I will not be able to come out. The guy from the Undead Mountain is out of luck. Silence, no matter where this great emperor comes from, he doesn't care about what we are waiting for, and he dare not enter my ancient mine in the beginning. In the eastern wilderness, the ancient forbidden land, a woman with chains all over her body looked at the Undead Mountain. The entire Big Dipper was shocked by Ancient One. Asterisk. Chapter 34, One-Handed Flat Restricted Area. Ancient One's strength is already very strong, and it has reached the top of his class. If it were changed to the strength level of the world that covered the sky, the great Emperor Wu beginning, the Undying Emperor, Yefan and several other great emperors would be comparable to him. He naturally ignored the thunder calamity caused by such a mere body, and could dispel it with a wave of his hand. The reason for doing this is just to temper the body with the help of Tian Lao. The Emperor's immortal body rewarded by the system, condensed 9 immortal imperial seals, tempered the body, and finally the body is indestructible, but it can beat the Emperor's soldiers, and it is stronger than the great completion holy body. The holy body of great accomplishment can only be hardened to the great Emperor, the blood will decay for 10,000 years, and it will also be degraded, and it will not be able to prove the Tao. The body quenching method rewarded by the system is much more powerful. The thunder in this thunder calamity hit Ancient One with no pain or itching, and many of the silhouettes branded by heaven and earth hit him, but they couldn't touch him at all. Standing in the thunder, Ancient One constantly swallowed the thunder to temper its body, and finally the body was like steel, and every muscle was incomparably perfect. Drink. Ancient One just exhaled a breath, and this thunder tribulation was directly shattered by him. After the Emperor's immortality is completed, he has his own imperial rhythm in his gestures, and his strength is extraordinary. Ancient One gave a long shout, and his figure was reflected in the entire Big Dipper's 9 heavens and 10 places. 2 old guys from Undead Mountain, come out to fight. Ancient One was in high spirits, and the best way to prove his strength was to fight. It happened that there were 2 old miscellaneous hairs hidden in the Undead Mountain, so let him try this magical power. The 2 supremes of the Undead Mountain also cast phantoms in the sky. You really have to wait with me. You self-proclaimed immortality in the mountains, setting off dark turmoil, naturally you will not be spared, come and take action. Ancient One saw that the 2 immortals didn't want to do anything, so one hand was behind his back, and the other hand shot out with one hand. This blow is like a comet falling, the world is shaken, and the 5 continents of the Big Dipper seem to be covered by a big hand. As soon as it was shot down, several peaks in the Undead Mountain engraved with the Great Emperor's formation pattern immediately resumed and vanished. The 2 supreme beings in the self-appointed mountain, Shen Yuan, were also affected by the power of the Ancient One and were directly destroyed. Too deceiving. Shi Huang roared directly. You are only one person, we have 2, G Void wasn't as arrogant as you back then, die. After shouting, his figure suddenly widened, like a giant, and the aura of the Emperor emanated from him. As soon as you make a move, will you really be the Emperor of the human race to let you go? The old Emperor of the Undying Mountain next to him sighed helplessly. He had not much life expectancy, and entering the Undying Mountain was just a last breath. However, at the moment he had to do it, his aura became stronger, and Dai Wei suppressed Baidu. The Supremes are all Emperor-level figures who have cultivated themselves. They are powerful, equivalent to alternative enlightenment, and their combat power is the same as that of the holy body of great accomplishment. As long as you burn your life, you can return to the throne, but then you need to replenish the essence of life, replenish the source, or you will die. The Ancient One is powerful, and from the beginning, they plan to burn their lives for a quick fight. In the various holy places of the Big Dipper, all the Almighty felt chills all over. The breath of the 3 great emperors traverses the entire Baidu, and only the power of the Emperor can feel a little safer. So this is the truth of the dark turmoil? It turned out to be the ancient Emperor. How unfair, the Emperor shot to kill me and other ordinary people. This is the great Emperor of my human race, who actually fought 2 great emperors alone. By the time the gang contacted, the Ancient One had already started a struggle with the 2 great emperors. Shi Huang was the innate Holy Spirit enlightened, originally a stone man with an extremely tyrannical body. Ancient One and Shi Huang had their palms facing each other, and the aftermath emanated from the Undead Mountain turned it into dust. Born Holy Spirit, but that's all. Ancient One threw out a few palms in a row, and didn't even use any spells. The Shi Huang was defeated, and another old emperor from the Undead Mountain behind him manipulated the imperial soldiers to attack Ancient One. However, the Ancient One's body was extremely strong, and the emperor's soldiers were hit by it without realizing it. Shi Huang was immediately shocked and angry. Which emperor of the human race are you, with such a tyrannical body? There are many great emperors in the world of covering the sky. Most of the great emperors have their own titles. Even those who live out the second world have at most a few vests. The great emperors of the human race are even more limited, and these old bones can be recognized as long as they are shot. But Shi Huang thought about it for a long time, but he didn't think of which emperor of the human race was so physically and so tyrannical. This method is not like the great emperor, but like the holy body achieved, but it is not like the holy body. The body is golden, and the blood is surging. But they never thought that the person opposite was actually a magician, or a physically tyrannical magician. Remember, My name is Ancient One, Sorcerer Supreme. When Ancient One shouted like this, the entire Big Dipper remembered this name. Okay. Ancient One, I remember, I see if you can live another lifetime. Seeing that his attack didn't work, Shi Huang already had the intention of retreating. He did everything he could, but he didn't even have a scar on his body. How should he fight? Want to run? The Emperor's immortal seal. Ancient One's hand condensed a giant seal and smashed it directly at Shi Huang. This is the divine power of the Emperor's immortal body, condensing the physical strength of the whole body to strike this blow. This blow was truly earth-shattering. The entire Big Dipper felt the shock, and the void reflected the phantom of Ancient One. Shi Huang suffered this blow, and he let out a scream, blood on the spot, and the Holy Spirit was beaten to pieces. The other old emperor of the Undead Mountain, seeing this situation, turned around and wanted to escape. Ancient One stretched out a hand, and the void became a talisman. The talisman of the file size of a small mountain was drawn on purpose and directly hit the old emperor over there. What? With a scream, the old emperor staggered and vomited blood from his mouth. Because you didn't start the dark turmoil, I will abolish your cultivation base and spare your life. Thank you. The old emperor's face was withered and his expression was desolate, and he really didn't dare to say anything more. He has no more lifespan, and he doesn't even dare to have any revenge. Since then, Baidu will no longer have this restricted area of life. Ancient One slapped it out with one palm, and half of the Undead Mountain collapsed. Ding. The host calms down the restricted area of life, greatly changes the plot, and rewards 5,000 points. Seeing this, Ancient One nodded in satisfaction. He knew that the Undead Mountain was a life-restricted area with a very high appearance rate in the sky. If he was level, he would definitely have a lot of points. Now it seems that it is really good. Regardless of the old emperor whose blood was withered, he directly entered the Undead Mountain and wanted to find the ancient tea tree for enlightenment. From a distance, he saw a streamer trying to escape in the Undead Mountain, but was caught by Ancient One with one hand. Sure enough, it is the ancient tea tree of enlightenment. Ancient One nodded with satisfaction, looked at the very small tea tree in his hand, and was very happy. Asterisk. Chapter 35 Shopping in Teishu Ancient Mine. Ancient One pacified the Undead Mountain with one hand, causing an uproar throughout the Big Dipper. For nearly 10,000 years, the Great Emperor has been absent, and the human race Great Emperor is even more pitiful. There are not many experts in the human race these years, and the major saints are all hidden in the dark, waiting for the final battle. On the contrary, it was the Tai Ancient One clan. A large number of strong men broke out from the source of the gods, and the entire human race was overwhelmed. Just in time for this world of great competition, the primordial race still wants to coerce the human race and get some benefits. However, the Ancient One's horizontal intervention directly killed the two ancient supremes. These immemorial races were so frightened that they immediately hid back, hoping to find Shen Yuan to seal their own. Suddenly, in the entire Big Dipper, there were not many alien races to be found. The environment of the human race suddenly improved a lot. And the culprit who caused all this is still among the wreckage of the Undead Mountain, studying the ancient tea tree for enlightenment. The ancient tea tree of enlightenment is also very special among the anti-death god medicines that cover the sky. Although it can't be like other non-death god medicines, it can let the powerhouse of the emperor level live a lifetime, but it has other effects. There are 108 pieces of tea leaves on the ancient tea book of Wuodeo, and each piece of tea has a different rhyme. Not only that, under the ancient tea tree of enlightenment, the speed of enlightenment will become faster. For the emperor level powerhouse, the effect is very small, but it is not without. Therefore, this old tea tree is also the most unfortunate one that is not a death god medicine. Not only was the trunk removed from the coffin board, but it was almost killed. This time it was caught by Ancient One, and it was also very pitiful. All the tea leaves on its body were picked by Ancient One, and it looked very bald and pitiful. Ancient One looked at its face on the trunk and squeezed, and also smiled. "Take your leaves, and I will compensate you." Shaking his head, Ancient One took out a khaki yellow-like soil. This is the source of soil collected inside the planet, and it is definitely a great supplement for non-death god medicine. Sure enough, this ancient enlightened tea tree, as soon as it saw the soil, immediately lit up, like a puppy seeing dog food. Reaching out the branches, he wanted to take it from the Ancient One's hands. "Wait, give me a branch of your origin." The old man's face on the trunk of the ancient tea tree was full of heartache, so he still got a green branch for Ancient One. Only then did Ancient One give the origin of the soil to the ancient enlightenment tea tree. "Go, don't let anyone get caught." Ancient One said a word, and let this natural creature leave. In fact, he also wanted to bring this thing back, but unfortunately, this ancient tea of enlightenment has been linked with the world. There can only be such an ancient tea tree of enlightenment in the entire world that covers the sky. Naturally, if it leaves this world, the tea tree loses its efficacy. He asked for a branch, just to see if he could plant tea trees in the Marvel world, so that it could conform to their world rule. Putting away the branches traded from the Enlightenment ancient tea tree, Ancient One looked in another direction. There is another forbidden area of life in Baidu, the ancient mine of Taishu. Compared with the undead mountain, there are a lot of supreme beings in the ancient mines of Taishu, at least a dozen. And there are corpse emperors who survived from the ancient times, and the ancient underworld giants are much stronger than the undead mountain. But so what? A smile appeared on the corner of Ancient One's mouth, and when he stepped out, he directly arrived at the ancient mine of Primordial. It's just that this time he didn't use the spatial means. Directly using the flesh to break through the space, and moving abruptly, is somewhat similar to the method of the Great Completion Sacrament. In this way, the movement will naturally be a little bigger. After he arrived, the giants of the ancient mines of the ancient times were all awakened by him. More than a dozen supremes showed projections and looked extraordinary. The entire Baidu was under this powerful pressure, and was so frightened that many people directly urged the imperial soldiers to protect the family. "Ancient One, I'm waiting for you and I won't break the river. Are you going to start a fight?" This group of people looked at Ancient One anxiously with the enemy, as if Ancient One looked like some kind of bad guy. Ancient One is naturally not afraid of these half-dead guys, but there are only a dozen or so, even if the Supreme Being of the Big Dipper goes together. "I want to enter the ancient mines of Taishu for a look." Although Ancient One's tone was indifferent, anyone could hear the firmness in it. More than a dozen Supreme Beings showed fearful expressions on their faces, and the one who took the lead said, "Can." Ancient One smiled and walked directly to the ancient mine of Primordial, relying on the powerful physical strength. All kinds of terrain on the road were directly crushed by him. You must know that the ancient mine in the beginning is different from the general life-restricted area. He is still a big mine. In the ancient mines of the very beginning, there is a stream of spiritual energy like the Milky Way, and countless treasures are hidden in it. As a result, originium or veins grow, and various terrains are extremely dangerous. There is a generation of origin masters who once shed blood here, which shows how dangerous they are. However, Ancient One used his body to walk out step by step, leaving footprints in the void. When the few Supremes saw this scene, they were silent, staring at Ancient One quietly. Countless people in the outside world are also paying attention to the information here. Seeing the dozen or so figures, the old sage with the Holy Land directly recovered from his slumber. The ancient Unicorn Emperor, the ancient Blood Phoenix Emperor, and several ancient beings are all emperor-level masters in the teaching. There were also people from the ancient race who spoke excitedly. As expected, there are ancient emperors in my family who are not dead, haha. My clan still has its heritage. This ancient mine is indeed the source of disaster. There are so many masters and positional creatures. Ancient One had no idea these people were discussing. He walked directly into the most central mine of the Teishu ancient mine step by step, not as if he was in the restricted area of life, as if he was traveling. It turns out that this ancient mine is really blessed. As they walked, Ancient One was still judging each other, as if he was in his own home, and he didn't see anything outside. I'll take a part of the source of the gods, you all have no opinion. Seeing the behavior of Ancient One, these supreme beings all turned black, but they did not speak, and communicated with each other. Let him be mad for a moment, I don't have much Xiaoyuan to wait for, so there's no need to spend it with him. He will die sooner or later, so I don't have to worry about him. Emperor Pinnacle is powerful, and it's just the source of the gods, so what about him? Seeing that they had no opinion, Ancient One directly cut the source of the gods from the inside. As for those inheritances, he doesn't care. After collecting them, he went straight out of the ancient mines of the ancient times. Ding! The host signs into the ancient mines of the primordial mine in the world of covering the sky, and rewards them with the spirit seal. Hearing this voice, Ancient One opened his mouth to these people with a bright smile on his face. I just recently researched a magical power, and I want to ask you to give me some pointers. I don't know what you think. Hearing this, more than a dozen supreme beings were furious. Asterisk. Chapter 36, Destroy the Primordial Supreme. Ancient One stood across from more than a dozen supremes with a smile on his face, looking very calm. These supremes gritted their teeth one by one, with blue veins on their heads. Young man, then don't deceive people too much, people who are arrogant don't live long. An old supreme whose eyes were red, shrouded in a black fog, and exuded a minor aura, said. The corpse emperor of the underworld. Ancient One looked at him with a smile, showing 8 teeth. The figure wrapped in the black mist trembled in black mist. In this era, there are still people who know the name of my underworld. Hearing this, even the supreme being of his narration stayed away from him. Underworld had a pretty good reputation under the leadership of Venerable Ming. And resurrected countless powerhouses, hit the heavenly court, and ended the rule of the heavenly court. It is a pity that the successors are not good people. With the lack of history, the reputation is naturally getting worse and worse. Hearing that he was from the underworld, they were naturally far away, but they were still a group. Ancient One, leave quickly, don't start a war, it's not like the great emperor of Dachan hasn't fallen. Among them, the Supreme opened his mouth with white teeth. I'd like to see if you guys have this ability, either you pick me up with magical powers, or we'll have a fight. Ancient One looked at them and said. The group of Supremes looked at each other and transmitted voices to each other. But with a magical power, it's okay to let him go wild. I don't have much longevity, and it's really unwise to fight this great emperor. It's better to promise him and let him go. If he keeps entangled, I will fight with him later. Although the Supremes in the ancient minds of the ancient times are very strong, some of them are old antiques left over from the ancient times. Originally, there was not much lifespan, and it was about to rot. Even if they could kill a great emperor, they would have to die at least half. And just now, Ancient One leveled the undead mountain, so they were naturally very jealous. So the leader of Teishu Ancient Mine opened his mouth again. Okay, I'll experience your magical powers later. Ancient One smiled and said. Good. Then ask you to teach me the style of serving Spirit Seal. Ancient One said something, his aura increased wildly, his spiritual will also increase to the highest level, and then he was mediocre and launched with one palm. The group of Supremes also laughed when they saw Ancient One's sudden breath. Ancient One, why haven't you taken action yet? Could it be that you've gone crazy? Haha, I think he's bluffing, isn't he injured in the undead mountain? Ancient One twitched the corner of his mouth and said with a smile. No hurry, let the bullet fly for a while. The gang of supreme beings are all laughing. I can't wait to spend time with you. If you don't take action, we'll go back. The group of supremes smiled, and they all returned to the ancient mines of primordial, ready to seal themselves. The people around here who are paying attention to this place with various magical powers are also very strange. World G family. Several ancestors of the G family looked at the ancient mirror of the void floating in the air, and the expressions on their faces were a little surprised. This ancient one is so powerful that he is so powerless. This emperor has already fought a battle with the undead mountain and wiped the undead mountain. Maybe he was injured. My G family and the undead mountain have been enemies from generation to generation, and this time I have to promise. No, look at you, what is that in the sky? The ancestor who manipulated the imperial soldiers to look in the sky, and at a distance from the Big Dipper, a huge amount of spiritual energy was flying towards this place. The leader was an incomparably huge amount of palm prints, and everything that stood in front of the palm prints was turned into powder. The speed of this palm print was extremely fast, and it soon approached the Big Dipper. On this day, the entire eastern wilderness saw an incomparably astonishing scene, an incomparably huge amount of handprints appearing in the sky. Even the sun's sunlight was blocked by the huge amounts of handprints. This palm print, just like the god slapped the little bugs below, is full of oppression, and countless monks have a feeling of imminent disaster. The imperial soldiers in Baidu let out a neigh, and they all came out to protect their masters automatically. This is the case for the people who were affected in the eastern wilderness, not to mention the few supreme beings on the ancient mines of the very beginning that were targeted. Seeing this astonishing blow, many supremes wanted to flee directly. However, they found that the space here was locked by this trick, and they had no way to escape. Everyone, I've used up all my spirit seals. You still want to run, is it a little late? Ancient One looked at the supreme beings with a smile. The spiritual seal is probably the most powerful spell in his hands. With this move, even his strength still consumes half of his mana. And this palm print, the longer it is generated, the more terrifying it is. The target targeted by the palm print is like Sun Monkey sealed by Wuzi Mountain, and there is no way to escape. He seems to be here, but in fact, he used space means to release this trick when he went outside the galaxy. With this palm down, the Big Dipper planet may be smashed. The world that covers the sky has a firm rule, unlike Marvel. Here he can only shatter the planet, and the Big Dipper is one of the Emperor's stars, so powerful that most emperors are helpless. This powerful palm is concentrated on a small area of the ancient mine in the early days, which shows its power. The few supreme beings who were targeted were terrified for a long time, the expressions on their faces were extremely ugly, and they felt the threat of death. Let's do our best together. The corpse emperor, shrouded in black mist, said loudly, while looking at the ancient one there. Don't look at me, just survive first. A bright smile appeared on ancient one's face. These supreme beings were extremely resentful in their hearts, but they were suppressed by the powerful aura of the servant spirit seal and could not escape, so they could only face the attack head-on. Go. These more than a dozen supreme beings were also masters in this world back then, and the means in their hands were naturally extraordinary. Immediately, several pieces of imperial soldiers were shot directly from the ancient mines of primordial, cracking all the space. The entire East desolate continent can feel the shock of these supreme actions. There were also some people who directly summoned imperial soldiers from the hands of their families and slammed into the sky with huge amounts of palms. That palm is extremely powerful, and a palm pattern is like a big river. The original powerful Jideo Emperor soldiers, but only a hole was left on it, and then it was quickly repaired. The colorful and powerful Shentong also made useless efforts. The palm print, like the sky falling, pressed down from the sky straight down the ancient mine of the early days. Boom! There was a loud noise that shook the past and the present, and the entire Big Dipper planet produced huge amounts of vibrations, which shocked countless people. Asterisk. Chapter 37 Overpowering the Holy Communion. Ancient One's palm to the sky fell from the sky. The entire ancient mine at the beginning of time was turned into flat ground by his palm, leaving only a palm print that stretched for thousands of miles. Under this palm print, whether it is the Supreme Being, the evil spirits, or the ancient creatures, they all perished here. The Big Dipper world, whether it is many holy places or ancient families, is silent, for fear that Ancient One will give them this palm too. This magical technique, several Supremes summoned several Imperial soldiers could not stop it. If it was an ordinary family, it would definitely be destroyed immediately, and there would be no way to fight back. Ancient One glanced at the palm print and raised his eyebrows. Although the ancient mines were destroyed by his palm in the beginning, but because these Supremes fell here, it is even more dangerous here. There were broken limbs and blood stains everywhere. But this has nothing to do with him. As long as these people don't come in to seek death, this ancient mine will not run out by itself. With a flash, Ancient One once again left directly from the ancient mines of Primordial. Ding! The host destroys the ancient mines in the forbidden area of life in the world, and rewards 10,000 origin points. Ancient One nodded in satisfaction. Because the ancient mine in the early days was in the East Wasteland, the protagonist Yefan was here from the beginning, and the protagonist was Yuan Tianchi, so naturally he got benefits from here. Now that Ancient One has destroyed the ancient mines of Primordial, it has definitely changed the pattern of the entire world that covers the sky. However, his blow consumed a lot. In those days, the Tathagata Buddha sealed Sun Monkey with Wuzi Mountain, and he left a verse and was reincarnated as a streamer. Although Ancient One did not consume so much, it still consumed most of its mana, and its body was somewhat unable to support the violent mana. Fortunately, his body is now strong and his resilience is extremely strong. In the starry sky, after absorbing a large amount of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he finally recovered. The last destination left is the ancient forbidden area. There is no need to go to other forbidden areas. Ancient One went to the barren and ancient forbidden land. Naturally, he wanted to see the splendid ruthless emperor, and there was also a great completion holy body, the most powerful blood of the human race, and Ancient One also wanted to see it. The two of them in the ancient forbidden land, turned into a waste, and controlled the power of the years. Ancient One would like to see what is wrong with the ancient forbidden land, and also go to see the colorful altar and the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. After carefully feeling his body, he felt that the spiritual energy was almost absorbed, and Ancient One stepped out. The next moment, it has already appeared on the edge of the ancient forbidden land. Ancient One closed his eyes, felt the desolate ancient atmosphere inside, smiled. Ancient One stepped in directly. Because not many people dare to enter the ancient forbidden area, the ecology here is very well preserved. On the ground are all kinds of precious medicines that have been aged, but Ancient One collected some, and went back to learn alchemy. 3 steps and 2 steps, as if shrinking into an inch, Ancient One quickly entered the depths of the ancient forbidden land. Came to the center of the ancient forbidden area, which is the mountain where Jumiao immortal medicine was planted. Jumiao immortality medicine, originally the treasure of the god silkworm family, was later divided into 9 by the ruthless great emperor, and without the ability to fly and escape, it could only be planted on the holy mountain here. The 9 immortal medicines have their own mysteries. Ancient One takes some fruit from each plant and is not greedy. Such rare treasures in the world will naturally be left behind for future generations. When he was collecting the divine medicine, 9 figures had already appeared inside the holy mountain. Some of these people have towers on their heads, and some have tripods on their heads, all of which are relatively powerful weapons in the world of covering the sky. This is a master who has been lost in the ancient forbidden land over the years, and has been turned into a slave by a ruthless man. When they came out, a strange aura also appeared here. If ordinary people appeared here, they would soon be sucked out of their vitality and become old. But to the Ancient One, this thing was useless. After collecting the magical medicine, Ancient One ignored these people and went directly to the center of the 9 holy mountains. The holy body of great completion, how about you come out and see? Ancient One wasn't aggressive either. Every sacrament of great completion is a hero of the human race and has made his own contribution to the human race. Although he is not a world, Ancient One also admires this kind of person. Ancient One just shouted a sentence, and a middle-aged man walked out of the abyss that could not be seen to the end. It is the sacrament of the human race rescued by the ruthless. The great completion sacred body came up and glanced at Ancient One with fear. Although the great completion sacred body could shake the great emperor, it was not as good as the great emperor, not to mention the Ancient One who stood at the top of the great emperor. What do you mean by coming here? Picking the magic medicine is not enough. With a kind smile on Ancient One's face, he said, I just want to discuss with the two of you. I have long heard that the body of the Dachan holy body is invincible. It would be good for the two of us to compare the body. Seeing the sincerity of Ancient One's expression, Dachan holy body opened his mouth and said, Physical competition? Are you sure? Even the emperor is not my opponent. The face of Dachan sacrament showed a proud color. It's okay, go to the starry sky to fight. Ancient One really wanted to try it? His emperor was immortal, so how far is it from the holy body of great completion? Dachan sacrament nodded. Ken. Nodding his head, the great sacred body and Ancient One entered the void together. The two looked at each other in the starry sky, and for a moment Ancient One spoke. You go first. Good. The holy body of great accomplishment did not refuse, the blood began to flow in the body, and it made a sound like a rushing river in space, and the body emitted a golden light, and the whole person was like a god wrapped in gold. Behind him, the vision is suspended behind him, like a divine image. Everyone in the eastern wilderness saw that a second sun appeared in the sky. Some old antiques from holy places and aristocratic families looked at the sky in disbelief, and said without a word, Where did the holy body of great completion come from? After the ancient times, how could there be the holy body of great completion? No matter how shocked the people below roar, it doesn't affect the two people in the universe. The sacrament of great completion raised his aura to the strongest, but the Ancient One was like an ordinary person, not revealing the slightest aura. The sacrament of completion did not despise it. Be careful. Reminding Ancient One, the holy body of great completion rushed forward like a beast. That powerful force caused a wave of space fluctuations in space. Using a powerful body to directly disturb the space, the holy body is so powerful. Ancient One's expression was dignified, his blood was surging, and he threw a punch. The two fists met, and there was no sound at all, but the time of the universe seemed to be frozen by this. After a long time, a wave of waves spread around and tore open countless black space cracks. The surrounding small planets were shaken into powder by this powerful force. The holy body of Dachan retreated a few steps in the void, each step was heavy, leaving footprints in the void. Ancient One was motionless and looked light. Judgment. Asterisk. Chapter 38, The Forbidden Land. The Sun, Moon, and Stars. Ancient One couldn't help but sighed as he looked at the holy sacrament of great accomplishment standing in the void and exuding a golden aura all over his body. As expected of the holy body of great completion, it is indeed powerful. I still lost. Dachan holy body said solemnly, if it is a battle of life and death, he cannot be an opponent at all, and he may be beaten and killed in a few moves. Ancient One smiled. His body was obtained by signing in. Originally, his body was very powerful. Now that it has been strengthened, it is even more powerful. But after a circle with the holy body of Dachan, his fists are still a little numb, and it is conceivable that the holy body of Dachan is powerful. Moreover, it is also the holy body of great completion, and its strength is also different. For example, the Dachan holy body in front of him is definitely the most powerful group in the Dachan holy body. Like the protagonist Yefan, it is the most invincible among the Dachan holy body. To be able to fight him with a punch is not a failure. Ancient One smiled and spoke again. Since the discussion is over, I still have an unclear request. I don't know if this dear friend can answer. What's the matter? Dachan Sacrament opened the mouth and said. I want the practice of the holy body of great completion, and your blood. Definitely I will use my physical cultivation method to exchange with you. Ancient One added a sentence later. The method of Dachan holy body cultivation? What is the use of this method? You must know that this is just a practice method used by my holy body line to develop blood. Dachan Sacrament opened the mouth with some doubts. Compared with the exercises in Ancient One's hands that allow ordinary people to cultivate their bodies, the exercises in their veins are not worth mentioning. I naturally have my own use, I don't know if you can change it or not. Naturally. A golden jade slip floated out of the sea of bitterness of the great completion holy body. This is the way of cultivation. As he spoke, he forced a drop of bright red blood from his fingers, exuding the fragrance of medicinal herbs. The holy body of great completion, returning to its original nature, the blood returned from golden to blood red, but the effect has not diminished, and blood is still the best medicine. Ancient One took it, put it into the storage space, and nodded with satisfaction. Then he also threw out a jade slip, which is the cultivation method of the Emperor's immortality, condensing the 9 seals, and the body is immortal. After the transaction between the two was completed, they went down again and returned to the ancient forbidden land. This time, with the holy body of Dachan, Ancient One entered the depths of the barren and ancient forbidden area, and soon saw the 9 dragons pulling the coffin parked on the 5-color altar. The lifeless dragon body looks cold, but it makes people feel majestic. Behind it is a bronze coffin, which seems to be a cultural relic dug out of the soil, with mottled patina on it. Ancient One leaned forward and observed it carefully. I don't know what material this bronze is made of, it is extremely hard, and his strength can't leave traces on it. Ancient One waved his hand, and he opened the world of the coffin lid that was originally tightly attached to the coffin, revealing the inner body of the coffin. In this coffin, it is not a small space, bigger than several containers. In the center of this place, there is a small coffin, which seems to be less than one person's file size. It doesn't look like it's for adults, but it looks like it's for children. This small coffin is placed in the big coffin, and the two are not one. Ancient One walked forward and carefully examined the bronze patterns carved on the coffin. Dapen, phoenix, unicorn, dragon, and the patterns of various exotic animals, mountains and seas are depicted on it, like a mural representing something. On the small coffin, there is a clear boundary between the coffin lid and the coffin body. When the Ancient One was placed on it, with force, the small coffin lid was pushed directly, revealing a gap. An astonishing breath leaked out from it, and the entire Big Dipper felt a chill in their necks, as if they were being targeted by something. Ancient One waved his hand and directly sealed the powerful aura in this space, and looked inside. In the coffin, there is also a starry sky running, and the sun is turning, but compared to the universe outside, the starry sky inside the coffin is dead and the sun has cooled down. In this place, this dead world is really buried. The powerhouse's action is astonishingly destructive. Ancient One sighed. The world inside, according to his speculation, should have been normal, but it was beaten like this by a certain powerhouse, or it was affected by the battles of many powerhouses. Then the strong man made such a coffin and buried the world. It's a big deal. Ancient One was amazed. Ding. The host signs into the five-color altar in the barren and ancient forbidden land of the world covering the sky, and rewards the three arts of the sun, moon, and stars. Ancient One felt his head swell, and a powerful spell appeared in his mind, which he automatically mastered. The burial star, the burial moon, the burial day. Ancient One nodded secretly, with a big breath. Regardless of this, Ancient One left from the side of the nine dragons' coffin and looked at the holy sacrament of great achievement next to it. I don't know if the ruthless emperor can be here, I want to have a discussion with her. As soon as Dachan Saint's face changed, he wanted to do it, but he quickly suppressed it. How could the ruthless great emperor be here? Stop talking nonsense. Don't hide it, since I say that, I naturally know that the ruthless emperor is here. Don't you think she is here? As Ancient One spoke, a woman came up from the abyss. Originally, the chain was still wrapped around her body, but as she walked up, the chain gradually fell. This is exactly the day, the ruthless emperor with peerless elegance, not to become an immortal, but to wait for your return in the mortal world. One of the most powerful emperors in the world that covers the sky. A battle in the sky. Good. The two of them looked at each other, and Yaitong appeared in the universe, and the holy body of great accomplishment followed. Emperor Zhan is very rare to see. Because of world restrictions, most of the great emperors cannot meet, and naturally there will be no emperor wars. Now that the two great emperors meet, he naturally wants to come out and take a look. The ruthless emperor and Ancient One looked at each other for a long time before she spoke. You are not of this world. That's right, I come from another world. The heavens and the worlds are huge, and this place is just like a gravel in the desert. Ancient One smiled, no surprise. The ruthless emperor is the pinnacle of the world that covers the sky, and it is in perfect harmony with the achievement of this world. It is not surprising to see his heels. I didn't expect that outside the world, there are other worlds that can produce a strong person like you. The ruthless great emperor slowly opened his mouth and said, her voice was not like a woman's, but rather neutral, but it sounded very comfortable. The world is huge, isn't it? Ancient One opened his mouth to answer. The ruthless emperor nodded and said nothing. Ancient One spoke up. I have 3 types of supernatural powers, and I want to ask fellow Taoists for advice, but I don't know what to do. Can? The ruthless emperor agreed. The two stared at each other in the starry sky, ready to start. Asterisk. Chapter 39 Suppression of the Ruthless Emperor. The Ruthless Emperor is a legend in the world that covers the sky. The other great emperors are either the holy body or the divine body, or they were born in an ancient family. Like the great Emperor Wuxi, he is the only innate holy body Dao fetus in history, and the inheritance on his body can only be used by the innate holy body Dao fetus. The Ruthless Emperor is different. When he first started, he was just an ordinary mortal on earth. Just relying on finding a mortal body, he created a series of exercises such as swallowing the heavens, which can be said to be amazing. In the entire world of covering the sky, her talent can also be ranked among the first few existences. Therefore, Ancient One very much hopes to have a duel with the Empress. Emperor Ruthless, amazing talent, I have a magical power called Burial Star, please taste it. Saying that, Ancient One waved his hands, and the stars were shining brightly. The cosmic space in front of them seemed to be filled with this starlight, and countless powers of starlight gathered on Ancient One's body. Then he pressed towards the ruthless great emperor in front of him. The technique of burying a star connects the power of a star field, and the person on the opposite side is like facing all the fixed stars in this star field, and its power is simply unimaginable. Especially in the world of shading the sky, every star here is much stronger than the world of Marvel, whether in power or quality. In the condensed starlight, it is simply obscuring the sky, and even the light of the sun star and the lunar star has been obscured. On the other hand, the ruthless emperor looked calm in the face of a powerful move. With a wave of his jade-like hands, a dark light appeared in front of him, and the starlight that filled the sky like water was directly sucked into the dark light. "You take my trick too?" the ruthless emperor said calmly. Ruthless man waved his hand again, and the black light turned into a huge amount of jet-black treasure bottle, which exuded astonishing pressure. The mouth of the bottle is constantly filled with various rays of light, which is the origin of the world, which has been extracted by this treasure bottle and has been condensed into the pattern of the world. Avenue treasure bottle, it's really powerful. Ancient One looked indifferent. This was one of the Taoist techniques mastered by the ruthless great emperor, the Great Way Aquarius. Among them, there are huge amounts of power, which can suppress the heavens and the world. Before the bottle came over, Ancient One felt a strong pressure, as if the whole world was pressing towards him. The small planet fragments floating around turned into powder as if they were crushed by huge amounts of power. Ancient One nodded in admiration, pushed out a palm with his right hand, and a huge amount of palm print appeared in the starry sky. This is the spiritual seal of divine ability he just obtained. Huge amounts of palm prints collided with the jet-black treasure bottle, and the universe seemed to recall the sound of huge amounts of collisions, and time and space stood still. In Daifan, where the two meet, there is a black void, which is the void created by the breaking of the boundaries of the void. Even if a quasi-emperor was here, he would be sucked into the void and vanish into ashes. As expected of the ruthless emperor, he is indeed extremely powerful. I still have a moon burial divine ability in my hand, please evaluate it. With a wave of Ancient One's hands, Wan Qingyu appeared in his hand. This clear moon looks flat and indifferent, as if it is the 15th moon in the sky. Not only is there no pressure, but it looks good. Ancient One pushed out with both hands, and the half-curved waning moon charged towards the ruthless great emperor. During the journey, the breath of chaos emerges from around the moon. Others don't have any other visions, and they look ordinary. Good method, returned to nature, and restrained in strength. The ruthless emperor looked solemn, and his aura suddenly increased by half. The palm of the hand made a knife and waved directly, and an arc-shaped knife light was thrown out of the hand of the ruthless great emperor. Zhantian Dao, taboo secret technique. Next to it, there is an eye of the holy body of Dachan, and I feel that my neck is cold. This is the forbidden secret technique of the great ruthless emperor swallowing the heavens. He had once seen the ruthless emperor use this move to directly cut off a Dachan hegemony. This is the blood of the heavens that can be compared with the holy body. After the completion, it can also shake the emperor. However, the divine body was smashed by this magical power, and immediately disappeared. It is conceivable how amazing this trick is. Compared to this trick, Ancient One's tricks are a bit unremarkable, and the chaos atmosphere above is a bit interesting. Can you win? The holy body of Dachan looked at the two magical powers expectantly. The two magical powers collided in everything, and then began to annihilate. The feeling of annihilation is extremely frightening. In the place of collision, whether it is space, time, or various substances, it is directly annihilated and disappeared. The holy body of great completion is somewhat suspicious, even if it is one's own holy body. If it enters it, it will be directly annihilated by this formula. The two magical powers collided, and Ancient One took 3 steps back, leaving traces in the void step by step. The ruthless emperor had a smear of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, and it looked like he had suffered serious injuries. After a while, the ruthless emperor sighed and said, "I lost." Ancient One smiled. "I'm just a little better. If it is a serious battle, they will definitely not be here to show supernatural powers." However, Ancient One believed that, with his body stronger than the holy body of great accomplishment, he would not be afraid of the ruthless great emperor. The two people in the duel looked calm, but Dachan's Eucharist over there was stunned. The ruthless emperor actually lost. The holy sacrament of great perfection opened his mouth in disbelief. In his impression, the ruthless great emperor has never lost, but today she lost to a new emperor. This made him really unbelievable. However, neither of the two in the duel cared about it. Don't you still have the last magic power? Who doesn't have the magical power to press the bottom of the box? The price is too high, so let's end the discussion. Ancient One smiled and said, among the sun, moon, and star techniques, the funeral is the most powerful move, but at the same time, the price paid is the greatest. That kind of price, even Ancient One is unwilling to bear. The power is great, but he won't use it until he is in a desperate situation of life and death. At this moment, since the two of them are learning from each other and are divided into winners and losers, it is naturally unnecessary to use such a move. However, Ancient One still sighs. The sign-in system is really powerful, and this kind of supernatural power can be delivered. The ruthless emperor is so amazing and talented, but he can't stop this magical power. Now that he has won and he has seen the abilities of the ruthless great emperor, Ancient One doesn't want to stay here. Since we have already discussed, I will not stay, and see you in the future. He cupped his hands at the two of them. Ancient One laughed and opened here. At the beginning, I walked quite slowly, but as I walked faster and faster, I soon disappeared into the starry sky. The ruthless man looked at him, lost his mind for a moment, and then returned to the ancient forbidden land of Baidu. Asterisk. Chapter 40, Return to the Marvel World. Seek a flower evaluation ticket. Ancient One wandered around from the starry sky of the world covering the sky, and finally returned to the Big Dipper. He has signed in many famous places. The only thing left is to go to various holy places and various families to borrow the imperial scriptures. For many great emperors in the world of covering the sky, they disdain to read other people's classics. They went out of their way and went to the strongest. However, Ancient One's cultivation system is different. He follows the magician road, which is to analyze various world rules, expose the strengths of hundreds of schools, and then integrate them into your own. The world of covering the sky was the highest world he had ever been to, so he naturally had to look at the classics left by these great emperors. The cultivation system of the world that covers the sky is the potential of the human body developed by the cultivation of the secret realm of the human body, and finally becomes the emperor. There are 5 levels of the secret realm: Lunhai, Dao Palace, Siji, Hualong, and Sendai. For each realm, there is the strongest ancient scripture corresponding. For example, the strongest one for practicing Lunhai is the Dao Jing. Lunhai is the Western Emperor scripture, the 4 poles are the Henjiao scripture, and so on. Since Ancient One wanted to study the cultivation system of the world that covered the sky, it was natural to read all these scriptures. With a thought, Ancient Ones will envelope the real Big Dipper, and soon found Yefan, the protagonist who covered the sky. In a flash, Ancient One disappeared, appearing directly in front of Yefan. Senior. Yefan was very clever, and when he saw Ancient One suddenly appeared in front of him, he immediately bowed respectfully. Ancient One didn't bother to talk nonsense with him, so he spoke directly. Let me take a look at the Dao Jing. With a wave of his hand, a golden scripture flew out of Yefan's sea of wheels. Yefan was horrified when he saw this scene, and didn't know what to do. Ancient One carefully looked at this page of scriptures. Not only the content recorded on it was extraordinary, but the material of the scriptures was also extraordinary. Ancient One quickly recorded the above content, and then re-entered Yefan's sea of wheels. If you don't read your Taoist scriptures for nothing, I will give you some benefits. The holy body of the human race is cursed, the 4 poles are cut off, and it is difficult for a catastrophe. Today, I will help you survive the catastrophe. But senior, I haven't reached this level yet. Yefan said with a veiled face. He is still some distance away from the 4-pole realm. It's okay, I'll help you. Ancient One stretched out a hand and directly pulled out a part of the origin of the planet and penetrated into Yefan's body. Yefan suddenly felt that there were countless insights in his body. the Taoist palace was quickly perfected, and in the blink of an eye, he stepped into the realm of four poles. Then, in the sky, there was a calamity, which covered the sky and the sun, and the heavenly tribulation of Sendai Almighty was nothing but the same. You see, this is the reason why the holy body cannot become enlightened. This heaven is due to the curse of a great emperor. At least a saint can survive it. Today, I will help you break this catastrophe. With that said, Ancient One waved his hand to disperse the heavenly order, leaving only 1/10 of it, and then threw Yafan here, waiting for the thunder to strike. Boy, enjoy it, I have already broken Daoto for you, and the rest is up to you. After saying that, Ancient One left immediately, and he had to go on to collect other scriptures. Yafan saw that Ancient One suddenly disappeared, and directly put the cauldron of all things on his head to prepare for the calamity. Ding! The host changes the fate of Yafan in the world that covers the sky, and the reward points are 1000. Ancient One didn't care about this either, and went directly into the Jade Pool Holy Land, and exchanged their magical powers for their emperor scriptures. Next, he ran to several noble families and holy places, and read all their emperor scriptures. Although these aristocratic families all said that this emperor sutra could not be spread, it was for ordinary people. They did what they said about a pervert who took over the imperial soldiers with one hand. Next, there is the Ji family's Void Sutra, and the Taiyan Sun Sutra. Ancient One thought for a while and said, Emperor Void is one of the few masters in the world that covers the sky, and the Taiyan Sun Sutra is the best scripture for practicing Sendai, and he must collect it. Ancient One first stepped into Ji's house, and Ji's ancient mirror in the void responded. As expected of a mirror-type imperial soldier, the detection speed is fast. Under the illumination of the void mirror, Ancient One entered Ji's house directly. Seeing that Ancient One was so powerful, the elders of the Ji family immediately calmed down. Ordinary great emperors are not so easy in front of Jidao emperors, at most head-to-head. Otherwise, Baidu wouldn't have survived so many ancient families, and if an enemy became a great emperor, he would be dead. Just like Yu Huashen dynasty, even if there was an emperor cauldron, it was completely destroyed by the palm of the Ruran great emperor. The Ancient One is so powerful they can only be courteous. I don't know what the Ancient One's coming to my Ji family is about. An old man who looked very old asked. It's not a big deal. I want to look at your family's imperial scriptures and exchange for a volume of the same level of scriptures. It's our honor for the emperor to see my family's emperor scriptures. The old man of the Ji family is very knowledgeable. Anyway, it is not that the emperor has come to see it, and they don't care. Soon Ancient One exchanged their scriptures with another volume of the emperor scriptures and turned to leave. At this time, the old man of the Ji family breathed a sigh of relief. Too strong, this Ancient One great emperor. I am afraid that among the great emperors, he is also an absolute powerhouse, stronger than our ancestors. Hearing the old man say this, all the Ji family members present had a look of astonishment on their faces. After Ancient One came out of Ji's house, he walked directly towards Wanlong's nest. If you want to get the Taiyan Sutra and the Sun Sutra at the same time, you naturally have to find the ancient demons who are sealed in the Wanlong nest. This is a famous sage from ancient times. He was sealed by the Ancient One clan. He was in the dragon's nest. He practiced the Taiyan Sutra and the Sun Sutra at the same time. In the face of the Tai Ancient One, the Ancient One did not have such a good temper. It smashed through the 10,000 dragons' nest abruptly, and snatched out the divine source of the sealed humans and demons. I don't know that the Tai Ancient One died in it. In the universe that came, Ancient One was sealed in the source of God, wearing animal skins, and was released by the golden chains of the gods. He was stunned when he saw Ancient One, and then looked at Ancient One in surprise. Don't look at it, I want your Taiyan Sutra and Sun Sutra, and then I will help you solve the problem of the madman. Ancient One spoke up. The reason why people and demons are called people and demons is because they practice the Taiyan Sutra and the Sun Sutra at the same time, and they conflict with each other. Ancient One has an extraordinary vision and can naturally help him solve this problem. Seeing the strength of Ancient One, the demons naturally have no reason to refuse. Good. After speaking, he narrated the Taiyan Sutra and the Sun Sutra to the Ancient One, and the Ancient One directly wrote it down. Ancient One nodded in satisfaction. The harmony of yin and yang is the right way. Speaking of which, Ancient One entered a Taiji map in the minds of the demons and threw him a fruit, which could cure the split of his soul and enhance his soul power. Seeing that the demons fell into enlightenment, Ancient One turned and left. Covering the world is done, it's time for him to go back. Asterisk. Chapter 41 Break Through the Ceiling. After the Ancient One had taken care of things in Covering World, it was back in the Marvel Universe. With him came powerful supernatural powers, as well as various ancient scriptures obtained in the world of Covering the Sky. In the world that covers the sky, the ancient scriptures that others cannot ask for are like Yuxia cabbage in the hands of Ancient One. The combination of the 5 ancient scriptures can cultivate the secret realms of the world to the extreme. After checking his harvest, Ancient One nodded in satisfaction. It's time to start breaking through, my strength has reached the top. Ancient One has reached the top level of his stage, whether it is spiritual will or physical body, and has reached the point where no progress can be made. In the next step, he is ready to start improving his strength and step into the realm of gods. In the world of Covering the Sky, this realm is called the Red Dust Fairy, mastering a complete law, and is no longer imprisoned by heaven and earth. Ancient One has longed for this realm for a long time. Now that everything is ready, there is a lack of opportunity, and this opportunity must be placed on the chat group. Ancient One thought for a moment. Why is he so keen to get origin points? It is because the origin points are of great use to him, and the origin points can directly improve his strength. Although these points are a drop in the bucket for him, they are mainly a direction. Allow him to better and thoroughly grasp a rule. In the end, it can be like the 5 gods in the Marvel world, representing a rule, which was originally this rule. For example, the goddess of death, as long as the concept of death exists in the multi-universe, the goddess of death will never die. Ancient One is working hard towards this realm. Open the chat group. Zhang Taixu in the group is bragging about what he has done in the world that covers the sky. God King Zhang Taixu, that day, the Ancient One Master leveled the restricted area of life with only one hand, coerced thousands of miles, and shocked the world. I am really looking forward to it. Prince of Dali, Master Ancient One is really powerful. Jinghu Medical Immortal, those supreme beings in the restricted area of life are really abominable. Xianba, once a general has succeeded, his bones will die. This has been the case since ancient times. Ancient One ignored them and started listing items in the system store directly. Sorcerer Supreme has listed Daijing, Zhuangjing, Taiwangjing. Ancient One has listed dozens of methods of practice in the group, as well as various magical powers, and the price is not low. God King Zhang Taixu, Master Ancient One, are you robbing the entire ancient dynasty and family? Even so, Zhang Taixu was not slow at all and bought a few ancient scriptures directly. Don't look at Zhang Taixu's so-called Eastern Desolate God King, he is a member of the Zhang family, and there are ancient scriptures in his family. But when he met the scripture written by the emperor himself, he couldn't help but be tempted. Not to mention others. Anyway, Zhang Taixu can see the hope of becoming a great emperor. In other low-level worlds, their cultivation may be broken, the world limits their strength, and they have no way to improve their strength. Now there is such a method of OM, and my eyes are red all of a sudden. Seeing the cooperation of the leaks, Ancient One nodded with satisfaction, but still spoke in the group. Although these ancient scriptures are powerful, they are different in different worlds and have different rules. You must not accept them all. The more powerful scriptures are, the greater the consumption, and your world may not be able to support your cultivation. Prince Dali, thank you, Master Ancient One, for your guidance. Xianba, thank you, Master Ancient One. Gentleman Sword, thank you, Master Ancient One. Ancient One shook his head. The Big Dipper in the world of covering the sky is closely related to the earth. Duan Yu and the others have no problem reading these ancient scriptures. For example, Uchiha Itachi, if you want to understand these scriptures, it will be more difficult. The difference between cultures is like a chasm. This kind of ancient scriptures are only one word apart, and that is thousands of miles apart. But since Ancient One had reminded them, it was up to them to decide what to do. Ancient One nodded in satisfaction and left the group chat. His origin points have accumulated to over 30,000, and it is time to start breaking through. Go back to Earth, open all the protections of the 3 holy places, and let the monitoring array cover the entire Earth. Sitting in a secret room with layers of defense, Ancient One began to study the ancient scriptures of the G family's void that were obtained from the world of covering the sky. In this scripture, not only the cultivation path of the Void Emperor, but also the annotations of the ancestors of the G family in all dynasties, many supernatural powers and so on. Ancient One decided to use space to break through the realm, and naturally he had to study the ancient scriptures of the Void. With the study of this ancient scripture, Ancient One feels that his understanding of the space is getting deeper and deeper. The will has a feeling of being integrated into the rule of heaven and earth, and a lot of mysterious insights appeared in his mind, and the breath of Ancient One became more and more ethereal. In retreat, time flies by, and in the blink of an eye, months pass by. On this day, Ancient One suddenly woke up from the retreat. The expression on his face was as calm as the abyss. It's time. Ancient One nodded. Burning a hand-refined sandalwood for tranquility, Ancient One began to prepare for a breakthrough. As soon as his thoughts moved, his source points began to decrease rapidly, just like the opening of the floodgates in a reservoir. Ancient One's cultivation base also began to slowly increase. Ancient One closed his eyes and felt the slowly increasing cultivation. His understanding of space also deepened. After an unknown amount of time, Ancient One opened his eyes. That's it, broken. The mana on Ancient One suddenly fluctuated, a layer of membrane was broken through, and Ancient One became mysterious and unpredictable. If the original Ancient One is like a clear spring, the current Ancient One is like a sea. In the void, massive amounts of energy and aura are constantly being absorbed into the body by Ancient One, regardless of whether it strengthens his body or nourishes his soul. One space is really unpredictable, and if you master a rule, you still can't see the end. Ancient One felt his own strength, and finally felt the gap between the strong and him now. I am afraid that with a wave of his hand now, he can kill him before. If he bursts out with all his strength, I am afraid it is not impossible to destroy the entire universe. He is already the top expert in this universe. Just when the Ancient One broke through, the 4 powerful gods in the Marvel Universe had a feeling. A mirror-like projection appeared directly in front of Eternal's eyes. It turned out that he became a god, much faster than I thought. Not bad. Other gods have their own opinions, but they all know that in this universe, there is another supreme power who can control the fate of life. Definitely, this kind of feeling is only shared by the most powerful people in the Marvel Universe, the 5 gods, the other gods, and the Court of Life, the most powerful among the gods. The rest didn't feel it at all. Asterisk. Chapter 42 The Butterfly Effect. Invasion of Thanos and Galactus. When Ancient One was in retreat, a lot of things happened outside. He has been in seclusion for almost a year, to say the least, which is enough for a lot of things to happen in the universe. For example, due to the butterfly effect, Thanos and Galactus among the 5 gods walk together. Galactus is one of the 5 gods in the Marvel world, but in normal times, he is the weakest of the 5 gods. He did have a lot of power in his prime, but Galactus was mostly not in his prime. Because there is a dying universe in his body, he needs to replenish a lot of energy all the time. Therefore, he kept wandering in the universe, and when he was hungry, he devoured a planet to replenish energy. He's also the Asgardian of the Marvel Universe's balance keeping. Logically speaking, Thanos and he are not of the same rank, and even though he is weak, Thanos is not an opponent of Galactus. Once you get infinite gems, it's completely different. With the power of infinite gems, Thanos is definitely the strongest in the universe. Coupled with the same path of the two, Thanos hopes to obtain the infinite gems on Earth. Galactus has long coveted the energy-rich Earth. Therefore, causality, so that the two happen to invade the Earth together. Because of Ancient One's reasons, he couldn't let Loki steal Tesseract on Earth, so this time he could only take the fleet and sail from the depths of the universe. Next to his gigantic flagship, there are huge amounts of Galactus itself that are bigger than the planet. Compared to that, Thanos' flagship looks a little tiny. The two of them had already thought about it. Thanos wanted the infinite gems on Earth, and Galactus was to devour the energy-rich Earth to relieve hunger. As for the troubles on Earth, two people deal with them separately. So, in this case, both sides began to invade the Earth at the same time. Asgard, Bifrost. Heimdall, as usual, was on duty on Bifrost, monitoring everything in the 9 realms. Because Ancient One opened the protection on the Earth, he was a little vague about the surveillance on the Earth, so he could only turn his attention to other places. In a blink of an eye, he saw the starry sky in the distance. The first thing that catches the eye is the huge Galactus, constantly marching in the starry sky, swallowing several small planets from time to time. At the rear is the fleet of Thanos, who is notorious in the universe. At the end, far away, the Kree fleet followed carefully, for fear of being affected. Heimdall frowned for a week, then quickly figured out Galactus' destination. Midgard? Midgard again. Heimdall had a headache, not knowing what happened to Midgard, provoking so many things. But as Midgard is their Asgard territory, they have reason to protect the planet. So he directly notified Odin in the palace. His Majesty the Great King, I have observed the planet Devourer and Thanos rushing towards Midgard, and it looks like a bad guy. Midgard? Odin asked. Yes, Midgard. Heimdall said. We can only bless Midgard's being blessed by Lady Luck. Odin said silently. Because just a year ago, Asgard's most powerful weapon and force deployment tool, the Bifrost, was smashed to pieces. As of now, they still haven't fixed Bifrost. Without Bifrost, Asgard simply doesn't have the ability to deploy troops remotely, and their fleet isn't as strong. They can only pray that the Earth is okay. However, according to his understanding of the Earth, there are many protectors hidden in the dark on the Earth. Sorcerer Supreme is just one of them. In ancient times, many gods came out of the Earth. If Galactus wanted to destroy the Earth, it would be too naive. Earth, Delta Wing Headquarters. Nick Fury is in a good mood lately. He finally persuaded the World Security Council to successfully form Avengers, with the capital to deal with superpower attacks. He finally let go of a big thing in his heart. At this moment, his office was pushed open again, and Hill walked in with a dignified face. Director, we are in trouble. Nick Fury glanced at Hill, his good mood disappeared, and he asked. What trouble? Don't tell me, another alien is about to invade Earth. I'm afraid it will be earlier than that, Fury. I think we should start thinking about interstellar immigration now. Hill said with a serious face. Ms. Falk? What happened? Nick Fury got up from his chair all of a sudden. Hill skillfully pulled out a tablet and handed it to Nick Fury on the opposite side. Just 3 hours ago, our aerospace department observed that a new black hole appeared in the direction of the Centaurus constellation. 320 light-years away from us. Moreover, according to the calculations of the astronomical department, this black hole is constantly approaching the Earth. According to the speed estimated by the astronomical department, this black hole will be able to devour the Earth in about 3 days. Nick Fury glanced at Hill and said, "Hill, it's not April Fool's Day, it's not funny." "Fury, you know, I never joke." Even though he knew the world was about to be destroyed, Hill still had no expression on his face, no smile. "Ms. Falk, what should I do now? A black hole, is there technology on Earth that can destroy black holes?" Nick Fury was also blinded. In S.H.I.E.L.D., he had also been the director for decades, and he had never felt so desperate. Now, he finally feels a little hopeless. This is a black hole, something that can easily engulf the sun. Now someone told him that this thing was coming towards the Earth? "We don't know, you should ask Tony Stark." Hill spoke up. Nick Fury took a deep breath and said, "The complete blockade of news must not cause confusion. I will go and ask someone to see if this problem can be solved." Asking Hill to go out to block the news, Nick Fury took out a communication device from his pocket and pressed it without saying a word. Captain Marvel, this is his only hope. He hopes this old friend of many years can come up with a solution to things. But after the communication, he didn't stay idle, turned on the communicator, and dialed Tony Stark. "Mr. Stark, do you have a weapon capable of destroying a black hole?" "My God, Mr. Agent, are you drinking too much today? This joke is not funny," Tony Stark said coldly over there. Asterisk. Chapter 43, Despair from the Bottom of My Heart. Tony Stark thought he was the smartest person in the world until Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., called him. "Are you crazy, Nick Fury? Do you know what you're talking about? You want to blow up a black hole. You know that all the nuclear weapons on the Earth explode together, and even the skin of the Earth cannot be destroyed? Who gave you the courage to destroy a black hole?" Tony Stark thought Nick Fury was whimsical. Nuclear weapons are the most powerful weapons in the world, but the nuclear weapons of all countries on the Earth can be detonated at the same time, and even the outermost layer of the ground cannot be blasted through, and at most human beings will be destroyed. A black hole, the most dangerous star in the universe, is many times larger than the Earth, and even light cannot escape from a black hole. The existing weapons on Earth can't have any effect on black holes at all. Nick Fury wants to deal with black holes. Tony Stark thinks he is really crazy. The direction of the Centaur galaxy, more than 200 light-years away. Call me back after the observation. Nick Fury just hung up the phone and waited for Tony Stark to calm down. When Tony Stark heard this, he touched his chin and started observing aliens with his own device. Compared to the half-baked scientists of S.H.I.E.L.D., Tony Stark's technology is much more advanced. Although it is said that this technology is still far from the technology of the huge empires in the universe, it is the top on the Earth. He soon used the instrument to observe the scene in the depths of the universe. "What is this?" Tony Stark's face was full of disbelief as he watched the images transmitted by the instrument through analysis. No matter what that thing is flying in the universe in the distance, it can never be a black hole, but it looks like some kind of creature. Damn it, how could there be such a huge creature in the universe? Tony Stark looked at the data in his hand. According to his calculations, the diameter of that thing is at least more than 30,000 kilometers, and the length is even more incalculable. You must know that the diameter of the Earth is only more than 10,000 kilometers. If that thing is really a living being, it can destroy the Earth at will. No wonder this dead agent is so panicked this time. Tony Stark took a deep breath and dialed Nick Fury. "It seems that you already know the truth of the matter. How is it? Is there anything you can do about that black hole?" Nick Fury's deep voice came from the phone. "First of all, I have to correct one thing. No matter what that thing is, it is definitely not a black hole. I think it looks like some kind of huge cosmic organism. Mr. Stark, do you think this joke is funny? How can there be such a huge creature in this world? Nick Fury said. Don't use your barren mind to speculate on the greatness of the universe. Why can't there be such a huge creature in this world? At least in my observations, its behavior is more like a creature. God, this is incredible, isn't it? Tony Stark opened his mouth with a whistle. Mr. Stark, do you think it's time for us to talk about this? Whether it's a black hole or a creature, I just want to know if you have a weapon to kill him. Ms. Fuck. Nick Fury made a foul language right on the phone, and when is this, he still gags from here. I'm sorry, Mr. Agent, I'm afraid there is nothing I can do. The creatures of that size are beyond the effective range of our weapons. The best way for us to deal with it is to go back and spend time with our family. Maybe God was just joking, this huge creature was just passing by. Stark, are you giving up like this? Nick Fury said loudly. I definitely didn't give up, it just took a little time to think. Tony Stark said with some desperation. Nick Fury didn't say much, hung up the phone, and he was also a little desperate. The cosmic beasts of the planet file size, they can't do anything about it. There are no weapons available on Earth to deal with this creature at all. Is there really no way? Nick Fury moaned in pain. When Asgardian S.H.I.E.L.D on Earth was desperate, Thanos, far away in the starry sky, was preparing for action. Because Galactus' purpose is to devour the Earth directly, Thanos must have arrived on Earth before Galactus. In addition, Galactus needed to use the body to travel in the starry sky, so they first performed space folding to reach the Earth. Huge amounts of starships covered half of the sky, causing panic among people on Earth, and the whole of New York was shrouded in shadows. Tony Stark was originally researching the plan to destroy the creatures in the universe in the Stark building, and he felt that it was dark outside, and the Stark building seemed to be covered by some shadow. J.A.R.V.I.S, what happened? Sir, there is a huge amount of starship in the sky outside, and there are also small ships landing. Tony Stark rushed outside, took a look, and immediately went back inside the Stark building to start wearing armor. And at the moment outside, a large number of Churitas and biochemical beasts have begun to run away from Thanos' mothership, causing huge amounts of chaos in New York City. Tony Stark flew out of the Stark building and began to clear all kinds of Churitas around. But the number of these aliens is too large, and there are all kinds of starships, and he can't deal with it alone. Soon members of the Avengers also appeared and began to clean up the Churitas around. But their efforts were simply a drop in the bucket. When Thor was away, their strength was simply not enough to clean up these Churitas on a large scale. The more they cleaned up, the more desperate they became. Is there no hope? Tony Stark moaned in pain. At this time, a purple figure with a pair of knives and a thick appearance walked out among the guards of many Churita people. Tony Stark, the one cursed by knowledge. Thanos glanced at Tony Stark and said, "Who are you?" Tony Stark said, "Thanos, the king of this universe, I know you know the master of this planet. Hand over the Tesseract, we retreat now, or we will slaughter the entire planet." The long knife in Thanos' hand danced a knife flower and said. Just as he was chatting with Tony Stark, there was a roar next to him, and a green figure rushed up. "It's the Hulk." Thanos turned and threw the knife away, hitting Hulk's fist directly, punching him in the face, and Hulk fell directly to the ground. The game Tony Stark watched was a little desperate. Hulk is the most powerful among them, but now he can't stand Thanos. What should he do? Despair began to grow in the hearts of Avengers members. Asterisk. Chapter 44 Hang Thanos. When Thanos arrived in New York, Ancient One in the back room suddenly felt a little whim. High-level practitioners generate a certain amount of telepathy when something happens. Ancient One is like this right now, and was awakened directly in the retreat. With a look of regret, Ancient One woke up from his practice and frowned. With a wave of his hand, something similar to a water mirror appeared in front of him. It was like a screen, and a scene in New York appeared. Ancient One frowned at the sight of Thanos and the Avengers tangling and beating them. The Avengers group is a relatively well-known superhero in the Marvel world. But in fact, at the beginning, their combat effectiveness was not too strong. At the beginning, even the strongest of them, Hulk and Thor, were easily abused by Thanos. Later, their strength became stronger and stronger, even to the level of beheading Thanos. Now that Avengers has just been formed, there isn't even a formal break-in, plus Thor isn't here. The members of this gang of Avengers are simply bloody cruel. Hulk, the most powerful of them now, fell to the ground and couldn't stand up at all. There is only Iron Man left, where is he involved due to his high mobility? But looking at it like that, it is very reluctant. The steel armor of previous generations, even arc reactor has not been improved, and its strength is very weak. Against the Hate, Thanos, who had a weapon in his hand, was obviously very reluctant, and he was almost unable to support it. Ancient One shook his head, not ready to continue watching. With a wave of his hand, a golden door of light appeared in front of him, and Ancient One stepped out. New York, downtown. Thanos gets really irritated by Iron Man. Damn little bug, my patience has reached its limit. Thanos stepped forward and grabbed Iron Man flying in the sky. With a hard toss, Iron Man hit the ground directly, and then his foot directly stomped on Iron Man's chest. Tony Stark, we are all cursed by knowledge, I have always admired you, but for my cause, I can only let you die. Thanos picked up the long knife in his left hand and chopped it down with one knife, wanting to kill Iron Man directly. Tony Stark on the ground could not help but spit blood inside the armor. After fighting with Thanos for so long, he was seriously wounded and exhausted. Now, he has no ability to resist what Thanos has done. Looking at the long knife in Thanos' hand, he can't help but close his eyes, and his life begins to appear in his mind. Since he was young, he has been in high spirits now, but he doesn't regret it at all. After waiting, he didn't feel the knife fall. When he opened his eyes, he saw Thanos put his hands on the knife, pressing down the long knife in his hand, the muscles on his arms bulging high, and the expression on his face was abnormally grim, looking very forceful. But what stopped him were two very fragile-looking fingers. Tony Stark only saw that finger pushed back, and Thanos took a few steps back with his long knife in his arms. If you don't get up, take your members to treatment, and this little guy will be handed over to me. After explaining to Tony Stark, Ancient One looked directly at Thanos opposite him. Thanos, you finally came to Earth. Ancient One looked at Thanos with a smile. Thanos looked at Ancient One with squinted eyes and said, "Who are you?" "My name is Ancient One, everyone calls me Sorcerer Supreme, and by the way, I cover the Earth." Thanos gave Ancient One a careful look. "It turns out that you are the Sorcerer Supreme who has a great reputation in the universe." "I don't think so, but an ordinary person." "It's useless to talk too much, see the real chapter in your hands." With that said, Thanos is about to come up and test Ancient One. "Let's change the battlefield." With that said, Ancient One waved his hand, and the world turned upside down, with a reflection of New York appearing in the emptiness of another. Thanos, his subordinates, including those Kiritas, were deliberately brought into the reflection space. Thanos glanced at Ancient One, and continued to charge up with the knife, and the two knives in his hand fell directly. Ancient One blocked the long knife with one finger. "Too slow, too weak." Shaking his head, Ancient One said, "Thanos, if you only have this ability, then don't want to get out of this universe." The words of the Ancient One angered Thanos, who, as Titans, were born with a strong body and strength. He was naturally angry when Ancient One despised him so much. The purple skin on his body was a little red, his muscles bulged high, and he rushed up again. That power is very powerful, like an elephant rushing towards people, with amazing momentum. Ancient One looked at Thanos with a slightly nonchalant expression on his face. With a flick of his right hand, Thanos flew out at a faster speed, smashing several buildings before stopping. His subordinates wanted to come over to help him, but the short distance was like a ravine, and they couldn't get through at all. This is naturally Ancient One's spatial means. Thanos, use your infinite gems, or you have absolutely no chance. Ancient One glanced at Thanos, and he had already noticed the infinity gauntlet in his hand, which was inlaid with a purple gem, which should be a power gem. The Celestials used this gem to destroy the planet, and Thanos should not be far behind. You forced me. Thanos moved his finger with the infinity gauntlet. The purple power diffused from the gloves, spread all over his body, and even spread to the blade. Thanos charged up again, slashing at Ancient One. Ancient One sighed, holding Thanos' long knife between two fingers. With infinite gems, that's all? What a disappointment. The expression on Thanos' face twisted, constantly urging the power of the infinite gems in the glove. However, his long knife was still caught between Ancient One's two fingers, motionless. Thanos, what a pity. Infinite gems, your power is not worthy of using this kind of treasure. Ancient One's fingers squeezed hard, and there was a crisp thud. Thanos's hand was extremely hard, and the long knife made of ulu alloy was directly pinched off by Ancient One's two fingers. With a wave of Ancient One's hand, Thanos flew out like a fly, knocking down a building, and the purple light on his body was intermittent. Ancient One looked at Thanos in disappointment. That's it? When did the power of infinite gems become so weak? Or is he too strong for Thanos to stop him? Asterisk. Chapter 45. Is this also called an outbreak? Thanos was flicked to the ground by Ancient One's finger, looking a little pitiful. But Ancient One didn't mean to pity him at all. This guy destroyed half of the life of the universe without blinking an eye. There was nothing to be pitied about. Looking at Thanos, Ancient One shook his head. Thanos, you are so disappointed in me, the weak is a bit pitiful, if you only have this level, then you will die. Ahem, as expected of the famous Sorcerer Supreme in the universe, you are much more powerful than I thought. Thanos wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, propped himself up with his arms, and stood up from the ground. Originally, I didn't want to use this trick, but since you forced me, let's see my strongest state. Thanos stood up, the infinity gauntlet held high. Ancient One looked at him with great interest and didn't interrupt him. With absolute confidence, he didn't bother to do it at all. Just like Madara Uchiha when facing Kai, he didn't bother to interrupt his Kai Bayman Dungia. He, too, wanted to see how far Thanos could do it. Thanos controls the infinity gauntlet, and purple energy radiates from the gems in the infinity gauntlet, sending out a lot of fluctuations. The purple fluctuations caused the surrounding space to fluctuate, as if a pebble had been thrown into the calm water. In another dimension, his troops became a little distorted. However, exerting such great power is not without cost. There were lava-like lines on Thanos' arms, but there was a purple glow inside. This kind of ending is like using all infinite gems. As expected, it is the product of the Supreme God. This kind of power is really too powerful. Ancient One looked at the infinite gems, so full of light, it was hard for him to imagine how powerful the goddess who disintegrated into infinite gems was. It is only a part of it now, and it can exert such a powerful force. It's not enough and that's all, really powerful people don't really need infinite gems. Except for Time Gem, which is a gem with a special function. Other gem powerhouses do not look down on it at all, they all have their own power. Like Odin, there is an infinity gauntlet in the treasury, and he doesn't know how to use it. Infinite gems have also been sent out several times, or he has eaten ashes in the treasury. There's a price to pay for using this kind of power you don't control, and that's what Thanos is. With such a powerful power of the power gem, his body has been greatly damaged, and I am afraid that it will not be able to recover for decades. Great Sorcerer Supreme, come experience my power. With a crazy look on his face, Thanos ran over with big steps, and his power became incomparably amazing. The whole body is full of powerful purple energy, and the mirror space of Ancient One has a lot of ripples because of this. Thanos punched out, Purple Fist with great power. With the first block of his palm, Ancient One took a step back. A surprised look appeared on Ancient One's face. The power gem is really powerful, and it can increase your power tenfold, but it doesn't seem to be enough. Ancient One just ignored it for a while. Seriously, his power is not inferior to Thanos, and this is just the purest physical power. Ancient One slapped and pushed Thanos back, shook his neck, and made a rattling sound. Ancient One rushed forward and started to fight with Thanos. Thanos' body exudes purple energy, shrouding his body, and launching a frantic attack on Ancient One. The two fisted to the flesh, making a muffled sound. The powerful force caused a lot of fluctuations in the surrounding space, which looked amazing. Ancient One is not inferior at all. Various methods of tempering the body make his body stronger than the divine weapon. I am afraid it can shake the divine tool in Odin's hands. Thanos' power hit him without pain, and the power of the Power Stone couldn't penetrate his body. If he were a normal person, even if he blocked Thanos' attack, his body would be destroyed by the power of infinite gems. This powerful purple energy has strong erosive and destructive power, and can cause very serious damage to the enemy's body. For Ancient One, these powers are somewhat innocuous, and quite a bit let you wind and reign, I mean to stand still. Thanos's are different. Originally eroded by the power of infinite gems, Ancient One's fist strength is still very strong, and after a while, it becomes weak. Ancient One looked at Thanos, who was moving more and more slowly, and sighed. Thanos, I didn't even start my warm-up. What he said was indeed the truth. Before the magician could fight melee'ly, he had to cast dozens of spells on himself. Great strength, body of steel, agility, etc., can make a fragile magician stronger than a warrior, not to mention an alien who is already powerful. Now that he wasn't serious, Thanos couldn't hold on anymore. After a while, after a few blows from the Ancient One, he slumped on the ground, gasping for breath, without the ability to do it. As expected of the legendary Sorcerer Supreme, this kind of power is really powerful. Unfortunately, I can't fulfill my dream, you can kill me. Thanos slumped on the ground, his face indifferent, not at all unwilling to be like a dying person. Your dream, you just wiped out half of the intelligent life in the universe. Ancient One said mockingly. What do you know, with the development of these people, the infinite thirst for resources, the universe will be overwhelmed sooner or later. Forget it, don't sell your distorted views, let's not say whether you have ever seen the hugeness of the universe, but the universe is overwhelmed, stop joking. Ancient One shook his head. Thanos was mentally distorted because of his childhood experience. It's a joke that the universe is overwhelmed. The Kree Empire, the largest cosmic empire on Earth, has a total population of only 30 billion. What a sad number. You know, just one Earth has a population of more than 7 billion, and the Kree Empire has tens of thousands of life planets like Earth, but they only have such a population. One can imagine how miserable their situation was. Isn't it a joke that this population wants to overwhelm the universe? Forget Thanos, there is no market at all for your kind of thing, it's just your self-righteousness. Ancient One gave him a mocking look, didn't mean to talk to him, just waved his hand. Thanos didn't say anything, just like a broken mirror, It turned into fly ash and disappeared. A generation of overlords in the universe, who did not even force out the power of Ancient One, just died here. Putting the Infinity Gauntlet in his collection, Ancient One looked over to Thanos' army. Asterisk. Chapter 46 Destroy Thanos Legion, Galactus Messenger arrives. After solving Thanos's, the rest of the trouble is Thanos Legion. Thanos Legion consists of only two parts. One is the Kiritas, a half-mechanical and half-biological organization army with a hive mind, and the other is the Vanguard Guard similar to the Lickers in Resident Evil. These two kinds of armies are nothing in the galaxy, they can only be said to be the scum of the scum, but for the Earth, this is an extremely powerful army. Let's not talk about the Kiritas, just talking about the Vanguard, which is made by Thanos using the Chirita's DNA, his own DNA, and the DNA that he has conquered and mixed with many creatures. Fierce is not afraid of death, there are many, this is also the most annoying place, whether it is Pioneer Guard and Kirita, there are too many. Ancient One has tens of thousands of troops to say the least, but outside, there are UN constantly troops airborne from the universe, as if there is no end. This kind of army, which relies on numbers to win, will also deal with the relatively backward civilization of the universe, the Earth. For Ancient One, these armies are like ants, and he thinks about how to avoid affecting the Earth. These creatures are not only capable of fighting, they also have huge amounts of trouble, even their bodies. The dropping of Kirita's weapons on Earth would definitely cause huge amounts of trouble, and the presence of biological viruses on Kirita's armor would also be a huge amount of trouble. If a human gets the Kirita's helmet, as long as there is a little friction, there will be a virus on the body, and then huge amounts of discharge will occur, and the human brain will explode directly. It's just that Ancient One is not good at biotechnology. Thinking of this, he can only shake his head. Forget it, it's still up to Nick Fury to handle these things, isn't that what S.H.I.E.L.D. does? Glancing at the army trapped by him in the space, Ancient One reached out and clenched his fist. These armies began to shatter piece by piece, and the tens of thousands of teams directly turned into pieces of ashes and disappeared into the space without a single scream. Ancient One didn't even look at these people and stepped out. When he went out, the members of the Avengers were still fighting against the Kiritas. A large number of spaceships like donuts fell from the sky, and once they fell, a large number of Lickers like Vanguard swarmed out. There are also a large number of large gears of more than 30 meters that can burrow into the ground, with huge amounts of lethality. There are also a large number of Kirita stars and Leviathan monsters flying in the sky. Ancient One waved his hand and took a lot into the space. Regardless of them, the Ancient One once again disappeared in one step and appeared in the universe. In the outer space of the Earth, several incomparably huge amounts of motherships lie across the sky. There are constantly spaceships pouring out of it like bees in a hive and dropping them towards the Earth. He remembered that the Kirita people were a society with a hive structure, and the members inside were divided into various occupations like a hive. At the same time, they are also dominated by the hive mind. If they leave the hive network, they will immediately lose the ability to act. But now Thanos should have transformed the army of the Kiritas, and the army he took in the space did not lose the ability to move. There are several large motherships in front of us now, and Ancient One naturally wants to study it. He waved one of the motherships into the space. Ancient One waved his hand directly, and huge amounts of folds appeared in the space in front of him. The space here seemed to be a piece of paper that was constantly being kneaded. Those gigantic fleets were also involved in the fluctuation of space, and a violent explosion occurred, and they were directly killed like this. However, just when Ancient One wanted to return to Earth, four figures suddenly rushed out of the folded space. Ancient One narrowed his eyes and recognized these four people. If he is not mistaken, these four people are the four messengers under Galactus. Stardust, Silver Shadow, Flame King, Tyrant Messenger. These four people are very powerful, and the strongest two are probably stronger than Thanos, who masters the Infinity Gauntlet. Stardust is a special kind of energy creature. Its body is entirely composed of cosmic particles and energy. Its body is indestructible and can survive planet explosions and black holes. Can perform superluminal flight and can emit powerful destructive energy. Silver Shadow, who later became the Silver Shadow Man, is also extremely powerful. Through the skateboard under his feet, he can control the endless cosmic energy. Flame Emperor, originally a member of Nova Corps, can control the cosmic energy in the body, and behave like the sun, controlling gravity, light, heat, and other abilities. The Tyrant Messenger's body is covered with hard rock, and it is endowed with powerful energy by Galactus. These four people, even the weakest Tyrant Messengers, have the ability to split a planet with an axe. The remaining three guys, destroying the planet is easy, much stronger than Thanos. Thanos has infinite gems to have the ability on an equal footing with these three. For these four messengers, even Galactus valued them very much. Sorcerer Supreme, leave, my lord has set his sights on this planet. The four people attacked Ancient One without coming up, but instead spoke to Ancient One. Ancient One let out a chuckle. I took a fancy to this planet and asked him to take it himself. You are not qualified. Sorcerer Supreme, we admire you, not your arrogant capital. Yin Yang said coldly. The title Sorcerer Supreme was originally a title on Earth. At that time, there was an ancient god of the Earth, who launched a magician war on the Earth and the surrounding space, and the Ancient One was the victor. As he wandered in the universe these years, he made the name of Sorcerer Supreme famous in the entire universe. It is not unusual for these four messengers to know his name. You're wrong, I'm just stating a fact. In fact, after breaking through, he was no longer on the same level as these people. Having mastered the power of a law, he has become very powerful. Before fighting with Thanos, he only used the power of the body, and he had never used the real power. The four messengers did not know this. Seeing Ancient One still standing in front of the Earth, their patience has reached the limit, and they are not good-tempered people. Sorcerer Supreme, this is what you asked for, in front of us, there is only one way to go. Siem Chen said to Ancient One in an ethereal voice. When he spoke, a large number of particles of the universe were rioting. I was going to see what the goddess of death looked like. If I want to do something, then come. Ancient One looked at them with a sneer. Asterisk. Chapter 47 The Four Messengers of Fighting, Update 1/7. Please subscribe. Ancient One looked at the four messengers in front of him with different shapes and strong fluctuations, with an indifferent expression on his face. Come on, do it, let me see the means of your accomplices. Ancient One took a stance, waiting for the gang to do something. These four messengers are also well-known powerhouses in the universe. Every time they help Galactus to find a planet, at most one person will take action. This time, the four of them came together because they knew that the Ancient One was not easy to deal with on Earth. However, the four of them are all well-known powerhouses in the universe, and naturally it is impossible to get together because of face. The four of them discussed it, and the Tyrant Messenger, who was recognized as the weakest among them, came out. The Tyrant Messenger is also a special race. His body is covered by a special soft rock, which can survive in space for a long time. Galactus gave him some divine power to enhance his ability, and I am afraid that among the entire Avengers, few people are his opponents. But for Ancient One, this guy is too weak. With a wave of his hand, this Tai Han Han was directly sealed into the space by him. This kind of guy who relies on external force, don't take it out to show your eyes, the three of you take action. Ancient One said calmly. With the help of Galactus' divine power, rather than his own power, he is not afraid of this kind of guy. He is sealed in space, and it is impossible for them to escape. The remaining three looked at each other, And the leading shadow said, "As expected of the Sorcerer Supreme, he really isn't a person who deserves a false reputation, but in front of us, you are still going to die, Flame Emperor, you can do it?" Among the four messengers, Xing Chen and Yinying are the most powerful, followed by Flame King. However, his strength is also very strong, and he is barely considered a starburst powerhouse. The Flame Emperor stepped forward, his body exuding astonishing heat and flames. However, Ancient One could see that this was just an external manifestation. What was truly powerful was the cosmic particle energy inside. What appears outside is nothing but a spontaneous manifestation of cosmic particles. Like the Ancient One's mana, cosmic particles are a form of energy. For a naturally strange race like them, controlling this energy seems to be using their own instincts. Coming in front of Ancient One, the temperature on the Flame Emperor's body was getting higher and higher, the power in his body was bursting out, and a second sun seemed to appear in the sky. People from half the world have observed this spectacle. On this day, two suns appeared in the sky. Although they were fleeting, they left a deep impression on people. Ancient One stood calmly in the space, the light and amazing heat that radiated out spread in space at an incredible speed, but when it reached him, it disappeared without warning. Powerful power, worthy of being a special race. Ancient One nodded in admiration. In space, there is no medium such as air, moisture, etc., and the spread of heat is very diffuse. For most spacecraft, the most important problem to solve is the problem of heat dissipation. Therefore, for civilizations in the universe, most spacecraft have heat conversion devices on them. Ancient One and Flame Emperor seem to be facing each other, but in reality, they are separated by at least tens of thousands of kilometers. The heat transfer shouldn't be so fast, but as soon as Ancient One saw the light, the heat was transferred to his side. This is the ability of the Flame Emperor. I didn't expect that without understanding the rule, just relying on pure blood can be so powerful. Ancient One's spray is amazing. In the Marvel Universe, power exists in two ways. One is like Ancient One, which gained powerful power through hard practice, and the other is born. For example, mutant on the Earth, various mutants, and the Flame Emperor in front of him can be regarded as such. However, they all have a fatal flaw, that is, the control of power is particularly rough. With the same power, Ancient One can exert great power, and if they were them, they might only be able to exert 50% of their power. Ancient One has his eyes on the Flame King while constantly dissecting his weaknesses. At this moment, the Flame Emperor's attack has already begun. From the palm of his hand, huge amounts of flame beams appeared and shot at Ancient One. This kind of natural alien has no subtle moves, it is all crushed by huge force, but facing Ancient One, he obviously found the wrong opponent. Gorgeous! Ancient One shook his head and moved his finger, the space in the Flame Emperor's hand was distorted, and the flame pillars fired from his hand inevitably suffered a lot of distortion, followed by huge amounts of explosions. The astonishing heat radiated from it, and the Flame Emperor was directly swallowed by the flame. Although it would not die, it would definitely be uncomfortable. This is the end of the lack of power control, too many flaws. Yin Yang saw that the Flame Emperor had lost his fighting ability, the corners of his eyes shrank, turning into a stream of light, rushing towards Ancient One. Before the people arrived, a large number of particle tides had already rushed in front of Ancient One. Although there is no air in space, there are a lot of cosmic abilities, all kinds of light, heat, and particles all the time. Driven by the silver shadow, an astonishing tide was produced. Ordinary people may not see this, but in the eyes of Ancient One, the energy in front of him has already surged up with a tide of tens of thousands of kilometers, rushing towards Ancient One. If this tide hits the front, I am afraid that a mountain will be wiped out. Nice attack, the power Galactus gives you is really powerful, this skateboard that communicates the power of the universe is amazing. Ancient One looked at the silver shadow, and the color of surprise flashed across his eyes. Silver Shadow's strength depends on the drawing board under his feet. If he is separated from the skateboard, he may not be as good as Captain America. Ancient One stretched out a hand and a circular hexagonal array of light appeared in his hand, then began to grow constantly. If you want that, this light array will expand to several million miles. File size, the protection array emanating from the holy place on the earth, in front of Zhaoqian's, this light array, it seems a little insignificant. The few figures of them, in front of this, are even worse than the ants. Void resonance. Ancient One opened his mouth, and the golden light array in his hand waved. The space in front of this light array, like a calm water surface, suddenly set off ripples. In front of this attack, everything turned into powder, whether it was space junk or all kinds of floating meteorites, they were all directly crushed. The energy tide lifted by Yinying was directly smashed by the force, and when Yinying faced the impact, silver blood flowed directly from his nostrils. The whole person began to twitch as if electrocuted, and cracks appeared on the extremely hard body, as if it had been cut by countless sharp knives. This powerful fluctuation has been extended, and the Kuiper small planet belt in the outer solar system has made a huge amount of gap. The scene suddenly fell silent. Chapter 48 Galactus is coming. 2/7 update, please subscribe. Among the 4 messengers, 3 have lost their combat effectiveness, and only the last star remains. The stars are also considered to be a kind of semi-energy creature. Her body is made up of cosmic particles, but these particles are so tightly bound that they seem to be the same substance. The stars exuded a gentle white light, and it looked like a white queen turned into a diamond. Seeing that Ancient One just used a single move, Yinying was directly abolished, and the expression on her face finally became solemn. You have already crossed that threshold and touched the realm of the gods. That's right. Ancient One didn't hide it, and nodded in recognition. After crossing this threshold, it was completely different. He was useless just now, and Yinying was severely injured by his blow. To be honest, he was very surprised that Yinying didn't die. We shouldn't be here. Xin Chen sighed and said. Originally, they thought that they had paid enough attention to the Ancient One, but they didn't expect the Ancient One to be stronger than they thought. Once you step into the realm of gods, even the weakest gods are not the 5 gods, and they are not opponents at all. The 4 of them, who can't even touch the edge of the gods' realm, are no match for the Ancient One at all. 830. Although I really want to leave now, we must complete the commission of God, and I also want to see how powerful God is. I haven't used this form in thousands of years. Sorcerer Supreme, show me how powerful you are. As Xin Chen spoke, huge amounts of changes began to take place on her body. The white light on her body became dazzling, and a large milky white energy volatilized from her body. In the end, in the universe, except for a humanoid with a file size of hundreds of meters, the human figure exudes a dazzling white gold light, with a pair of huge amounts of light wings stretching out behind it, which looks like the legendary angel. She also held a white gold longsword in her hand, exuding powerful fluctuations of power, and her eyes seemed to be filled with flames, exuding golden light, and flames constantly drifted out. This kind of fluctuation has almost caught up with me before, and sure enough, those of special races are blessed. Ancient One said with emotion. These special races always have their own unique abilities, like the father of Star-Lord, who is a planet. If he knows how to cultivate, I am afraid that he is not much stronger than humans. The same is true for Xin Chen, although not as powerful as Xin Lord's father, he still has his own power. After the lawsuit is withdrawn, let me see the strength of Galactus' first god. Ancient One's eyes widened, hoping that Xin Chen could use something to make him feel an unexpected attack. Xin Chen glanced at Gu Dash, and 2 beams of light shot out from his eyes, with amazing power. Ancient One stretched out his hand and patted it, and the light beam was directly turned into a stray light by him. The power is too weak, the means of using electricity are powerful, don't let me down. Ancient One shook his head and said. Sien Chen looked at Ancient One, the long sword in his hand raised high. The astonishing fluctuations emanating from above began to slowly converge, and even the white gold light was withdrawn, and the long sword seemed to have become an ordinary long sword. This is a good move, Shenhua is restrained, returning to the basics. Ancient One's eyes lit up, this ability has broken through the category of ability. Ability without waste, only people with waste. Many seemingly useless abilities have been developed to be powerful and useful, and Sien Chen obviously developed his abilities to a high degree. The long sword without any fluctuations just stabbed in such a mediocre way, without any fluctuations, without any visions, and it looked unremarkable. With a wave of his hand, the stacks were stacked in front of him, and a large amount of space appeared in front of him to start defense. The long sword stabbed like this, and countless spaces were pierced, and the stacked spaces seemed to be unable to stop the long sword at all. The space in front of Ancient One seems to be narrow, but there are countless spaces in the world. This long sword, EC, like the grand monkey in the hands of Tathagata Buddha, constantly pierces forward, but still cannot penetrate this seemingly short distance. It is clearly in front of you, but it seems like a ravine in the sky. After all, this common energy is not infinite. In a short time, the energy is directly exhausted, and the pure energy bursts. The stars in front of Ancient One also dissipated their high-level form and returned to normal. The light on his body also became very dim. You win. After stepping into the realm of the gods, it is indeed a powerful space rule. Sien Chen looked at Ancient One with a look of astonishment on his face. Little trick, not worth mentioning. Ancient One smiled and nodded. Although we failed, you still can't keep the earth, my lord has come. A smile appeared on Xingqian's face. Ancient One looked in the direction she was looking at, and the starry sky in that direction turned into a dark starry sky. From a distance, Ancient One felt a terrifying wave. In that direction, everything has lost meaning, space, time, light, all swallowed by Galactus. There is a broken universe in his body, thirsting for energy all the time, and the breath of death emanates from his body. Planet Devourer. Ancient One sighed with emotion. This powerhouse, who survived the last era of cosmic destruction, is extremely powerful. The appearance of the current Planet Devourer is not even his body, and the power he masters is not his original power. It was the powerful power emanating from the broken universe within him. One of the 5 gods, really powerful, even the return of the universe can't make their bodies fluctuate a little. The expression on Ancient One's face was a little emotional. Galactus was really powerful. If it is an ordinary person, under the absorption of the collapse of the universe, I am afraid that both the flesh and the soul will be absorbed. Galactus, however, just became weak, the energy in his body was absorbed, and then he became hungry. As long as he wants, he can display the power of the peak period at will. This kind of strength is not possessed by the current Ancient One. It can be said that Galactus in the Planet Devourer state and Galactus in the original state are no longer a living being. In this state, he only has the most basic wisdom, and he devours everything he encounters. Small planets, meteorites, energy, and all kinds of substances are swallowed up. The whole person seems to be a black hole, and nothing can escape. In this moment, he has reached the outer periphery of the solar system. The vast amount of meteorites that stood in his way had been emptied, and the Ancient One could not even see the edge of Galactus' body. Ancient One looked at Galactus, who was already approaching him, with a bright smile on his face. Planet Devourer, long time no see. Galactus responded with an eerie hiss. Chapter 49, Dry Galactus. Update 3/7. Please subscribe. Galactus' body is very huge. As a creature that can devour a planet, his volume is even larger than the large planet next to him. The length is even more inestimable. Ancient One can't see the end of his body when he looks at it. Although the head has entered the solar system, the body is still outside. Such a volume is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The distance in space looks very close, but it is actually very far away. The radius of the entire solar system is probably 2 light-years. Even if it reaches the speed of light, it will take 2 years to fly out from the center of the sun. If not for divine power, Galactus could not have approached the solar system so quickly. The pressure brought by such a huge body is extremely powerful, and the volume of Ancient One is insignificant in front of Galactus, like a speck of dust at the feet of an elephant. However, the energy 830 fluctuations in his body was as eye-catching as the abyss and sea. Galactus even directly ignored the planet behind Ancient One and looked at him. Although Galactus had no eyes, the Ancient One still felt that Galactus had his eyes fixed on him. That feeling is like being stared at by some beast in the jungle. There is a feeling that the hairs on the back are upside down, which makes people feel very uncomfortable. Galactus, leave the earth, with me here, you don't have to think about swallowing the earth. Resisting the uncomfortable feeling, Ancient One spoke to Chun-Sing in front of him. Roar. A roar came out of Galactus Ancient One's mouth. Although sound cannot be transmitted in space, Ancient One can still clearly hear the sound ringing in his ears. This is the result of Galactus' great power, and he even changed the rules of the universe around here in a short period of time. In this case, Galactus is more like a beast, not like one of the 5 gods who master the basic rules of the universe. Looks like there's nothing to talk about. Ancient One said helplessly. The influence of the universe in Galactus was greater than the Ancient One imagined, and even a few gods were gone. In the current situation, they can only do it. However, before he was ready to do it, Galactus did it first. The big mouth like a black hole suddenly opened, and a powerful attraction came from Galactus' mouth. Ancient One felt a strange pulling sensation. The reason why it is called weird is because this feeling is like being blown by a strong wind, and it frantically moved to Galactus' mouth. But there is no air in space at all, so naturally there is no wind, there is airflow. This kind of force is more like acting directly on him. Various meteorites and space junk around, also began to move towards Galactus' mouth. Ancient One's sharp eyes saw several satellites revolving around the Earth, all of which were caught by the gravity in Galactus' mouth, and flew directly towards his mouth. Next to Xin Chen and 2 other guys who didn't die, the 3 of them hugged each other so that they could barely resist this devouring. Even so, the drawing boards under Yin Yang's feet were a bit flickering, very unstable. Is this the power to collapse the universe? Ancient One felt a little emotional, and used the space to fix his body. On Earth, if air is stored in one place, air from other places automatically fills in, creating airflow. The same is true of Galactus means, temporarily linking the universe within the body to the universe of the main matter. Because the matter in the collapsed universe seems to be missing, the matter from the outside must flow toward the inside to fill the vacancy, which creates a strong attraction, and this attraction is extremely powerful. What is collapsing is a universe, and if you want to resist this attraction, you have to fight against a universe. In the face of such means, all means lose their meaning. Fortunately, Ancient One has mastered a law of space, which controls space to a more essential level. Only in this way can we use the space barrier to isolate ourselves. As expected of the planet devourer that the cosmos civilization has changed, this ability alone is powerful enough. But since you've made a move, then it's my turn. Saying that, Ancient One uncharacteristically pushed forward with a palm. Serving Spirit Seal. I saw a huge amount of fingerprints suddenly appear on the edge of the distant solar system. The fingerprints were initially just the file size of a small planet. But as it constantly moves forward, a large amount of cosmic energy around it is absorbed by it, Its volume becomes larger and larger, and the palm prints on it become clearer and clearer. Anything that stood in front of this big Midra, whether it was a meteorite or a small planet, was turned into powder. Since you want to devour, I will let you devour enough to see if you can eat it. Ancient One looked at Galactus in front of him, and said calmly. The Spirit Seal is a very powerful divine ability, and it begins to automatically absorb the surrounding energy from the moment it is used, and then keeps moving forward. The longer the flight distance, the more energy it absorbs and the greater its power. In the end, even the person who cast it can't control it, so he can only keep flying like this. Know that you encounter an object that can consume energy. This one shot by Ancient One flew directly from thousands of light years away, and Ancient One deliberately compressed the surrounding space. Its flight speed looks extremely fast, but in fact, the distance it has flown is extremely far. By the time Galactus was in front of him, the huge amounts of handprints probably already had a planet file size. Boom! A voice that did not exist in the universe rang in the ears of all the creatures around, and huge amounts of handprints and Galactus collided together. Galactus' incarnated body seemed to be almost shattered. Hiss! Galactus let out a whimper, like a worm on a dead end. This is not over yet, eat me, avoid disintegration secret technique. Ancient One waved his hands, and a golden ball appeared in front of him. The inside of the ball was filled with golden runes, and the ball was constantly swimming like a tadpole. Ancient One threw it forward, and the ball slowly flew towards Galactus. Although it looks slow, the speed is very fast, and in the blink of an eye, it has reached Galactus' mouth. Then, the explosion happened in 2.2, and an extreme void appeared directly in the end of Chun-Seeing. Time, space, matter, energy, everything becomes nothingness. Galactus's body is like a cloud, and a large piece is missing directly. Although a lot of energy immediately begins to emerge from the wound, it is still very slow to repair. Galactus' entire body became trembling, as if an electrocuted person was swaying, looking very painful. Angrily whining at the Ancient One, Galactus turned and ran. And the speed is much faster than when, in the blink of an eye, it has already run out of the solar system. Ancient One had no intention of chasing either, and looked at the four messengers beside him with a blank expression. The tyrant was released by him just now. The four messengers shuddered when they saw Ancient One's expressionless expression, turned around and ran away. Chapter 50 Battle Comprehension Strength Improvement, 4/7 Update, please subscribe. Standing in the space, Ancient One looked at the leaving Galactus group and sighed. Galactus, after all, is still one of the 5 gods, whose duty is to maintain the balance of the world. If he doesn't come to Earth, they shouldn't fight. With a sigh, Ancient One returned to Earth in one step. In New York, the members of the Avengers are still cleaning up the fish that slipped through the net, and with the help of the members of Nick Fury S.H.I.E.L.D., there shouldn't be any trouble. Ancient One took a look around and saw that there was no trouble here, and went straight back to the holy place in Camartage. Originally, after breaking through the realm, he should retreat for a period of time, but he didn't expect that the 2 guys Galactus and Thanos would make trouble too suddenly. Fortunately, after he improved his strength, he became much stronger, and he was still able to handle this group of people with ease. Even the 5 gods like Galactus are still not his opponents when they are hungry. The void disintegration secret technique he used was analyzed from the prodigy who was rewarded by the sign-in system, plus his own understanding of space. Sure enough, the first time it played a good effect, Galactus could not withstand such an attack. Time and space are inherently very powerful laws. After mastering a space law, his strength is greatly enhanced. For the mastery of space, it is even more easy to use, and the skill of using it exceeds the imagination of ordinary people. It is not easy to use the ability of space in front of Galactus. In front of him, all laws will be distorted, and the means of ordinary people will not work at all. Unless extreme tactics such as self-destruction are used, it is impossible for Galactus to do any damage. Ancient One can use space ability in front of Galactus, which shows that his understanding of space has reached an amazing level, and Galactus cannot interfere. Now, I still need to retreat for a period of time to improve my strength. Ancient One muttered to himself in the secret room, and then began to retreat. Time is fleeting. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed, and Ancient One has been closed for half a month. During this period of time, I have been consolidating my understanding of space, and I have also recultivated my body to the extent that it corresponds to my own strength. If it were the current him, I am afraid that with the strength of his body, he would be able to hang and beat Galactus's subordinates again. However, at this level, Ancient One is still not satisfied. After searching in the space, he found a drop of red blood and a set of scriptures. This is exactly what he obtained from the world of covering the sky, the blood of the holy body of great perfection and the cultivation method of the holy body of great perfection. The holy body of the human race seems to be a kind of physique, but in fact it is just an inheritance of blood. According to the speculations of the ancients, this should be the physique of Shiwu, the emperor of the barren heaven, in the perfect world. With his physical body, he can deal with the emperor abruptly. Yefan, who covers the world, has even sublimated this physique to the fullest, and can overwhelm the emperor with one hand. This shows that there is still room for development of this physique. Even if it reaches the realm of the Red Dust Immortal, which is the current state of Ancient One, this combined physique can still exert a very powerful combat power. And since this is a physique obtained by human cultivation, it means that as long as it is human, as long as it has developed a method, it can cultivate into the holy body. Ancient One has its own path, so naturally it won't practice according to the original version, but it is still possible to learn from it, change it by yourself, and integrate it into your own practice. Let the blood of the holy body of great completion float in the air. A set of runes appeared in Ancient One's hand, and began to analyze this drop of blood. The blood of the great completion Eucharist returned to its original nature, turning from golden yellow to bright red. But there is not a lot of magic in it. Such a drop of blood actually exudes the fragrance of medicinal herbs. If it is placed on the body of ordinary people, it can achieve the effect of raw dead man flesh and bones. I am afraid it can be comparable to the old medicinal materials. This is the strength of the Eucharist. Ancient One can naturally see that this is because this drop of blood contains a powerful vitality. According to the principle, after the blood is separated from the body, the vitality will begin to disappear rapidly, and then return to normal. At most it contains some laws and the like, even if it is a strong person. But the blood in this place is different. It is incredible that the vitality is so well preserved. Some small runes appeared in Ancient One's eyes, and he began to carefully observe the tiniest part of the blood. After magnifying it by an unknown number of times, there are very small golden runes in the blood, and these runes are hidden in the most subtle depths of the blood. These runes, linked together, form one after another, and make the blood appear magical power. This is the foundation of the power of the holy body, and it really is an incredible power of inheritance. The runes of Ancient One's eyes glowed golden yellow, like precision instruments. Then his eyes began to emit a strange power, and the tiny runes in the blood of the holy body were extracted. Then Ancient One began to comprehend these runes, combined with the way of practicing the secret realm given to him by the holy body. Ancient One began to study. Following the research, an intoxicated look appeared on Ancient One's face. The law contained in this rune is really ingenious and contains a large number of basic laws. On the contrary, the method they use to practice the Eucharist is more like a means of stimulation, stimulating the blood vessels to revive constantly. What Ancient One has to do is to deduce a method that can cultivate the holy body according to the law. The source points in the chat group burned, and a large number of related mysteries appeared in his heart, and Ancient One began to constantly improve. At the same time, a series of energy duplications were condensed next to them, which were used to experiment with this method. Many duplications exploded out of thin air. Some of them radiated golden light and became golden, and some suddenly fell to the ground. Ancient One didn't care at all, focused on multitasking, and directly combined the results of many experiments to start the deduction. Ancient One also took into account the particularities of other bloodlines and started various deductions. Because of his high actual strength, in the world of covering the sky, I am afraid that he has reached the peak of the world. Pushing these things in reverse is naturally very easy. Soon, a complex scripture was deduced by him. This scripture was researched by combining his knowledge and the knowledge of the world covering the sky, from the beginning of the mortal stage to his current state. In higher and deeper places, it is necessary for him to continue to practice in order to deduce a higher realm. However, this is also a very advanced technique. If he can practice it, his strength will definitely be greatly improved. Ancient One showed joy and began to try to practice.